Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. I was about 13 the first time I really understood what it meant to be on my own, even though I was still just a kid. I had run away from home and ended up in Saskatoon, trying to survive in a world I didn't really understand yet. I can't pretend that the people I fell in with back then were good, in the way adults like to use the word. They all had their own problems, their own histories, their own reasons why life hadn't gone the way it was supposed to go. Some were on drugs. Some had been in and out of jail. Some were just drifting, half lost, half looking for anything that felt like belonging. But for some reason, they took me in. I still think about that sometimes. I was younger than all of them, just a skinny runaway kid, angry and hurt and pretending to be tougher than I was. They were much older, almost all of them, and if anyone had really looked closely, they could have gotten into serious trouble for letting me stay with them. They could have turned their backs and told me to go home, told me they didn't need the hassle. Instead, they shared food, couches, blankets, and little corners of their lives with me. However messed up they were, they gave me a kind of family when I didn't feel like I had one. My best friend in that group was a guy everyone called Sea-Dog. He had just turned 18 and had recently gotten out of juvie. On paper, if you only saw his record, he probably looked like trouble. On the street, if you only saw his clothes or the way he moved, you might have thought the same. His face was rugged, worn in a way that didn't match his age, like life had already thrown too many punches at him. But the first thing people noticed about him wasn't his scars or his rough edges. It was his smile. He almost always had one on. No matter what was going on, no matter how little we had to eat, no matter how bad the weather was, no matter who was yelling at who, Sea-Dog would somehow find a way to grin. It wasn't a fake, forced smile either. It was warm, lopsided, and real, like he was determined to keep a little piece of light alive even when everything else was dark. He looked out for me the way a big brother would, even though we weren't related by blood. He'd walk me places, make sure I had something to eat, stick up for me when other people got too loud or too high or too mean. In a world that felt dangerous and unstable, he was one of the only people I trusted. Everyone around us was going a little crazy at that time. There were drugs everywhere, pills, powder, bottles passed around, smoke in the air. People were numbing themselves, trying to quiet whatever pain they were carrying. I was young, in way over my head, surrounded by things I didn't fully understand. It felt like spinning in a circle without being able to stop. Eventually, it caught up with me. One day, I ended up being picked up and put into a low-security home for runaways. It wasn't exactly a prison, but it wasn't freedom either. It was the kind of place where adults tried to keep kids like me safe and under control, even though none of us really wanted to be there. Still, there was a roof, there was food, there were rules. Part of me hated it, and part of me was tired enough that I gave into it for a while. Not even 3 days after I was placed there, I saw his name in the newspaper. Someone had left a copy of the local Star Phoenix lying around. I wasn't really paying attention to it at first, just flipping pages mindlessly, letting my eyes pass over headlines and pictures. Then one title grabbed me by the throat. 3 caught in kidnapping plot, 2 still sought. My eyes froze on the words. My heart started pounding before I even saw the details. I read the article line by line, the world around me going quiet. The 2 people they were still looking for were Sea-Dog and his girl, Denny. Everything inside me went cold, and then hot all at once. I didn't think about what was smart or safe or legal. I didn't think about what the staff in the home would say, or what the police thought, or anything else. All I thought about was Sea-Dog. My friend. My street brother. The one person who had always looked out for me. All I could think was, I have to find him. I have to help him. I have to get him out of town or do something, anything, to keep him from getting swallowed by whatever was happening. So I took off. The first place I headed was the apartment, the one where we had all spent so much time. When I got there, the scene didn't look anything like the noisy, messy place I remembered. The door was battered, the frame torn up, and bright yellow crime scene tape was stretched across it like a warning. The sight of it hit me like a punch. This wasn't just some little arrest. Something serious had gone down here. It didn't take much to get the door open. Maybe it should have been harder, but it wasn't. I slipped inside, my heart racing, half expecting someone to jump out at me. The apartment was quiet and heavy with that feeling empty places get after something bad has happened. Things were scattered. There was a sense that people had left fast and rough. I wasn't there to linger. I was there for two things, my journal and my tarot cards. The journal was more than just paper. It held pieces of me, thoughts, secrets, bits of days I didn't want to forget or couldn't tell anyone out loud. The tarot deck was a gift from Sea-Dog. He'd given it to me like it was something special, something I should have. The cards were worn at the edges, the images familiar and strange at the same time. They were one of the only real gifts I'd ever been given just for me. I found both and grabbed them quickly. The silence in the apartment felt alive, like it was watching me. I could feel my pulse in my throat as I stepped back out into the hallway, my hands tight around the things I'd come for. Outside, I didn't even make it very far. A cop who recognized me happened to be nearby. Maybe he was watching the place. Maybe it was just bad timing. Either way, he saw me and knew exactly who I was. He picked me up, no yelling, no fight, just that tired, resigned way cops sometimes handle kids they've seen too often. He put me in the back of the paddy wagon. I sat there, the metal cold beneath me, the smell of old sweat and steel filling my nose. I was angry and scared and clutching my journal and tarot cards like a lifeline. Then I looked up. On the other side of the divider, in the same vehicle, was Sea-Dog. I hadn't expected to see him there. For a second, I just stared, my brain not quite catching up with what my eyes were seeing. He looked different. The rugged face was the same, but his trademark smile, the one that never seemed to leave, no matter how bad things got, was missing. Instead, his expression was heavy, sad, weighed down by something bigger than both of us. We didn't have long to talk. Moments like that, inside little cages made of metal and rules, never last very long. But in the short time we had, I tried to reassure him. I told him everything would be okay. I promised I'd visit, of course. I told him we'd figure something out. Underneath my words, there was a rising panic that I tried to hide, an understanding that the situation was bigger and darker than either of us could fix. He told me what had happened. He said he had walked in on a kidnapping already in progress. The three friends we used to hang out with were in the middle of committing something terrible. He hadn't planned it. He hadn't agreed to it. He just stepped into something that was already happening. But once he was there, they'd forced him to stay. Maybe they threatened him. Maybe they made him feel like if he left, things would get even worse. Either way, he ended up caught in it. And now, the law didn't care about the details of how and why. All it cared about was that he was involved. A long jail sentence was now waiting for him. As he told me this, I could see how much it hurt him. Not just the fear of what was coming, but the feeling of being trapped in something he hadn't wanted. The sadness, the frustration, the unfairness of it all, it was written on his face in lines deeper than any his age should have had. I wanted to reach through the metal divider and grab his hand, pull him out, somehow drag him away from all of it. But all I could do was sit there, caught too, but in a different way. Eventually, they took him off to court. They dropped me back at the home. The door closed behind me, the walls of that place closing in like a dull echo of the prison they were sending him to. On the surface, that might have been the end of it, two paths splitting, one going back to a runaway home, the other going deeper into the system. But it wasn't the end. About 4 days later, something happened that I still can't fully explain. That night, I fell asleep to the sound of rain tapping softly against my window. The world outside was blurred by water, streetlights smeared into pale streaks. In my room, the radio was playing The Doors' Riders on the Storm. Jim Morrison's voice rolled low and dark through the room, and the lyrics just blended into the sound of the rain. I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep with that song still echoing in my head. Then I wasn't in my bed anymore. I found myself standing outside of a prison cell. The light was dim and cold, the air heavy with that particular stillness that only exists in places where people are locked away. Metal bars stood between me and the inside of the cell. Beyond them, sitting on a narrow cot, was Sea-Dog. He looked smaller somehow, even though he was the same person. He sat hunched forward slightly, shoulders slumped, his hands holding a rope. It wasn't a normal rope, the kind you'd buy at a store. It was made from ripped and braided bed sheets, twisted together into something strong enough to use for one terrible purpose. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. They shone in the dim light, tracing thin paths down the roughness of his face. I tried to speak to him. I tried to tell him I was there. I don't remember exactly what words I used, but the feeling was clear: don't do this. I'm here. You're not alone. We'll figure something out. I wanted so badly to reach him, to break through whatever wall had closed him in tighter than the bars. But he didn't respond. He didn't look up. It was like I wasn't there at all. I watched, helpless, as he stood up with the rope in his hands. Time felt strange. Every second stretched out, heavy and slow, but I couldn't move. I couldn't get the cell door open. I couldn't step inside. I couldn't put my hands on his shoulders and pull him back. I could only watch as he tied the rope off and put it around his neck. My chest ached with the worst kind of fear, pure panic mixed with heartbreak. I kept trying to shout, to make him see me, but it was like I existed behind a wall of glass. Then he stepped off. He hung himself right there in front of me. For a moment afterward, his body swayed slightly, then stilled. The rope held. The bedsheets had done their grim job. It was only then, after it was too late, that it seemed like he finally saw me. His eyes, whether in his body or in something beyond it, I don't know, looked toward where I was, like he was really seeing me for the first time in that whole terrible scene. Then I woke up. It was morning. Light was already filling the room. The rain had stopped. The radio was off. I lay there for a minute, my heart pounding, my mind reeling with the nightmare I had just had. It felt so real. So detailed. So specific. But I told myself it was just that, a nightmare. I was shaken up, yes, but I tried to push it away. Dreams can be awful and still mean nothing, I thought. This is just my mind worrying over him. That's all. About 10 minutes after I got up, one of the counselors knocked on my door. They said I had a phone call. That alone was strange enough. It wasn't like I had a long list of people who called me at that time in my life. I walked down the hall to the phone, still feeling unsettled, the images from the dream hanging like a shadow in the back of my mind. The call was from Charlotte. She had been our friend once, or at least I had thought so. She was the one who had planned the whole kidnapping incident, the one at the center of the mess that had dragged Sea-Dog in with it. After everything, she had become my ex-friend, not just in name but in my heart. Hearing her voice at the other end of the line filled me with anger. "Have you heard about Sea-Dog?" she asked. The question lit something inside me. I went off on her. I poured out all the anger and fear and frustration I'd been holding back. I asked her how she could have done this. I told her he was going to get such a long sentence because of what she dragged him into. I blamed her for what was happening to him, and in that moment, I meant every word. She let me get it out. Then she said softly, "Honey, I think you should sit down." My stomach dropped. I didn't sit down. I just stood there, frozen, gripping the phone, as she took a breath and told me that he had hung himself the night before. The same night I'd had the dream. The same way I had seen it happen. The world seemed to tilt sideways. Her voice became a buzzing sound in my ear for a moment, the words clear and yet too big to fit in my chest. I couldn't breathe properly. I couldn't think. I kept seeing that cell, that rope, those tears, the final look in his eyes. All I could think was, I was there. I saw it. I saw it, and I couldn't save him. That broke something in me for a while. I felt guilty in a way that went beyond normal grief. It wasn't just that I missed him, or that I was angry at the world, or that I hated what had happened. I felt like I had failed him. Like somehow, on some level, I had actually been there in that moment, maybe in spirit, maybe in a dream, maybe in a way I still don't have words for, and I hadn't been able to stop him. I turned it over and over in my head. If I'd yelled louder. If I'd prayed harder. If I'd done something, anything. Maybe it wouldn't have happened. Maybe he would still be alive. Instead of facing those feelings, I did what I knew best at that age. I ran. I ran away again, into another stretch of time that feels blurry in my memory even now. I ended up touring around Calgary and Edmonton, drifting from one place to another, one couch to another, one set of faces to the next. I don't remember everything I did during those 4 months. It's like my mind went foggy, protecting itself from details that were too painful to hold. At some point along the way, I met a woman people called wise. She wasn't flashy or dramatic about it. She didn't pretend to have all the answers. But she listened in a way that made you feel like your words mattered. I told her about Sea Dog. I told her about the dream, the rope, the timing. I told her about the guilt that sat in my chest like a stone. I told her how I kept thinking, if I was there, even in that strange, dreamlike way, why couldn't I save him? She looked at me gently and said something that stuck. She told me I shouldn't feel guilty. That if he had truly wanted to be saved in that moment, he would have seen me. Or sensed me. Or felt me there. He would have turned away from the rope. He would have chosen differently. The fact that he didn't meant that the decision he made was one he felt utterly trapped inside of, one that had nothing to do with me failing him. It wasn't your fault, she said. Those words didn't magically erase the hurt. They didn't bring him back. They didn't wipe away the image of that cell, or the sound of rain, or the headline in the paper. But they settled somewhere inside me like a soft light, flickering in the dark. Maybe she was right. Maybe all I could have done, all I did do, was care. Sometimes, as awful as it is, that's all we can do for the people we love when they're fighting battles we can't fully see. Even now, when I think about Sea Dog, I picture his smile first. Not the rope. Not the prison. Not the moment I couldn't change. I think of the way he grinned, that rugged, tired face lighting up with something stubbornly bright, even when the world didn't deserve it. I think of the tarot cards he gave me. I think of how he watched out for a lost 13-year-old kid when he could have turned away. Whatever happened at the end, that's who he was to me. And deep down, in the quietest part of me, I hope he knew that, even as he slipped away into a place I couldn't follow.
This happened when I was in the 10th grade, back when weekends meant staying up too late, eating junk food, and hanging out at whichever friend had the most relaxed parents. By then, I had already heard all the usual stories about haunted places around town. Every school seems to have its own local legends, and ours was no different. There were abandoned buildings people said were cursed, stretches of road where ghosts supposedly hitchhiked at midnight, and an old cemetery that everyone swore was the most haunted place around. Most of it just sounded like things older kids had made up to scare the younger ones. But my friend's house didn't feel like a story. It wasn't old or falling apart. It wasn't on some lonely hill or surrounded by dead trees. From the outside, it looked completely normal. Just another lived-in house with mismatched lawn chairs in the yard and a couple of bikes tossed near the front step. If you had driven past it in the daytime, you would never have guessed there was anything strange about it at all. But from the first time I walked through his front door, there was something there that made the hair on the back of my neck rise. It wasn't something you could see. It was more like a pressure in the air, a feeling that something was watching from just out of sight. Not all the time, not in every corner, but in little pockets of the house. A certain hallway. The living room, especially at night. The space near the stairs. I tried to brush it off as my imagination, but it kept happening, that silent awareness that we weren't really alone. What convinced me more than anything was his cat. His name was Willie. Willie was this medium-sized, ordinary-looking cat. The kind of cat you'd expect to see lounging in a sunbeam or slowly blinking at you from the back of a couch. He had that typical cat mix of independence and curiosity. Or at least, he should have. But in that house, Willie never seemed relaxed. His whole body always looked tense, like he was ready to bolt at any second. His ears were often flattened halfway back, his tail puffed, his eyes wide and darting around as if he could see something we couldn't. He was always on edge. At first I thought that was just his personality. Maybe he was just a nervous cat. But it didn't take long to realize that someone, or rather, something, really seemed to dislike him. Whatever lived in that house that the rest of us couldn't see seemed to go out of its way to pick on him. I say that because I didn't just hear about it. I saw it. More than once, I saw Willie simply walking through the room, minding his own business, his paws making soft little thumps on the carpet, and then, suddenly, he would be hit by something I couldn't see. It was like an invisible boot swung out of nowhere and kicked him. He wouldn't just stumble either, he would get lifted clean off the ground for a moment, his body jerking sideways in mid-air. Then he'd hit the floor with a thud, claws scrambling for traction, and take off in a terrified sprint. The first time it happened in front of me, I thought maybe he'd just jumped weird or slipped, but it kept happening. Always the same kind of motion. Always that same shocked look on his face, his mouth open in a sound that didn't quite make it out before he landed. The air around him would stay completely still. No one near him. No reason for it. Then there was the tail thing. We'd be sitting around and Willie would decide to come over, probably hoping for a pat or just wanting to be near someone who wasn't trying to torment him. He'd walk towards us, his tail up, his steps careful but hopeful. Then, out of nowhere, he'd get yanked backward. Not by us. We weren't anywhere close. It looked like someone had grabbed his tail and dragged him across the floor, fast and rough. His body would slide backward on the carpet, paws scrambling uselessly in front of him while his tail stretched out behind like it was caught in an invisible hand. He would cry out when it happened. Not a little meow, but that awful, long, drawn-out cry cats make when they're scared or in pain. It always hurt to hear. The sound went straight through you and settled somewhere in your chest. Every time it happened, my friend and I would look at each other, shaken, knowing that we had both seen something no one could really explain. I hated it. I hated seeing Willie treated like that. He'd go hide under tables or behind furniture, shaking, and sometimes I'd sit on the floor near him, talking to him softly, even though I knew he didn't understand my words. It just felt like he needed someone to be kind to him in a place that clearly wasn't. The night I'll never forget started like any other ordinary hangout. My friend, his girlfriend, and I were sitting on his couch in the living room. It wasn't anything special, a worn-out couch with a sagging cushion, a coffee table in front of us covered in empty glasses and maybe a couple of snack wrappers, and a TV that wasn't exactly new but worked well enough. The room was dimly lit, not creepy dark, just that sort of cozy, evening kind of lighting that makes you want to curl up. We had some eating contest show on TV. One of those ridiculous programs where people stuff impossible amounts of food into themselves while the audience cheers for them. We weren't even that into it. It was just background entertainment, something to watch while we talked and joked and half paid attention. Every now and then one of us would make a comment about how gross it was, or how we could never eat that much, but mostly we just watched and let our brains go a little numb. Willie, on the other hand, was not relaxed. He was acting especially skittish that night. He would dart across the room, pause like he'd heard something we couldn't, then run off again, tail puffed, ears back. At one point he hid under the table, his eyes glowing slightly from the reflection of the TV light, watching the room like he expected something to lunge at him at any second. We were aware of him, in that distant way you notice a pet moving around, but none of us really knew what to do for him. It wasn't like we could fight off something we couldn't see. So we sat on the couch, the three of us, staring at the TV while the eating contest cut to a commercial break. The commercials were just the usual stuff: cars, snacks, shampoos, that kind of thing. We weren't paying much attention, just letting them roll by, waiting for the show to come back. Someone might have said something small, like I hate that brand, or did you see the size of that burger? But mostly we were silent, zombie staring at the screen. Then something started to happen to the TV. The picture began cutting out slightly. Not a full blackout, but little jumps and glitches, like the signal was having trouble. The sound crackled a bit. The colors shifted off for a second. It was the kind of thing you might dismiss as a bad cable connection. But in that house, with everything else that happened there, it didn't feel so ordinary. The shampoo commercial that had been playing ended, and instead of the next ad or the show coming back, the screen went completely black. For a second we just watched that black screen, expecting the show or another commercial to pop up any moment. There was that quiet, half-annoyed expectation you get when you think the TV's just lagging. Then, suddenly, for about 2 seconds, maybe less, a picture flashed onto the screen.
I will never forget that picture for as long as I live. It wasn't moving. It was just a still image, like a photograph someone had taken and held up in front of the camera. It looked almost like one of those old-fashioned family portraits. In the center of the picture there was a young blonde mother sitting on a garden swing. She had a baby in her arms, resting on her lap. Standing to her right was a little girl holding a bouquet of flowers. All three of them were wearing white dresses, soft, old-fashioned ones, the kind you'd imagine in some peaceful family scene. Around the swing, there were flowers everywhere. Some hanging from vines, some growing up around the base, soft colors blending in like something out of a greeting card. It should have been a sweet, gentle image. The kind people frame and hang on their wall as a memory of a happy day. But it wasn't. The longer than a heartbeat moment that picture was on the screen stretched out forever in my mind because there was something horribly, violently wrong with it. The mother and the baby had no eyes. Where their eyes should have been, there were bloody, gaping holes, dark red and raw. Not thin lines, not subtle, the kind of hollowed-out emptiness that makes your stomach drop and your mind rebel. Their faces still had shape, their noses and mouths were there, but the missing eyes turned them into something that barely counted as human anymore. The little girl was worse. She stood to the right of the mother, in her white dress, holding her bouquet, but it looked like she had gotten her head blown clean off. Not like it was gently blurred or hidden, just gone in a way that the mind doesn't want to understand. The space where her head should have been was a mess of blood and ruined shape. Her dress, like the mother's and the baby's, was splattered and soaked with blood, the bright white fabric stained with sickening red. And through all of it, the mother was still smiling. That was the part that lodged in my memory like a thorn. Her lips were curved into a soft, calm smile, the kind you'd see on a mother holding her children in a picture-perfect moment. If you took away the blood, the missing eyes, the horror, she would have looked loving, maybe even proud. But with all of that still there, the holes where her eyes should have been, the destroyed face of the little girl, the bloody dresses, that smile turned into something deeply disturbing. It was like she was happy in the middle of a scene that should have been absolute tragedy. Then the image vanished. 2 seconds, maybe less, and it was gone. The screen went black again for a moment, and then, as if nothing had happened, the TV returned to normal programming. Another commercial, or maybe the show came back. I honestly don't even remember which. The only thing I remember clearly is that picture, and the way my heart was pounding inside my chest. Right after the image disappeared, Willie came running out from under the table. He bolted out like something had just chased him out of hiding. Before any of us could react, before he could even make it halfway across the room, something hit him. A swift, solid blow, like the worst of all those invisible kicks had just landed. He was lifted off the ground and sent flying across the room. His body hit the floor, skidding a little before he scrambled up and ran, wide-eyed and crying, into another corner to hide again. The timing was too perfect, and too awful, to ignore. It was like whatever had shown us that image on the screen was announcing itself, then immediately turning its attention back to the weakest thing in the room. The small, helpless cat it loved to torment. The air felt charged, like electricity had passed through the house, leaving the hair on our arms standing upright. We just sat there. None of us spoke. None of us moved. For a good 20 minutes, we all just stayed frozen on the couch, staring at the TV that was now pretending to be completely normal again. The voices of whatever show or commercial played on sounded distant and unimportant, like they came from underwater. Every now and then I would glance at my friend or his girlfriend, but we never met each other's eyes for long. It was as if saying something out loud would make it more real, would force us to admit that we had all seen the same thing. My mind kept replaying the image again and again. The mother. The baby. The little girl. The missing eyes. The blood. The horrible smile. It was burned into my memory now, as if someone had taken a branding iron and pressed it into my thoughts. I could feel my own heartbeat in my throat, in my ears, in the backs of my hands. Finally, my friend broke the silence. His voice sounded small in the thick, heavy air. "Did you see that?" he asked. His girlfriend turned her head slowly toward him. For a moment, I saw the same fear I was feeling reflected in her expression. She licked her lips like her mouth had gone dry. Then she said, "What, the dead family on the TV?" "Yeah, I saw it." They both turned to look at me. My stomach flipped. I nodded. My voice felt like it had shrunk, but I forced it to come out. "Yeah," I said quietly. "I saw it too." No one tried to laugh it off. No one said it must have been a messed up commercial, or some stray signal, or anything logical. We knew what we had seen, and we knew that it wasn't normal. It didn't feel like a glitch or an ad gone wrong. It felt intentional in a way that made my skin crawl. My friend reached for the phone after a while. He had a friend who he knew was watching the same TV program at the same time, on the same channel. If this had happened on our TV, maybe it had happened on theirs too. Maybe it was part of the broadcast somehow. Maybe we weren't alone in it. I think part of him was hoping that if someone else had seen it, it would make it less terrifying, like it would become just a documented weird moment instead of something aimed directly at us. He dialed and waited for the other end to pick up. When they answered, he asked casually, trying not to sound as shaken as he was, if they'd seen anything strange during the show. Anything weird in the commercials. Any creepy image that flashed across the screen. The friend on the other end said no. Not just the friend, but everyone in the room with him said they had seen nothing. No dead-eyed mother, no headless little girl, no bloody dresses, no gruesome family portrait. The commercials had been regular commercials. The show had glitched a little, maybe, or maybe not even that. Nothing unusual. We were the only ones who saw it. We hung up the phone and sat there, absorbing that fact. Whatever had happened, it hadn't been some widespread, accidental broadcast. It had been ours. Just ours. In that house, in that room, at that moment. The three of us and a terrified cat, staring at a screen that should have been safe and seeing something that felt like a message from somewhere we did not want messages from. After that night, I never looked at that TV, or that house, the same way again. The stories about haunted places around town didn't seem so silly anymore, not when I had my own story lodged firmly in my memory. People could argue all they wanted about what was real and what wasn't. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what had happened to Willie. And I knew that whatever lived in that house wasn't just a story somebody told for fun. It was real. And it was watching. When I was a kid, my bedroom never really felt like a safe place at night. In the daytime it was just a normal room. Sunlight came through the window, I had my toys on the floor, little posters on the walls, and everything looked harmless. But as soon as the lights went off and the house got quiet, something about that room changed for me. The shadows in the corners felt deeper, the silence felt heavier, and I always had this strange awareness that I wasn't really alone, even when I knew everyone else in the house was asleep. It didn't matter if it was a hot summer night with the air sticky and warm, or a winter evening when the heater or fire made everything toasty. I had this habit of sticking my legs out from under the covers when I got too warm. Sometimes I'd uncover an arm too and let it rest on top of the blanket to cool down a little. It was something small, something innocent. Just a kid trying not to overheat in their sleep. That was when I first started feeling it. I'd be lying there, half awake, half drifting off, my legs poking out from under the blanket, and suddenly I'd feel something stroking them. Not a faint brush like bumping into the sheets, but a clear, deliberate feeling. Fingers, or something like fingers, gently running along my shin or the back of my calf. Sometimes the touch would slide across my ankle or lightly run over my foot. Other times, it was my exposed arm that got touched, a soft stroke from elbow to wrist, almost like someone was patting me or trying to comfort me. I would try to catch it in the act. I'd open my eyes and look down toward my legs. The blanket would be there, my skin partly uncovered, the room dimly lit by whatever light came through the window or from the hallway. I never saw anything. No hand. No shadow bending over me. Nothing moving at all. Just the ordinary shapes of my furniture, and the doorway and the closet. But the feeling on my skin was unmistakable, and it made my heart beat faster every time. Back then, I didn't really understand how scary it could be. At first, I actually thought it was kind of funny. It felt like some invisible thing was petting me the way you might pet a cat. It didn't hurt. It didn't feel like it was trying to scratch or grab me. It was just there. Gentle, but weird. I told my mom about it the way a kid talks about something strange that happened, half expecting her to laugh or tell me it was all in my head. Instead, she told me it was my guardian angel. She said it like it was a good thing. Like I didn't have to be scared because angels were there to protect me. The idea of having a guardian angel was comforting in a way. It made it easier to live with the fact that invisible hands seemed to stroke my arms and legs at night. Instead of panicking, I tried to accept it. It's just my angel, I'd tell myself when I felt that light, ghostly touch tracing its way across my skin. But not everything in that room could be explained so easily. My mom used to help me clean my room when it got too messy. We'd go through toys, straighten books, pick clothes up off the floor, and stack things nicely in the closet. I remember one day after we just finished cleaning. Everything was tidy, the floor clear, and my closet was as organized as it ever got. I lay down in bed afterward, just resting, staring across the room. My closet was the kind with folding doors, 2 panels that met in the middle and folded outward when you opened them. They didn't slide on tracks like some closets do. Instead, they opened on hinges and always felt a little stiff. You had to pull them with a bit of effort. They did not just drift open on their own, especially not with only a few inches of movement. As I lay there watching, the room quiet, my eyes on those doors, they suddenly moved. One of the panels slid open, just a little, maybe 3 inches or more. It wasn't a gentle wobble, or a tiny shift. It was a clear, deliberate movement, as if someone on the other side had pulled it toward themselves just enough to peek through. I froze. My eyes stayed locked on that gap. The first thing I thought was that something had fallen inside and pushed against the door from the inside. But I didn't hear anything. No thump, no clatter, no sound of anything shifting. Even if something had fallen, it would have needed to be fairly heavy to move that door like that. It wasn't easy to open, it had some resistance to it. And if it had been something heavy enough to push it open those few inches, I know I would have heard it hit the floor or knock into something else. But the room stayed perfectly silent. The door just stood there, slightly open, like it was staring back at me. I didn't get up to close it right away. I just lay there, watching that dark seam of closet space, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. Eventually, either I worked up the courage to get up and push it shut, or I left it like that and tried to ignore it. I don't remember that part clearly. What I do remember is the feeling that someone, or something, had just opened the closet door a little, on purpose, while I was watching. As I grew older, I eventually moved out of that room and into the basement. The basement wasn't perfect, but it felt different. It was cooler in temperature, and in feeling. It didn't have the same heavy atmosphere as my old room. There were times when I saw or sensed things down there too, but it always felt like whatever was in the house was weaker in the basement, or maybe just less interested in that area. Compared to the tension of my old room, the basement was almost a relief. Later on, I moved out with my mom for a while. We were away from that house for some months, and in that time I got used to a different routine, different walls, a different bedroom. When we eventually came back to the house, I was older, and this time my old room upstairs was given back to me. I didn't like it, but I took it. Old memories don't really fade when you step away for a bit. They just go quiet in the background. As soon as I was back in that room, it all felt familiar again. The layout, the furniture, the position of the window, the closet doors. I tried to act like it was all in my head, that I was older now and didn't have to be scared of the same things that used to bother me. At night, though, my body remembered how it had felt. One of my habits at that age was listening to music in bed before going to sleep. I'd lie there in the dark, or in low light, headphones in or music playing quietly, letting my mind drift and my eyes wander over the ceiling. It was something calming that helped me wind down. At least, that's how it was supposed to work. Then I started noticing the shadows. They weren't the simple, logical shadows made by lamps, door frames, or furniture. I knew what those looked like. These seemed wrong somehow. I'd be lying there, looking up at the ceiling, and I'd see shapes moving that didn't line up with anything that should have explained them. They weren't sharp, clear figures, but they were too distinct to just be tricks of my imagination. It was like something was walking across the ceiling, or leaning over me, or shifting slowly in places that should have been still. I could feel that these weren't normal shadows coming from ordinary things in my room. The feeling that came with them wasn't neutral either. It made my stomach clench and my chest feel tight. My heart would start beating faster whenever I realized I was seeing them again. The music, which used to be soothing, stopped helping. Sometimes it even made it worse, because it meant the rest of the room was quieter, and all I had was sound in my ears and dark shapes above me. It scared me enough that I eventually stopped listening to music in bed at all. Instead, I'd just get into bed and try to go straight to sleep without looking at anything. No staring at the ceiling, no watching the closet, no letting my eyes wander around the dark corners of the room. I'd lie down, pull the covers up, close my eyes, and try to force myself to sleep as quickly as possible. The less time I spent looking at the room, the less I had to see what was in it. During that summer, I got into the habit of staying up late talking to friends. We'd be online, chatting, joking around, or just sharing things with each other. Time passed quickly like that, and I often wouldn't go to bed until 3 or 4 in the morning. The house would be utterly quiet by then. Everyone else would be asleep. The world outside my window felt like it belonged to stray animals and streetlights, and the occasional car heading home too late. There was one night in particular that I will never forget. It was sometime after 3 in the morning. I had finally decided to log off and go to bed. I remember the motion of getting up, switching off my light or screen, and climbing into bed the way I always did. At first everything felt normal. The room looked the same as it always did in the dark, shapes of furniture in the faint light, the familiar outline of my closet, the curve of the ceiling above me. Then I started feeling uneasy. At first, it was just a small twinge. Nothing I could pin down, just a faint sense that something wasn't right. As the minutes went on, that feeling grew stronger. It wasn't like hearing a noise or seeing a shape and getting startled. It was more like something invisible was slowly coming closer, and some part of me could sense it even if my eyes couldn't see it yet. I didn't know what I was scared of, and that made it worse. If there had been a sound from the hallway or a shadow at the window, I could have aimed my fear at that and tried to deal with it. Instead, I just lay there, my heart beating faster, the room feeling heavier and heavier. The more time passed, the more frightened I became, until the fear felt almost physical, thick in the air, pressing against my chest. I did what seemed logical at the time. I hid under my blanket. I pulled the covers up over my head and tried to make myself as still as possible. The blanket became my shield, the thin line between me and whatever it was I felt creeping closer. I thought that if I stayed completely still and covered, maybe it wouldn't notice me, or maybe it would just go away. My breathing got shallow, quiet. I was afraid to move. I stared into the darkness under the blanket and wished I could just disappear. That's when I felt it again. Something started stroking my arm and my side through the blanket. Not hard, not like an attack, but a deliberate, steady touch. It moved slowly along my arm where the blanket lay over it, then down my side, as if tracing the shape of my body underneath. The fabric shifted slightly with the movement, just barely enough for me to notice. I knew for a fact that I was awake. This wasn't one of those half-dream states where you imagine something and then snap out of it unsure if it really happened. I was wide awake, eyes open under the darkness of the covers, every nerve buzzing with fear. I didn't move because I was too scared, not because I couldn't. My mind was racing. My body was frozen. The touch continued for what felt like a long time. And then there were the sounds. I started hearing things. Whispers, maybe, or murmurs, or voices that didn't sound like anything I could explain. They weren't clear enough for me to understand words, but they had a tone, a kind of rhythm, like people talking low and mean in another room. In that moment, I honestly thought I was hearing demons talking. That was the only way my mind could explain it. The sounds didn't feel like birds or the house settling or the wind outside. They felt wrong. Angry. Dark. Time lost its shape for a while. I lay there, too terrified to bolt, too terrified to look, feeling that touch and listening to those sounds, thinking over and over again that this must be something evil and that I had somehow gotten stuck in the middle of it. Eventually, something started to change. The panic inside me slowly eased. My heart still beat fast, but the tightness in my chest loosened just enough for me to take a deeper breath. The stroking stopped. The sounds faded. It was like a storm that had suddenly decided to move on. I stayed under the blanket for a little longer, waiting, listening, trying to sense if whatever it was had really gone. The room felt a little lighter, a little less suffocating. Finally, I worked up the courage to throw the covers back and sit up. My room looked normal again. The same shapes, the same furniture, the same ceiling. Nothing out of place. I turned my head to look at the clock and saw that it was just a bit after 4 in the morning. At some point during that hour, the darkest fear had come and gone without leaving any visible trace behind. The voices and sounds I had heard were gone too. But now, with the blanket off and my ears open, I could hear birds chirping outside the window. Morning had begun. The early light was creeping up into the sky, and the birds were singing in that way they do when a new day is starting. It was such a normal, ordinary sound that it felt almost unreal compared to what I had just experienced. Sometimes I tried to tell myself afterward that maybe I had only been hearing the birds the whole time, that my mind had twisted their chirping into something darker while I was lying under the blanket, scared out of my mind. But deep down, I knew it didn't sound like birds back then. The noises had been different. The feeling that came with them had been different. It's hard to explain, but the fear knew the difference even if the logical part of my brain tried to smooth it over later. After that night, I refused to fall asleep during the hour of 3 in the morning. I didn't know at the time that people talk about 3 a.m. as some kind of bad hour, or devil's hour. Later on, I heard people mention that, but back then I had no idea. All I knew was that for some reason, that particular hour always made me feel uncomfortable. Even before that worst night, I had always felt uneasy around that time, like the world was tilted slightly wrong. After that, I treated 3 a.m. as something to be avoided at all costs. If I was still awake and I saw the clock getting close to 3, I'd either force myself to stay up until it passed, or do everything I could to fall asleep before it came. I didn't want to be lying awake in that room when that hour rolled around again. That summer wasn't done with me yet. There was another night when I had a different kind of experience with my room. I was lying awake, the light on this time because I'd already learned that darkness didn't help me much. The house was quiet. Everyone else was asleep. My door was closed. All of a sudden, I heard the sound of someone trying to open my door. It wasn't just a quick jiggle either. It sounded like something was pushing against it, testing it, as if someone was trying to come in but didn't quite understand how to work the doorknob properly. The knob rattled, turned partway, and then there was a dull thud as a weight pressed against the door itself, as if a shoulder or body had leaned into it without knowing how to actually make it open. It didn't happen just once. Every few minutes the sound started up again. Rattle, push. Rattle, push. Like something impatient or confused was standing just outside, trying over and over to get in and failing each time. The knob turned in little sharp movements, not the smooth twist of a normal hand. The pressure against the door felt, in my mind's eye, clumsy somehow. I stayed awake with my light on, holding my book like a shield, pretending to read while my eyes kept flicking to the door. Reading was just an excuse to keep my brain occupied. Whenever the noise stopped, I waited for it to start again. Whenever it started again, my heart skipped a beat. I didn't call out. I didn't get up to check. I just waited and hoped that whatever was trying to figure out that doorknob would eventually give up. Eventually, it did stop. I don't remember what time it was when it finally went quiet for good, but I know it felt like a long time. After that, even the silence sounded like it had weight to it, as if something had been standing there for so long that its absence still left a kind of imprint. That same summer, there was a daytime incident too. It was during the day, which usually felt safer. The light was bright, the house was clearly defined, and shadows didn't seem to hide as much. I was alone in the house, sitting in my room with the door closed, talking online to a friend. The mood was casual and relaxed. Nothing about that moment felt spooky at all. Then something kicked my door. Hard. It was loud enough to startle me immediately. The sound echoed through the room, a heavy thud that shook the door in its frame. I froze for a second, staring at it. My first thought was that someone had come home and was playing some kind of weird joke. But there were no other sounds, no footsteps, no voices calling my name. I sat there, puzzled, trying to decide whether to get up and check or just ignore it. Before I could decide, it happened again. Another hard kick against the door. The wood shuddered. The noise cut through the quiet house like a shout. At that point, ignoring it didn't feel like an option anymore. I told my friend online what was happening, typed it out quickly, then stood up and went over to the door. My heart was beating faster, but I wasn't as scared as I had been during the night events. Maybe the daylight gave me a bit of courage. I opened the door suddenly, half expecting to see someone standing there. The hallway was empty. There was no one there. No prankster friend. No family member. Nothing that could have delivered those kicks. The house was quiet in that familiar daytime way. I stepped out and looked around a little more, but there was nothing to find. Something in me snapped a bit then, but not in fear, in anger. I went back to my doorway, stood there, and yelled into the empty house. I told whatever it was to leave my door alone and to stop it. I wasn't polite about it. I spoke sharply, angrily, like you would to someone who had crossed the line too many times. There was a sort of raw frustration mixed with my fear. I didn't want to be pushed around in my own room anymore. Then I went back inside and closed the door again. The kicking stopped after that. There were no more sudden blows. No more loud jolts shaking the frame. The house went back to being the ordinary house it looked like from the outside, at least on the surface. I don't know if yelling at it really did something or if it was just done for the day, but either way, it left me alone after that. Since then, I've moved back into the basement. Down there, I haven't had anything strange happen, at least not yet. The basement feels different, like something upstairs doesn't quite reach that far down. Maybe it's the layout. Maybe it's just in my head. But compared to my old room, the basement feels calm. I can sleep without feeling hands stroking my skin. I can look at the ceiling without seeing strange shadows that don't belong. I can listen to music without feeling watched. I keep thinking there's something wrong with that old room. People have suggested different explanations over time. One thing I've been told is that maybe there was an incubus in my old room. The word itself sounds like something out of an old story, some kind of male demon that is supposed to attack people, especially at night. But from what I've heard, those kinds of things are usually tied to sexual attacks or experiences, and I've never had anything like that happen to me. Whatever it was in that room never felt like it was trying to be seductive or anything like that. It felt like it wanted to scare me, touch me, bother me, press against my space, and maybe feed off my fear, but not in a sexual way. The stroking, the whispers, the pounding on the door, the closet door sliding open, all of it felt wrong, but in a different way than those old incubus stories. So I don't know what it was. I just know that the room never really felt like mine. Not at night. Not when the clock got close to 3 in the morning. Not when the shadows seemed to move on their own, or when invisible fingers traced lines along my skin. Even with all the logical explanations I've tried to give myself over the years, nerves, dreams, stress, the house settling, there's still a part of me that remembers how real it felt. And that part is very happy to be sleeping in the basement now, far away from that old room and whatever might still be sitting in the dark up there, waiting for someone to come back. When I think back to my first ghost experience, I always end up back in that small, ordinary hallway outside my childhood bedroom, even though what I saw that day made it feel anything but ordinary. I was around 7 or 8 years old, young enough that mornings still felt simple and safe, the kind of age where you worry more about what cartoon is on than anything in the world of spirits, or the supernatural. It was about 7 in the morning, that soft part of the day when the house is just beginning to wake up. The light in my room was dim, the kind of early light that sneaks in around the edges of curtains, and makes everything look a bit gray. I opened my eyes, still groggy, turned my head on the pillow, and looked out of my bedroom door, which faced the hallway. That was when I saw her. A woman in what looked like a long white dress ran past the doorway and straight into the washroom across the hall. It wasn't a slow, drifting movement like in a movie. It was quick, enough that I saw her clearly, and then she was gone. The dress flowed around her legs as she ran. I didn't see her face properly, just the shape of her, the whiteness of the fabric, and the way she moved, like someone with a purpose. There was no sound of footsteps, no creak of floorboards, just that sudden flash of white and the knowledge that someone had just entered the washroom. I lay there, blinking. My heart beat a little faster, but I wasn't as terrified as you'd expect a child that age to be. There was something about it that felt almost calm, like my mind didn't know yet how scared it was supposed to be. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to go back to sleep, telling myself it was nothing, or that maybe it was my imagination playing tricks on me. About a week later, I learned it wasn't something I could ignore that easily. I was in the washroom, standing at the sink, brushing my teeth. The door was closed, the light was on, and everything felt normal. I leaned forward a bit, looking into the mirror, foam in my mouth, toothbrush moving back and forth. My eyes wandered from my own reflection to the space behind me. And then I froze. There, in the mirror, I saw her again. The same woman. The same long white dress. She wasn't running this time. She wasn't darting past. She was simply there, in the reflection behind me. I can't tell you every detail of her face now, but I remember the feeling of recognizing her instantly. It was like seeing a stranger you somehow know you've met before. For a moment, everything in me went very still. My hand holding the toothbrush slowed down. I stared. The breath in my chest felt tight. And then, just like that, she was gone. I spun around quickly, heart racing now, but the washroom behind me was empty. No woman. No white dress. Just the tiled floor, the walls, and the plain, ordinary door. It was as if whatever I had seen had only existed in the surface of the mirror, like she had chosen that thin, silver world to appear in, and then slipped out of it again. That was the last time I ever saw her. At least, that particular woman. She wasn't the only spirit in my house, though. Not by a long shot. One of the most well-known ones in my home is a little girl, around 7 years old, or at least that's how old she looks. I've always felt that her name is N. I can't explain why. It's not like I ever heard her say her name. It's just a feeling that sits in the back of my mind, the way you instinctively know something without being able to prove it. Whenever I think of her, that name is attached to her. The first time I saw her, I was in grade 5. Back then, I had this habit of waking up in the middle of the night, and leaving my own bed to go sleep in the living room where my mother usually slept. There was something about being near her that made it easier to go back to sleep, like the presence of a parent can still make monsters seem smaller even when you're not really a little kid anymore. One night, like many others, I woke up and padded quietly down the hall, down to where my mother lay. The living room was dim, lit maybe by a streetlight sneaking through the curtains or the glow of something faint across the room. My mother was lying down, half asleep, but when she saw me, she shifted, stood up a bit to make room for me to lie near her. As she stood up, that was when I saw the girl. She was peeking out from behind my mother, as if my mom's body had been a door, and she was stepping just the tiniest bit through it. Her small face and upper body appeared, watching me. She didn't rush out. She didn't run. She simply stood there, her body half hidden, staring at me. We looked at each other for what felt like a long time, though it was probably only a few seconds. I remember the air feeling thick between us, like something meaningful was happening even though either of us said a word. Her clothes were light-colored, and even though I didn't fully register every detail at that age, I could tell there was something old-fashioned about her. Then I blinked. When my eyes opened again, she was gone. I don't know where she went, whether she slipped back behind my mother or vanished entirely. My mother didn't say anything, and I didn't say anything to her right away. I just climbed into my spot and lay down, my mind spinning around the image of that small, silent face watching me. The next time I saw her was a few years later, when I was in grade 8. By then, I had moved rooms and grown older, but the house was still the same. One day or night, I remember the moment more than the time, I saw her walking from my sister's room, which used to be my old room, and into the washroom. It wasn't a quick blur. It was a clear, steady movement. She walked with purpose, like she lived there, like walking from that room to that washroom was a normal thing for her to do. Her age seemed the same, around 7. She still looked like a little girl frozen in time. What surprised me the most was that I wasn't as terrified as I always thought I would be if I saw a ghost straight on like that. I was startled, of course. My heart jumped. But instead of full-blown panic, there was a strange familiarity. It was like seeing someone you've known from a distance suddenly up close. There was fear, yes, but also this odd feeling that she was just another part of the house now. I saw her again the following year. This time, I was in my room. I watched her walk from my bed to the bookshelf I have, as if she were moving through the space with some invisible plan in mind. On another occasion, I saw her walking around my bed, circling it quietly. She didn't look at me every time, but I always had the sense that she was aware of me, that she knew I could see her. After that, I didn't see her for a while. It was like she had decided to stay out of sight for a bit. Spirits seem to have their own timing, their own rules about when they appear and when they don't. When I finally told my mother about her, my mom was quite surprised. She didn't look at me like I was making it up. Instead, she seemed genuinely startled, as if I had confirmed something she had been quietly wondering about herself. She told me that a few years back, she had seen the same girl. Not just a similar one, not just a vague child spirit, but the same one, in the same kind of clothing I had described. She told me that when she had seen the girl, the child had been leaning over my bed while I slept, just staring at me. My mother described her clothes in more detail, a white dress with a bonnet. The outfit looked like something from the 18th century, or at least long before our time. It matched perfectly with what I had seen, the soft, old-fashioned shape of her dress, the way she seemed to come from another era entirely. My mom told me that this year, the girl had peeked her head out of the kitchen door when my mom walked in. She said the child looked at her for a split second, eyes wide and curious, and then quickly dashed back, vanishing from view. It was the same shy, yet bold pattern, showing herself, then pulling back again, like a child playing an invisible game of hide and seek. The girl wasn't the only spirit in the house. Another one is a soldier. I've only seen him a couple of times, but those few moments were enough to imprint him in my mind. There's something about the energy of a soldier that feels different, more grounded, heavier somehow. He's not like the little girl. He feels older, more serious, like he carries the weight of something behind him. One time, I was sitting at my computer. The room around me was quiet except for the soft sounds of whatever I was doing. Then I saw movement in my peripheral vision. I watched as a man in what clearly looked like an old soldier's uniform walked behind me. It wasn't a transparent blur. It was distinct enough that I could see the shape of his body, the way he carried himself. He moved with the steady gait of someone trained to march. When I turned my head to look where he had just been, expecting maybe to catch one last glimpse of him, or to find someone standing there was nothing. The space was empty. No one was behind me. My heart pounded, but the only thing I could hear now was the faint hum of the computer. Another time, I saw him near my bookshelf. I heard shuffling footsteps, the sound of boots or shoes moving on the floor, that low, steady sound that tells you someone is walking just behind you. I thought it was my dad at first, coming to see what I was doing, maybe leaning over my shoulder to check in. The footsteps got closer. I braced myself to turn and see him there. When I turned around, it wasn't my dad. It was the soldier. He walked behind me, around my space, and then disappeared, leaving behind only the echo of footsteps in my ears and the memory of his presence. It was such a strange collision of worlds. One moment thinking it's your father, the next realizing it's someone who is no longer part of the living. There was also a white figure I used to see from time to time. It never stayed long. It usually just peeked at me, almost shyly. I'd catch it looking from around a corner or from the side of a doorway. When I turned my head to look directly at it, it would hide, slipping out of sight quickly, like a child too shy to be seen for more than a second. There was something almost gentle about that figure, but it kept its distance. I haven't seen it at all in a while. Sometimes I wonder if it moved on or if it just decided to stay hidden permanently. Not all of the experiences were just visual. One time, again while I was sitting at my computer, I began to feel something touching me. It started as a tickling feeling, a light sensation like someone barely brushing their fingers against my skin. Then it became more distinct. I felt something touching my face, a soft contact against my cheek, my jaw, the side of my head. The touches weren't rough. They felt playful, almost loving, like someone trying to get my attention without scaring me. It went further. I felt what seemed like hands resting over my own, as if someone had gently placed their hands on top of mine, trying to hold them. My fingers tingled. My hands felt warm under that invisible weight. I felt touches on my feet too, little brushes and pats as if something was moving around me, checking on me from different angles. It was strange, but it didn't feel bad at first. It felt like an extremely friendly presence, like someone who liked me and wanted me to know they were there. But then, something changed. That warm, friendly feeling would suddenly be overtaken by a completely different energy. It felt darker, heavier, more threatening. The room seemed to get colder in an instant. My skin would prickle, not from the tickling touch, but from the sensation of something angry or negative pushing in. The friendly presence didn't vanish completely. It would come back, brushing against me lightly, as if trying to comfort me. Then the evil-feeling presence would push in again, and then the friendly one, back and forth, like there was some kind of struggle happening around me that I couldn't see, only feel. One thing I noticed was that whenever my dad came around, the touching would stop. If he walked into the room, the sensations would vanish, like whoever was touching me had quickly let go and stepped back. The air would feel normal again. Nothing would brush my face, nothing would rest on my hands. As soon as my dad left, though, the sensations would start again. It was as if whatever it was didn't want to be caught by him, or maybe didn't want to scare him, or maybe just couldn't be around his energy. Not all the spirits in my life were human. My Nona used to have a cat named Princess. Despite the name, Princess was a male cat, and I was really close to him. He wasn't just another animal in the house to me. He was a little friend, a quiet presence that made everything feel softer. I adored him, and he always seemed to understand when I needed company or comfort. When he died, I was still very young, just in senior kindergarten, but I remember being deeply sad. There's a particular kind of hurt that comes from losing a beloved animal when you're a child, because they feel like the one being who never judges you, never argues, and is always just there. For a long time after he died, I didn't see him. I just carried the memory of him with me. Then, just this year, something happened that made me think I might have seen his ghost. I was sitting in a room, doing my own thing, when I saw a white cat walk into the room. My first thought was that it was Snowball, my Nona's other white cat. They were similar in color, and at a quick glance, it made perfect sense. I turned my head toward the cat, ready to reach out and pet him, expecting the solid weight of a living animal under my hand. The cat walked a step or two more, and then disappeared. He didn't slip under a chair or behind an object. He simply vanished into thin air right in front of me. One moment he was there, walking with that familiar feline gait, and the next there was nothing in the space where his body had been. My hand paused mid-reach, my heart giving a strange little jump. On another occasion, I saw him jump behind a chair. It was a very specific movement, one that Princess used to do all the time. He'd hop behind the chair and hide there, or nap there, thinking he was cleverly out of sight. I saw the same jump with the same kind of grace and playfulness. I waited for him to reappear or for some sign of where he'd gone, but when I went to look behind the chair, there was nothing. No cat. No furry body curled up. Just empty space. It felt like Princess had come back for a moment, in the only way he could. Then came last Monday, March 10th, 2008.
On that day, I got something I had wanted for a while, a Ouija board. My grandmother gave it to me because she knew I was curious about it and wanted one. I know a lot of people are afraid of those boards, but to me, at that time, it felt like a doorway to answers, a way to talk to what I had been seeing and feeling for so long. My cousins were interested too. They wanted to try it out with me, to see if anything would happen. So a few of us went down into a room in the basement that was supposedly haunted. The air there already felt different, a little heavier, a little more serious. We closed the door, the light low enough to feel spooky but not completely dark. Before we started, I did a prayer and a sort of protection ceremony that I'd put together from things I'd read and heard. I wanted to be safe. I wanted everyone in the room to be safe. After that, we placed our fingers lightly on the planchette and tried to talk. Nothing happened. The planchette didn't move at all. It just sat there under our fingertips, still and stubborn. Minutes crawled by. My cousins started to get paranoid and scared, not because something was happening, but because they were afraid of what might happen. Each second of silence made their nerves worse. They were sure that something invisible was watching us, waiting to do something we weren't prepared for. They finally got too freaked out and decided they had had enough. They pulled their hands away, standing up quickly, talking over each other in anxious voices. In their rush to get out of the room, they forgot something important. We all did. We forgot to say goodbye. We left the board sitting there, the session technically open. We jetted out of the room, hearts racing, even though, on the surface, nothing obvious had happened. Ever since that day, I've been seeing a figure walking around more often. It usually appears near me, sometimes just at the edge of my vision, sometimes a bit clearer. I don't get a good feeling from it. There's something about the presence that feels heavier, darker, more unsettling than some of the other spirits I've known in the house. When it walks near me, the air feels wrong. The atmosphere changes. My skin prickles in a way that isn't neutral, and I find myself on edge, watching, waiting. I can't help but wonder if that Ouija session, especially the fact that we didn't properly close it, let something in or stirred something up that had been dormant. It feels connected in a way I can't shake. At the same time, I know I have to be careful about how much power I give that idea in my own mind. I plan to use the Ouija board again, but this time in my house, and not just with whoever is around and curious. I want to use it with people who are experienced and know how to keep things as safe as possible. I know there are risks. I also know that I've been surrounded by spirits for a long time already, long before I ever touched that board. Sometimes when I am in bed, I feel like someone is on the other side of me. It's a very specific feeling, like the weight of another presence lying there beside me, just out of sight. The space feels occupied even though I know there is nothing there physically. On some nights, that feeling terrifies me so much that I can't even bring myself to turn my head and look in that direction. I lie stiff, staring the other way, my imagination racing with images of what I might see if I dared to look. On other nights, though, the presence feels different, gentler, kinder. When that happens, I don't feel dread. I feel strangely safe. I can turn my head toward that side of the bed, and even though I don't see a body or a face, I feel like something friendly is there, watching over me instead of trying to frighten me. Not every experience has been visual or tactile. Some have been physical in a different way. One time, I woke up at 3 in the morning with a nosebleed. I got up, dealt with it, and eventually went back to sleep. Then I woke up again at 6, with another nosebleed. I cleaned myself up, puzzled, a little shaken, then tried to sleep again. At 9, it happened a third time. 3 times in one night, spaced out almost evenly. All throughout that day, I noticed something strange in my house. When I walked through certain areas, my head would start to throb. The pain would come on sharply, like a heavy, pressing headache centered in my skull. At the same time, my back would have sharp pains, as if something unseen was pressing or poking at it. When I stepped out of those areas and into a different part of the house, the pain would fade. I'd feel fine again. Then I'd walk back into one of those particular spaces, and the pain would flare up once more. It was like there were invisible zones in the house, places where the air itself seemed to affect me physically. I still don't fully understand what that meant, but it added another layer to the feeling that my home was shared with more than just the living. All of these experiences, seeing the woman in white, the little girl I think is named, and the soldier, the shy white figure, the friendly yet contested touches at the computer, the ghostly cat princess, the strange figure after the Ouija board, the bedside presence, and the nosebleeds and pain zones, they all weave together into something complicated and hard to explain. I live with the sense that my world has always had more in it than what most people see. Sometimes that's comforting. Sometimes it's terrifying. And, a lot of the time, it's both at once.
It probably really began when I was 14, even though at the time I didn't realize that one night would be the start of so many strange things. I'm 24 now, but I can still feel pieces of that time like they're sitting just under my skin. That summer, my family and I had gone on a week-long camping trip. It was supposed to be a happy break from everything. Just tents, trees, the smell of smoke from the campfire, and the kind of quiet you only get far away from the city. We had our routines back then. My parents would sit in lawn chairs with coffee in the morning. My siblings and I would go exploring, playing games, skipping rocks. And there was always the thought that when we went home, Max would be there waiting. Max was our dog, the family dog, but he was especially mine. We'd gotten him when I was younger. And there's something about getting a dog when you're a kid that makes the bond different. I was small enough then that when he stood on his hind legs, he could almost knock me over, and I grew up with him always at my side. If I went outside, he followed. If I was upset, he'd sit with his head on my knee. He was just there. Constant. Solid. My best friend before I even knew what that meant. We didn't bring him on that camping trip. He'd stayed home. And I can't even remember why now. Maybe because it was easier, maybe because of park rules, maybe because someone had offered to watch him. I just remember assuming, the way kids do, that everything would be the same when we got back. You don't really expect life to change while you're trying to roast marshmallows over a fire. Then we got the news. I don't remember exactly how my parents told me. I just remember the feeling. One minute I was in that camping world of dirt and pine needles and plastic cups, and the next I was hearing that Max was gone. He died while we were away. The words didn't sound real at first. It was like I heard them through water. I couldn't understand how he could be alive when we left, and not alive now. I hadn't said goodbye. I hadn't been there. Grief hit me harder than I think my parents expected. 14 is an age where you're caught between being a kid and being a teenager, and it felt like every piece of that confusion and change crashed down all at once. I cried and cried, the kind of crying that makes your chest hurt and your head pound, the kind you can't hide no matter how much you try to swallow it down. I was devastated to the point that my family ended up cutting the vacation short. They packed everything up and took me home early because I couldn't handle being away, knowing that Max wouldn't be there when we pulled into the driveway. When we got home, the house felt different. There's a particular silence that comes when an animal isn't there anymore. You don't notice all the tiny sounds they make until they stop. No clicking nails on the floor. No jangling collar. No sleepy sighs from the corner. Just spaces where he used to be. Around that time, I had just moved into a room in my parents' basement. It felt like a grown-up thing to do, claiming my own space downstairs, slightly removed from the rest of the house. The room was simple and a bit unfinished, the way basement rooms often are. It didn't even have a door. The doorway was just an open frame that led straight out into the area where the furnace stood. From my bed, if I lay on my back and looked straight ahead, I could see out through that open doorway and down the short stretch to where the furnace sat, a big, hulking shape against the wall. During the day it looked ordinary enough. At night, with the basement light off and only faint light seeping in from upstairs or from stray streetlights outside, it took on stranger shapes in my imagination. I got used to falling asleep there, listening to the quiet hum of the house settling around me, the distant sounds of pipes, maybe the furnace kicking on now and then. It was a new room, but it became mine. My bed, my water bottle on the side, my little corner of the basement. Then, one night, something happened that I have gone back and forth on in my mind for years. I woke up in the middle of the night. It wasn't a violent jolt or a nightmare that snapped me out of sleep. I just drifted slowly awake, the way you do sometimes when your brain decides it's time. The room was dim, shadows lying thick in the corners. I reached over automatically for the water bottle I always kept beside my bed. I lifted it and took a sip, the plastic cool against my hand, the water soothing my dry throat. As I lowered the bottle and set it back down, I happened to glance toward the doorway. Sitting in the entrance of my room was Max. He sat there just like he used to, his body turned slightly toward me, his head up, his outlines so familiar it made my heart stop. For a moment, every bit of grief I had been carrying seemed to lift. There he was. My dog. My friend. The same posture, the same shape. Not a fuzzy memory, not a picture in a frame, but real and present, like he had just wandered in to check on me. I remember feeling more surprised than scared in that first instant. My brain didn't immediately leap to ghost. It leapt to recognition. To that simple joy you get when you see someone you love after you've missed them. Even now, I can still feel the way the air seemed to fill with that recognition, like the world had tilted and laid him gently back into it. I started calling to him. I remember saying his name, my voice a half-whisper, half-plea. Max! I called softly, invitingly, as if he were just alive and fine and had somehow padded silently down the stairs. I reached my hand out a little, the way you do when you want a dog to come closer. I wanted him on the bed with me the way he used to be, warm and solid at my side. That's when it changed. I can remember very specifically the moment when what I was seeing stopped feeling like Max and started feeling like something else. His eyes, which at first I had just seen as bright, suddenly seemed to glow red. Not the way an animal's eyes shine when light hits them from a certain angle, but an unnatural, distinct red, like something was burning behind them. And then he jumped. He leapt toward my bed, not in the playful, clumsy way he had when he was alive, but with a kind of aggression that made my blood run cold. He landed on the bed and came at me as if he were trying to attack. The movement was fast and wrong. A dog that had never hurt me, never even snapped at me, was suddenly lunging. The mattress shifted, my body tensed, and pure terror ripped through me. I don't remember what I did in those next few seconds. I just remember the fear. The way every part of me screamed that this wasn't right. That this wasn't my Max, not really. Whatever was using his shape, whatever was sitting in my doorway and now on my bed, wasn't him. That experience scared the absolute life out of me. In the days, weeks, and years that followed, I repeatedly told myself it must have been a dream. I clung to that explanation. It made everything less horrifying if I told myself my brain had just created a nightmare out of grief. The details are fuzzy around the edges now, as dreams often are, so it was easy to try to push it into that category in my mind. But deep down, some part of me remembers how awake I felt, how real the bottle had been in my hand, how true the sight of him in the doorway looked before it turned dark. And that part of me knows that what happened might have been more than just a dream. Whatever it was, one thing is certain, after that night, I never saw Max again. The dog at the doorway, with the familiar shape and the red eyes, appeared only that once. There were no more ghostly dogs padding around the basement, no more glimpses of him out of the corner of my eye. Instead, something else started to appear. Later, on different nights, I would wake up or roll over in bed and, out of habit, my eyes would drift to the doorway. The furnace was still there, its shadowy bulk visible down the short stretch of basement. But in my own doorway, framed by that gap where a door should have been, I started seeing someone. It was a man. Or at least, the shape of a man. He was huge, his form filling the doorway easily. I couldn't see his face clearly most of the time. He appeared more like a dark silhouette than a detailed person. But the outline was always the same. He looked like he was wearing a massive trench coat, the kind that falls heavy and long, with shoulders broad and imposing. On his head, he wore a hat with a wide brim, the kind of hat that casts a deep shadow over a face, disguising the features beneath it. He would just stand there. Night after night, I would open my eyes and see him in that doorway, not moving, not speaking, not stepping forward. Just standing and staring in my direction. The first time I saw him, fear shot through me so violently that I didn't dare look at him for more than a second or two. In that moment, my mind flashed back to the dog, to Max leaping onto my bed, to that sudden change from something I thought I knew into something that was trying to hurt me. I was terrified that if I stared too long or looked too closely, this man would do the same thing, launch himself at me, drag me from the bed, turn from shadow into attack. I started to see him constantly. It wasn't an every once in a while thing. For a stretch of time, it felt like he was there almost every night. I'd drift toward sleep, wake up in the darkness, and look toward the doorway to find him standing there like he belonged in that spot. It was as if my room had gotten a permanent visitor who refused to cross the threshold but also refused to leave. At first, the fear was intense. My heart would pound so loudly in my chest that I was certain he could hear it from the doorway. I'd pull the blanket up higher, close my eyes, and try to pretend I hadn't seen him. I'd tell myself it was nothing, it was my imagination, it was the furnace casting strange shapes. Anything to make the pounding in my chest slow down. But human beings can get used to almost anything, even the strangest, most unsettling things. Over time, the sight of him became less shocking. The fear dulled around the edges. He became part of the landscape of my nights, that tall figure in a trench coat and wide-brimmed hat stationed like a guard or a watcher at the entrance to my sleeping space. Somewhere along the way, something inside me shifted. Instead of shrinking back and trembling, I caught myself reacting differently. There were nights when I'd wake up, see him standing there, and instead of panicking, I would just roll over, give a small, almost resigned smile, and go back to sleep. It sounds strange to say that I smiled at him, but I did. It was the oddest mixture of defiance and familiarity. As if I were saying, "I see you. You're not going to scare me tonight." He never came any closer, never crossed the invisible line into the room. He just stood, a dark shape in the doorway, as I drifted back into dreams. One morning, after seeing him in the doorway the night before, I was sitting with my parents, talking about a bad dream I'd had. It wasn't even about the man in the doorway. It was just one of those strange, unsettling dreams that sticks with you once you wake up. I remember describing it, and my mom chuckled. She said my dad had also had a nightmare that same night, and suggested I go ask him about it. Curious, I went to my dad and asked what he had dreamed about. He looked at me, probably expecting to tell some silly story and move on, but what he said made something inside me go very still. He told me that in his dream, a man had broken into our house. In the dream, this man made his way into my sister's room and ended up killing her. That alone would have been terrifying enough. The idea of someone invading our home and harming someone we loved is a nightmare in the purest sense of the word. My dad said it jolted him awake. He woke up with that horrible image in his mind, heart racing, unsure whether it had just been a dream or if some part of it had bled into reality. When he opened his eyes and looked out into a hallway that led toward the kitchen, he said he actually saw someone leaving my sister's room. From his vantage point, he could see both my sister's bedroom door and the entrance to the kitchen connected by a short hallway. He told me he saw a figure walking out of her room and heading into the kitchen. It wasn't just an afterimage or a vague impression. It was distinct enough that it made him react. He got up quickly, heart still pounding from the nightmare, and ran into the kitchen. He reached for the light switch, flipped it on, flooding the room with brightness. No one was there. The figure he had seen was gone. The kitchen stood empty, quiet, just another room in the house with nothing out of place. He searched, but there was no intruder to find, no signs of forced entry, no sister in danger. Just the lingering sense something had been walking those halls moments before. It was then that I told him about the man I always saw in my doorway. I explained that almost every night, I'd look up and see someone standing there, watching me. I described the silhouette, the trench coat, the wide-brimmed hat. I told him how at first it had terrified me, and how now I was almost used to it. I think part of me expected, or hoped, that telling him would lead to some serious discussion. Maybe he'd admit he'd seen something too. Maybe he'd say he believed me. Instead, he brushed it off and told me it was just the furnace. To him, the shape in the dark, the impressions in doorways and hallways, were nothing more than tricks of the light and the big metal hulk of the furnace throwing strange shadows. I wanted to accept that, but the description of his dream, and the figure he saw walking out of my sister's room, lingered with me. There was too much overlap, too much similarity. The years moved forward. By the time I turned 18, I was still seeing the man. He hadn't left with my childhood. He stayed. That silhouette became such a normal part of my nights that I sometimes wondered if he'd always be there, a permanent fixture until the day I moved out for good. It wasn't just me anymore, though. Friends would come over and spend the night. We'd stay up too late watching movies, playing games, talking about things that felt important at that age. They'd crash on the floor or on whatever spare furniture we could find in the basement. The next morning, when the light was back and the night had loosened its grip on everything, they would sometimes mention something. They'd say they'd woken up in the middle of the night and seen someone standing in the room. They always thought it was me at first. "I woke up and saw you standing there in the middle of the room," they'd say. "And I wondered what you were doing." Then they'd realize the person they were seeing wasn't moving right, or wasn't quite where I should have been, or didn't disappear the way someone heading to the bathroom or upstairs would. When they described what they'd seen, the details matched what I'd been seeing for years. A tall guy. Long coat. A hat with a brim. Hearing them describe him made something tighten and relax inside me all at once. On one hand, it was unnerving, because it meant I wasn't imagining him. On the other, there was a twisted sort of relief in knowing I wasn't alone, that the silhouette in my doorway wasn't just something my own mind had conjured. Other people saw him too. Other people felt his presence in that basement room. Around that time, the activity in the house started to pick up overall. It wasn't limited to my bedroom doorway or my basement room anymore. My family and I began to see things out of the corners of our eyes more and more often. Quick flashes of movement where no one should have been, shapes slipping past doorways, shadows that seemed to duck away when you turned to look directly at them. We'd be going about our day. Someone would be in the kitchen and swear they saw someone walk past the doorway toward the hallway. Another person would be in the living room and think they saw someone standing in the corner for a split second. When they'd look more closely, there would be nothing, just the normal furniture, the normal walls. These weren't full-bodied apparitions, but they were too frequent to ignore. One night, my mother told me about something she had seen that stuck with me in a very vivid way. She said she had seen what she described as a floating person, with a tiny smile on their face, waving at her. The image is so simple, but so eerie. A person who isn't standing on the ground, whose feet aren't anchored to the floor, whose body is suspended in the air, looking at you with a small, almost polite smile, lifting their hand to give a little wave like they were greeting a neighbor across the street. The way she described it, it sounded neither overtly threatening nor entirely friendly. There's something deeply unsettling about someone smiling and floating where no one should be. It was as if the house had started to reveal more of its invisible occupants, almost like it wanted to make sure we knew we were being watched. Along with the visual stuff, there were loud, unexplained noises. Bangs, knocks, things falling when no one was near them. Sometimes they would come from rooms we knew were empty. We'd search and find nothing out of place, no reason for the sound. Other times, the noises would be followed up by actual physical changes in the house. Objects moved into new positions, things arranged in ways no one in the family would have bothered to do. One night stands out in my memory clearly. We had a collection of empty bottles, nothing special, just bottles that had been set aside, sitting near or on top of our freezer. They usually stood in a haphazard little cluster, the way things do when people are lazy about putting them away properly. That night, we heard some noise, nothing huge but enough to make us pay attention. Later, when we went to check, we saw that all of the empty bottles were lined up neatly across the top of the freezer. Every single one, arranged carefully, as if someone had taken the time to pick them up and place them in a precise row. No one in my family admitted to doing it. There was no reason for anyone to have done it as a joke, and then not claimed it. It was an odd thing for a human to bother with, but it felt exactly like the kind of thing a playful or attention-seeking presence would do. Honestly, I thought that one was kind of cool. There was something almost artistic about it, the idea of a ghostly hand moving bottles around in the night, and leaving behind this bizarre, orderly display for us to find in the morning. In a house where some things felt heavy and frightening, that detail had a strange charm to it, even if it was still deeply weird. Looking back now, I can see how that one camping trip, that one moment of losing Max, was like a crack that opened in my life. After that, the dog in the doorway, the man in the trench coat and hat, my dad's nightmare and the figure he saw leaving my sister's room, my friends waking up to a stranger in the basement, my mother's floating smiler, the lined-up bottles, the shadows at the edge of our vision, all of it started to weave together into a pattern that's hard to ignore. I grew up in a house that didn't always feel empty when it should have. And even now, years later, that impression hasn't completely left me. Easter of 2006 is burned into my memory in a way I never expected it to be. At the time, it was just supposed to be a quick trip home, a long weekend in Calgary to see my parents and my little brother Chris. I used to live in Calgary myself, but I'd moved down to Los Angeles with my girlfriend, Jerry, when I turned 19. The plan was simple: drive up, spend Easter with the family, eat too much food, catch up on everything we'd missed, and then head back to our life in California. I never imagined that visit would end with all of us leaving Calgary behind. A month or so before that Easter weekend, my parents and Chris had moved into a new place. It was closer to the city center, in an older neighborhood that never really appealed to me. The streets were narrower, the houses sat closer together, and the whole area had this tired, worn-out feel, like the kind of place that had seen better days a long time ago and never fully recovered. It wasn't my favorite part of town, but I knew my parents were trying to make things work. The place was more affordable, and they were doing what they had to do. Even before we got there, I'd been hearing about the house. Every weekend, I'd talk to Chris on the phone, and no matter what else we talked about, school, friends, games, he always circled back to the same thing: he hated being home alone in that place. He didn't just say it casually either. There was a serious edge to his voice whenever he brought it up. He'd tell me how every time he came home from school and no one else was there, the house felt wrong to him. He'd walk in, drop his bag, and instantly feel this heavy, uncomfortable vibe, like the air itself was watching him. He described little things that kept happening. Lights turning off and on by themselves. The cat suddenly freaking out, staring at empty corners and hissing out what looked like nothing at all. Footsteps when nobody was moving. He tried to laugh it off sometimes, like he knew how crazy it sounded, but underneath the jokes I could tell he was genuinely unsettled. It wasn't just that he didn't like the place. It was that the place felt like it didn't like him. I believed him at least a little, partly because I know him and I know he doesn't scare easily, and partly because I've always been open to the idea that not everything in this world can be explained away. Still, there's a difference between listening to stories over the phone in your sunny apartment in California and stepping into the house yourself. The minute Jerry and I walked through the front door, I understood exactly what he'd been trying to tell me. We didn't need anyone to point it out. We didn't need any lights to flicker or doors to slam. Just crossing the threshold was enough. It wasn't like in the movies where everything suddenly goes icy cold, but there was a weight in the air that hit us both at once. It felt thick, tense, charged with something that had nothing to do with the weather or the age of the house. If I had to put it into words, I'd say it felt angry. Not annoyed. Not sad. Angry. There was something in that house that did not want us there, or at least didn't want anyone feeling comfortable there. As I stood just inside the doorway with my overnight bag in hand, I felt the skin on the back of my neck prickle. Jerry and I exchanged a quick look, the kind that says, "Did you feel that too?" without anyone having to speak. We tried to shake it off and smile at my parents, hug them, say hello, act like everything was normal. But underneath the small talk, that uneasy feeling stayed. Later that day, just before dinner, we were all sitting in the family room. It was one of those ordinary moments that should have felt warm and easy. My parents were on the couch, Chris in a chair, Jerry and I squeezed together, everyone holding a drink, catching up, telling stories from the past year. The TV might have been on low in the background, or maybe there was music. It's the kind of detail I can't quite remember now because of what came afterward. What I do remember clearly is the cat. He was pacing back and forth near the entrance to the family room, his body tense in that way cats get when they're on edge. Every few steps, he'd stop and stare toward the basement door. The door itself was just slightly open, maybe an inch or so. Not enough for a person to slip through, but enough to leave a thin dark line, a shadowed sliver leading down to whatever was below. At first, I didn't think much of it. Cats stare at things all the time. They jump at shadows, watch dust motes, fixate on invisible points on the wall like they've discovered some secret that humans can't see. But this was different. The more I watched him, the clearer it became. He wasn't curious. He was afraid. His body would stiffen, his tail puff up, his ears flatten. He took a few wary steps toward the door, then stopped dead, eyes locked on that narrow gap. Suddenly, he started hissing and growling, a low, deep sound that came from his chest. His hackles rose all along his spine, the first standing straight up like he was plugged into electricity. He looked ready to either attack or bolt, torn between fight and flight. Hey, Chris said, getting up quickly and grabbing the cat. He scooped him up and brought him back into the family room with us, settling him onto his lap like he was trying to reassure him. The cat stayed there, but he didn't relax. Even in Chris's arms, he kept his eyes pinned on that basement door, watching it like something might come through it at any moment. We tried to keep talking, but it was impossible to ignore the way the cat was acting. The minutes stretched on. Maybe half an hour passed, maybe less, maybe more. It's hard to measure time when you're a little on edge. The house felt quiet in a way that didn't feel peaceful. It felt like everything was holding its breath. Then we heard it. A loud, sudden slam. The sound came from the direction of the basement. The cat exploded out of Chris's arms and bolted out of the room, claws scrambling on the floor as he raced up the stairs. My heart jumped into my throat. I whipped around in my seat and stared toward where the noise had come from. The basement door, which had been left open just an inch, was now fully closed. There was no one standing near it. No one in the hall. No draft that I could feel. No obvious reason why the door should have moved at all, much less slammed with that kind of force. It wasn't a gentle swing. It was the kind of slam you'd expect from an angry person leaving a room, not from a loose hinge or a gust of wind. Chris pointed at the door and looked straight at me, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and grim satisfaction. "See?" he said. "I told you this place was up." I couldn't argue with that. For some reason, it wasn't just the door itself that got to me. It was the context. It was knowing that Chris spent a lot of his time home alone, walking into this house after school, climbing the stairs, hearing things like that happening when nobody else was around. It was one thing to witness a weird moment, while surrounded by other people. It was another thing entirely to think about him hearing that slam on a random Tuesday afternoon, with nobody there to say they heard it too. Later that night, things got worse. After a long day of driving up from Los Angeles, and then the emotional punch of the evening, Jerry and I were exhausted. At some point, we all decided to go to bed. My parents headed to their room, Chris to his, and Jerry and I to the room we were using. I don't remember exactly what time we turned off the lights, but it was late enough that the house was fully settled into quiet. I woke up around 2:30 in the morning. It wasn't the kind of waking where you drift slowly into awareness. It was abrupt, like something had tugged me out of sleep, though I didn't hear anything specific. I reached over groggily, and realized that Jerry wasn't in bed. The sheets on her side were cool and empty. For a second, my half-asleep brain panicked, then I remembered there was only one bathroom in that area of the house. She had probably just gotten up to use it. I got up, rubbing my eyes, and walked down the hall to check on her. I found her in the bathroom, hunched over the toilet with her face in the bowl, retching. The sight jolted me fully awake. Hey, I said softly, stepping closer. Are you okay? She paused long enough to answer in a strained voice. Yes, then swallowed, breathing hard. After a moment, she lifted her head a little, her hair stuck to her face, and asked me, Can't you smell that? I frowned, confused. Smell what? That rotten smell, she said, her face twisting. It's like rotting meat or garbage or something. It's so strong. I sniffed the air, expecting to catch at least a hint of what she was talking about. But at that moment, in that bathroom, I didn't smell anything out of the ordinary. No sewage, no trash, no dead animal in the walls, nothing that matched the look of disgust on her face. It was just normal bathroom air to me. I don't smell anything, I told her, trying not to sound worried. She insisted she could, though. It was making her gag, making her eyes water. I didn't know what to do except stay with her. Sometimes when you're sick, you just need someone to be there, even if they can't fix it. So I waited, leaning against the doorframe, talking to her in a low voice until the worst of it passed, and she said she felt steady enough to go back to bed. We climbed back under the covers, both of us a little uneasy now. The house felt very quiet, like it was holding its breath again. I lay there listening to the sounds of the house, trying to calm myself down enough to fall asleep. That was when we heard the cat. We heard him scampering up the stairs in that frantic, clattering way cats have when they're running from something. His claws clicked against the floor, quick and sharp. The sound got closer, then passed our room in a blur. Right after that, we heard a long, drawn-out creaking sound. It was the kind of noise you get when something heavy is slowly being pushed open, wood rubbing against wood, hinges protesting. It went on just a little too long to be dismissed as the house settling. Jerry and I both turned to look at each other at the exact same moment. We didn't even need words. The look in her eyes told me she had heard it just as clearly as I had. Then, a loud slam echoed through the house. It was that same kind of slam we'd heard earlier from the basement door, sudden and violent, cutting through the quiet like a shout. My heart started pounding all over again. My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe someone had come in, maybe a door upstairs had been caught in a draft, but the way the sound rolled through the house made it feel different, more personal. We could hear footsteps on the main floor. Steady, heavy footsteps, not the light patter of the cat. They moved across the floor, one after another, with a pace that sounded deliberate. The boards creaked under the weight, not like something small running, but like something, or someone, walking with purpose. As those footsteps continued, I began to smell something. It started faint, like a whisper of a scent, and then grew stronger. It was a smell I recognized from other times in my life, the sour, sickening odor of rotting meat. Not just old food, but that particular smell of something dead and decaying. The kind of smell that triggers something primal in you, telling you that whatever it is, it's wrong, it's unhealthy, it's dangerous. Do you smell that? I asked in a low voice. Yes, Jerry said. Her face had gone pale in the dim light. The smell was getting worse, swelling into the room, thick and foul. It mingled with my fear and made my stomach turn. The footsteps kept moving, heading toward the stairs. We listened as they began to climb. Each step was clear. The boards groaned under the weight. With every step closer, the stench intensified, filling our noses, clinging to the back of our throats. My skin crawled. I felt pinned under an invisible weight, frozen between the urge to get up and run and the equally strong urge to stay perfectly still and hope whatever it was didn't notice us. I looked over at Jerry and saw that she'd thrown up again, this time on the comforter. Whether it was from the smell or the fear or both, I didn't know, but it was clear her body was having a very real reaction to whatever was moving through the house. When the footsteps reached the top of the stairs, they started to pass by our room. From the hallway, something large moved past the doorway. Jerry later told me she saw it, a big, black figure, tall and bulky, like a walking shadow with weight and presence. It moved by the door and continued down the hall. I didn't see it myself. My angle or my timing must have been off. But I felt it. The temperature seemed to dip for a moment. The smell of rot peaked as if it were centered right outside our room and then began to fade as whatever it was moved farther down the hall. At the end of the hallway was Chris's room. A few seconds later, we heard his voice, loud and furious. "Oh hell no!" he yelled. "I'm getting so sick and tired of this S." That's not the kind of yell you make because you had a bad dream. That's the kind you make when you've been pushed to your limit, when you're done being scared and you're just angry. His voice snapped the whole house awake. Doors opened. Lights flicked on. My parents rushed out of their room. Jerry and I scrambled out of bed. Everyone converged on Chris's doorway. When we reached his room, he was out of bed, standing there looking like he'd just been dragged through a nightmare and out into reality. His eyes were wide and unfocused, like he was still partly somewhere else. His skin was as pale as I'd ever seen it, drained of all color. "What happened?" someone asked. Maybe my mom, maybe me, maybe my dad. The room was full of questions, shouted and whispered at the same time. Chris didn't have an easy answer. He just knew he'd had enough. You could feel it in the air, anger, fear, confusion, all tangled together. And while we all stood there, hearts pounding, trying to make sense of what was going on, something else started. We heard a scraping sound. It began at the end of the hall near Chris's room, a harsh, dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled slowly across the floor. The sound traveled past us, down the hallway, toward the stairs. It moved step by step down the staircase, scraping on each one, as if something invisible with weight and edges was being hauled or dragging itself along. We all turned to look toward the stairs, but just like before, there was nothing visible there. Only the sound. It continued all the way down to the main floor, across it, and then toward the basement. The air felt charged, thick, prickling against our skin. The rotting smell lingered, but it was like it was moving away, following the noise. Then, from downstairs, we heard it again, the basement door slamming shut. This time, nobody tried to shrug it off. We all stood in the hallway for a few moments, silent, listening to the sudden stillness. No more footsteps. No more scraping. The smell began to thin, but the memory of it stayed in the back of our throats. We looked at each other and saw the same thing reflected back: fear, disbelief, and the dawning understanding that staying in that house for the rest of the night was not an option. As a family, we decided to leave and go to a motel. We didn't make a big show of it. There was no shouting or dramatic packing. It was more like a calm urgency. Everyone moved quickly, grabbing whatever they needed for the night: wallets, keys, a change of clothes, maybe some important things we didn't want to leave behind even for a few hours. The idea was simple: get out now, figure the rest out later. While we were all getting dressed and ready to go, Chris started looking for the cat. He checked under beds, behind furniture, in corners, calling his name, searching every place he could think of where the cat usually hid. He spent about 20 minutes doing this while everyone else moved around, gathering things. But no matter where he looked, he couldn't find him. The house had plenty of hiding spots, but given what had just happened, the thought of leaving the cat behind, hiding somewhere in that place, made Chris uneasy. Dad finally said, trying to sound practical. "He'll be fine until morning. We'll come back and get him. He's probably just hiding." It wasn't ideal, but we didn't feel like we had much of a choice. The priority was getting everyone out of the house as quickly as possible. So we locked up what needed locking, piled into the van, and drove off into the night toward a motel, leaving the house behind in the dark. When we returned in the morning, the first thing that hit us wasn't a sound or a sight. It was the smell. The entire house was filled with that same disgusting odor of rotting meat, thick and oppressive. It wasn't just faint hints drifting from one corner. It was everywhere, sinking into our clothes, our hair, our noses. It felt like the house itself was exhaling decay. We didn't waste time. Whatever attachment my parents had to that house evaporated in that moment. We packed up as fast as we could, grabbing clothes, dishes, photos, whatever we could throw into boxes and bags. A U-Haul was rented and backed up to the house. It didn't feel like a calm, organized move. It felt like an evacuation. Everything that could be lifted got loaded into the truck. My family didn't just decide to move to a different neighborhood in Calgary. They left the city entirely. They came back down to California with Jerry and me. For about a month, we all lived together in our place, the house suddenly much fuller and noisier, but in a good way. There was a feeling of relief in that new crowdedness, like everyone had been holding their breath in Calgary and could finally let it out. After that month, my parents found a little house on the beach. It was the opposite of the place in Calgary, open, bright, full of natural light and ocean air. No angry weight in the air, no basement door to slam, no rotten smell creeping through the halls. Just waves, gulls, and the sound of wind instead of footsteps on stairs. Chris moved in with Jerry and me. He needed the stability, and we were glad to have him. As for the cat, yes, we found him. He had been hiding so well in that old house that it took some time and a lot of coaxing, but we brought him with us. He's here, safe and sound, doing all the weird cat things that suddenly feel comforting when you've seen how much worse weird can be. The only real conflict now is between him and my Rottweiler, Harley. Harley doesn't care for him very much. There's a lot of suspicious staring, a lot of careful circling, and the occasional growl when the cat pushes his luck. But honestly, I'll take a little house pet drama over the kind of things we left behind in Calgary any day.
It was just last Friday when this happened, and it still feels fresh in my mind every time I think about it. I've had strange things happen to me over the years, little moments that made me pause and wonder, but this one was different somehow. Clearer, sharper, like it wanted to be remembered. That night, everything seemed completely normal at first. I went to bed around 1 in the morning after watching a movie on TV. It wasn't anything particularly scary or special, just something to pass the time until I got tired enough to sleep. When I finally turned the television off and got up to switch off the lights, I noticed through the window that it had started to snow. At that point it wasn't a heavy, thick snowfall like you sometimes get. Just that wet kind of snow that melts as soon as it hits the ground. You could see it drifting down, soft and lazy, only to disappear the moment it touched the pavement or the grass. It gave everything outside a faint, shimmering look without really accumulating. I went to bed with that image in mind, the soft, half-hearted snow and the quiet of the late night, and expected to sleep straight through until morning. Instead, somewhere in the small hours, I woke up because I felt cold. It wasn't just a little chill, either. It felt like the room itself had dropped in temperature, like the warmth had been sucked out of the air. I pulled the blanket up around my shoulders and turned my head toward the bedside clock, expecting to see the red glow of the numbers telling me what time it was. But when I looked, the clock was dark. For a split second I thought maybe it had broken, but then I realized the whole room was darker than it should have been. Even in the middle of the night, my room usually isn't completely pitch black because the small night light in the ensuite bathroom glows faintly and spills a little light into the bedroom. That night, the night light was off too. The darkness felt deeper than usual, as if someone had turned off not just the lights but the whole sense of normal nighttime. I got out of bed and walked over to the window to see what was going on outside. When I looked, I could see that by now there was quite a bit of snow. It had gone from the light, melting kind to something more serious. The ground was covered, the roofs were dusted, and the whole neighborhood had that muted, snowy look where sound doesn't travel quite the same way. It was only then that I realized the electricity was out. Not just our house, either. The entire neighborhood was dark. No porch lights, no street lamps, no faint glow from other windows. Everything was out. The only reason I could see at all was because of the snow. Snow has a way of catching and reflecting any hint of light that's left in the sky, even when it's the middle of the night. It made the world outside bright enough that its faint glow seeped into the house and let me find my way around, even without the usual indoor lights. Still, the house felt strange without its normal soft hum and flicker of electricity. No fridge hum, no thermostat click, no little electronic dots of light from appliances. I went back to bed and lay there, pulling the blankets up to my chin, thinking about how odd it is that we rely on electricity for absolutely everything. When it's gone, you suddenly notice how silent and vulnerable the house feels. I wondered how long the power had been off and how long it would stay that way. The longer I lay there, the more I could feel the chill settling into the walls and floor. I was lying there like that, awake, thinking, when I noticed something that made me forget all about the power outage. At first, it was just a faint awareness that something in the hallway wasn't quite right. My bedroom door opens out onto a short hallway, and at the far end of that hall there's nothing. No window, no door, just a wall with a large mirror hanging on it. Under normal circumstances, if there's any light coming from somewhere else in the house, you might catch a flicker of it reflected in the mirror. But this time, there shouldn't have been any light at all. The power was out. Everything was dark. And yet, as I lay there watching, I noticed a strange brightness beginning to appear at the end of the hallway. It was subtle at first, just a faint glow that didn't belong, like someone had slowly turned up a dimmer switch on a light that shouldn't exist. The light had a bluish tint to it, a cool, almost soft blue, not harsh like some LED lights but not warm like a lamp either. It was just there, at the end of the hall, where only a mirror hung. I watched it, half expecting it to disappear as quickly as it had appeared, but instead it grew brighter. It wasn't flickering like a candle or flashing like a faulty bulb. It increased in a slow, steady way, as if something behind that point in space was opening up and letting more light spill out. The brightness filled the end of the hall and turned the mirror into a kind of glowing patch. For a moment, it reminded me of the way a television looks when it's on in a dark room and you're standing in the hallway outside, just seeing the glow around the edges of the doorway. You don't see the picture, just that shifting light. That's what this bluish glow felt like a room at the end of the hall had a TV on, except I knew there was no such room, no such TV. There was just the wall, the mirror, and the short distance between my bedroom door and the end of the hall. The light stayed like that for a brief time. Bright, bluish, soft but definitely not natural, then it slowly began to fade. It dimmed gradually, like someone was closing the door on it again. Within a few seconds it had disappeared entirely, leaving the hallway as dark as it had been before. I lay there for a moment, my heart beating a little faster now, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. The most reasonable explanation that came to mind was that it might have been some sort of reflection from outside. Our neighbor across the street has a driveway that faces our window, and I thought maybe his truck lights had come on for some reason and reflected in the glass and then into the mirror at the end of the hall. It seemed like the sort of thing you could shrug off that way, so I decided to go and check. I got out of bed, went downstairs, and looked out the front window to see what was happening across the street. The truck was still there in his driveway, parked and silent. It wasn't running. The headlights weren't on. In fact, the way it was parked, the headlights would have faced toward his garage door anyway, not toward my house. I also remembered that our window has wood shutter blinds, and they were closed. If any light from outside had tried to come through, it would have been broken and muted by the slats. And even if some light had managed to sneak through, the only lights on a parked truck like that would be the taillights, which would glow red, not blue. This had definitely not been a red light. It was bluish, like cold fire, like the color you get from certain electronic screens or that eerie glow you sometimes see in sci-fi movies. There was nothing outside that could have made that. No vehicles moving, no house lights, no street lamps. The power was still out. The neighborhood was dark and quiet, except for the reflection of the snow.
I went back upstairs, even more puzzled. I replayed the moment in my head over and over, the way the light had seemed to come from the end of the hallway where, to the best of my knowledge, there is nothing except that large mirror on the wall. No doors. No windows. No lamps or switches. It had been like someone had opened a door made of light, let it spill out into the hall, then closed it again. I also knew that everyone else in the house was asleep. My husband was in bed beside me, breathing steadily, completely unaware that anything was happening. My younger son was asleep in his bedroom in the basement, and my older son wasn't even home. He was staying over at a friend's house that night. There was nobody wandering the halls, nobody turning anything on, nobody playing a prank. The more I thought about it, the more my earlier comparison stuck in my head. It really had looked like the glow from a television left on in another room. But there was no other room at the end of that hallway, just a wall that should have stayed dark. Later, when I told my husband about it, he suggested maybe it had something to do with the smoke alarm. I suppose he meant that maybe some tiny built-in light had reflected off something, or maybe it had somehow reacted to the power outage. But our smoke alarm is connected directly to the electrical system. It doesn't have a backup battery with a blinking LED. And even if it did, I don't see why a smoke alarm would decide to suddenly shine bright blue light down a hallway in the middle of a power outage. Smoke alarms don't need to light up entire hallways to do their job. Besides, the smoke alarm explanation doesn't make sense for another reason. There was no electricity. Whatever this light was, it appeared during a time when there was, as far as I knew, absolutely no power going to anything in the house. What made me more uneasy was that this wasn't the first strange thing involving lights that had happened recently. About a month earlier, I'd had another odd experience, this time while I was working at my computer late in the evening. It was one of those nights where you glance at the clock and realize it's much later than you intended, but you're already in the middle of something and decide to just finish it. The house was quiet. The rest of the family were doing their own things in other rooms, and I was alone in my office, staring at the glow of the monitor. I was working away when my computer suddenly started acting like it had a mind of its own. Programs opened and closed without me touching anything. Windows popped up and vanished, menus appeared, things clicked that I hadn't clicked. My first thought was that maybe something had gone wrong with the mouse or the keyboard, or that there was some strange software glitch. Then I wondered if someone might somehow be trying to hack into my system remotely. It's not the most comforting thought, but in this day and age it seems more plausible than ghosts. I checked the program I use that monitors those sorts of things, something that would have shown me if anyone was connected or trying to take control. Everything looked fine. Nothing unusual. No signs of intrusion. Yet the computer still behaved strangely, opening and closing things as if an invisible hand was moving the cursor. While I was still processing that and trying to decide whether to restart the computer or just shut it off, something else started happening. The lights in my office began to flicker. At first, it was small, a brief dip and flare that made me think, okay, maybe this is just the wind messing with the power lines outside. It was a bit windy that night, and power can sometimes get a little temperamental in bad weather. But as I sat there thinking exactly that, the lights started doing it again, more noticeably this time. They didn't just flicker. They dimmed and brightened in a very deliberate way, like someone was standing at a dimmer switch, sliding it up and down slowly. The room would grow slightly darker, then brighter again, then darker, then brighter. It did this 3 separate times. There was a pattern to it, a rhythm, as if something was trying to make sure I noticed it. The strange thing is, I don't have a dimmer switch in that room. The light fixture is controlled by a regular on-off switch. The bulb itself is a neon bulb, which normally doesn't behave like that unless there's a serious issue. If the power is bad enough to make a neon bulb dim dramatically, you'd expect things in other parts of the house to be affected too. But from where I sat, I could see the light switch clearly, and there was absolutely no one near it. The switch wasn't moving. No one was sliding anything up and down. The whole thing gave me the distinct impression that something was trying to get my attention. It felt personal, like whatever was manipulating the lights had chosen that room, that moment, on purpose. It wasn't the random flicker of bad wiring or a storm. It was too focused. The lights didn't go out completely. They just kept dimming and brightening in that weird, almost intentional way. To make sure I wasn't imagining things, I went downstairs to the basement where my son was watching television. I asked him casually if the lights had been flickering down there or if he'd noticed anything strange. He looked at me like I was asking something odd and said no, everything had been normal. No flickering. No dimming. Just regular, steady light. Apparently, whatever was going on was confined to my office alone. I've never heard of a power surge affecting just one room in a house. Usually, if there's something wrong with the electricity, multiple rooms, or even the whole house, shows signs, clocks resetting, appliances glitching, lights behaving oddly. But this was just one room, just my office, just me and the computer. We've lived in this house for 16 years now. We are the second owners, and as far as I know, nobody has died here. The house itself is only around 27 years old, not some crumbling Victorian mansion with a tragic history. On paper, it should be just another normal suburban house. And yet, from the very first day we moved in, I've had strange things happen. Not just to me, but to my children as well. Little oddities. Moments that don't line up. Things you could maybe shrug off once or twice but that, over time, start to form a pattern you can't completely ignore. Whenever I bring these things up, my husband has a favorite explanation: the wind. To him, everything is the wind. Doors that move? It's the wind. Strange sounds? The wind. Lights doing weird things or little drafts coming from nowhere? The wind again. It doesn't matter if it's the dead of winter, all the windows are closed, and there is no obvious source for any draft. The wind, apparently, is always to blame. Inside the house. With all the windows closed. In the middle of winter. I try not to make fun of him for it, but there's only so much the wind can reasonably explain. That blue light in the hallway, for example. The way it appeared during a blackout, at the end of a 5-foot-long hall that leads directly from my bedroom door to a wall and a mirror, with no doors or windows there. The way it grew brighter, lingered for a few seconds, and then slowly faded like a door closing. It looked exactly like when someone opens a door at the end of a hallway and the light from another room spills out, then disappears when the door is closed. Only there was no door. There was nothing there that could have opened. No room behind that wall. No appliance. No lamp. No secret TV. Just a mirror and the blank wall it's hanging on. I don't know what caused that light. I don't know what made my office lights dim and brighten while my computer acted like it was being controlled by invisible hands. I don't know why, after 16 years in this house, strange little things still happen often enough that I can't quite write them off. I only know what I saw, what I felt, and how those moments make me aware that sometimes, in the quietest parts of the night, the house doesn't feel empty at all. Maybe there's a perfectly normal explanation buried somewhere in circuits and wiring and electrical oddities. Or maybe, just maybe, something else is sharing the space with us, something that occasionally sends a flicker, a glow, or a strange blue light down the hallway just to remind me that it's there. It happened back in 2005, but I can still hear that sound as clearly as if it were last night. It was one of those quiet evenings where nothing special is going on. The kids were all in bed, the house had that comfortable, settled feeling it gets after a long day, and I was propped up in my own bed, reading. The book wasn't even particularly exciting, just something to wind down with before I switched off the light and went to sleep. Everything felt normal, calm, predictable. There was no feeling that anything strange was about to happen. I don't remember what time it was exactly, but it was late enough that the house had gone completely still. You know that deep silence you get when everyone is asleep, and even the appliances seem to be quieter than usual? It was like that. I turned a page, shifted my pillow, and that was when I heard it. There was a sudden, sharp crash followed immediately by the unmistakable sound of glass breaking. It wasn't a soft clink or a tiny tinkle. It was loud and harsh, the kind of noise that snaps your attention up from whatever you're doing. My heart jumped into my throat. For a second, I just froze with the book in my hands, listening to the echo of it ring through the house. Then my mind started trying to make sense of it. I thought maybe something had fallen in the kitchen sink, a glass left too near the edge, maybe, or a mug that had been stacked poorly. That seemed like the most logical explanation. I put my book down, got out of bed, and went downstairs to check the kitchen. The lights flooded the room with a familiar glow, and everything looked exactly the way I had left it. The counters were clear, the sink was empty, and nothing seemed to be out of place. No broken glass anywhere. No spills. No mess on the floor. I opened the cupboard where we keep the glasses just in case one had slipped from a shelf, but everything was neatly lined up like soldiers in a row. Plates stacked, cups upright, everything perfectly normal. I stood there for a moment, frowning. I was sure I'd heard glass breaking. Not. Maybe. Not. Sort of. But definitely. It wasn't the kind of sound you mistake for something else. Still, with nothing obviously wrong in the kitchen, I told myself that maybe it had just been something small, like a picture frame shifting or a little rattle from somewhere in the pipes that my imagination had turned into something bigger. It was late, I was tired, and tired brains sometimes misinterpret things. So I went back upstairs and got into bed again. But once I was back under the covers, the quiet of the house seemed to press in around me more than before. It's amazing how loud your own thoughts can be when everything else is silent. I kept thinking about that noise. Crash. Glass shattering. My mind replayed it in a loop. I knew what I had heard, and the more I thought about it, the less comfortable I felt with shrugging it off. I lay there for a few more minutes, staring up at the ceiling, listening for any follow-up noises, footsteps, voices, anything. Nothing. Just that heavy nighttime stillness. Finally, I decided I was being silly and that what I really needed to do was make sure the kids were all right. Sometimes, you don't even realize that's what is bothering you until you get up to do it. I got back out of bed and went to check on them. One by one, I looked into their rooms. Each of them was fast asleep, blankets pulled up, breathing peacefully. No one was up rummaging around. No one had dropped anything. No one was sneaking late-night snacks or playing with toys after lights out. As far as they were concerned, the world was fine. They hadn't heard anything at all. That left only one place I hadn't checked, the family room in the downstairs area. I went down the stairs again, this time all the way to the family room, and flipped on the lights. The sight that greeted me made my heart stop for a moment. There was broken glass all over the hardwood floor. It glittered in the light, scattered in many small pieces across the area in front of the TV wall unit. Shards large and small were spread wider than a normal fall would have caused, like it had been thrown with some force instead of simply dropped. Lying among the pieces of glass was a 6-inch taper candle broken cleanly in half. For a second, all I could do was stare. I recognized the glass and the candle immediately. They belonged to a hurricane lamp I'd received as a gift from a friend. The lamp had a heavy, solid brass holder for the candle, and over top of that sat a clear glass cover, elegant and a bit old-fashioned. I'd liked it very much and hadn't wanted it to get knocked over by accident, so I'd placed it carefully on top of the TV wall unit, way at the back where nothing and no one could easily disturb it. In front of the lamp, closer to the edge of the unit, sat a large potted plant. It took up a fair bit of space and acted as a kind of barrier. In front of the plant, arranged along the front edge of the wall unit, was a row of bowling trophies my husband had won. They all stood there in a proud line, polished, solid, and not exactly feather-light. Between the plant and the trophies, the back of that unit was pretty well blocked off from clumsy hands or wandering elbows. The hurricane lamp, tucked behind all that, was about as safe as I knew how to make it. But now, here on the floor, were the broken glass cover and the candle. Only the glass cover and the candle. I went closer, moving carefully so I wouldn't step on any shards, and looked up at the top of the unit. The heavy brass candle holder was still sitting there, way at the back, exactly where I'd put it. Nothing else was disturbed. The plant pot hadn't moved an inch. The soil looked unchanged. The leaves weren't bent or broken. The row of bowling trophies was perfectly straight and unbroken. Not a single one was tipped over, not even slightly shifted. It was as if something had carefully lifted the glass cover and the candle out of their place behind the plant and the trophies, moved them forward, and then violently smashed the glass and broken the candle in midair before dropping the pieces onto the floor without touching anything else. I crouched down to look at the candle. It was snapped in the middle, broken into two halves. What made it stranger was that the wax around the break looked melted. You could see where the surface had softened and then reset in a distorted shape, as if heat had been applied only to that exact area. The wick, however, was still perfectly white and unburned. That candle had been brand new. I had never lit it even once. I'd put it there purely for decoration, and yet here it was, melted and broken as if it had been half burned and then blown out, but with the wick untouched. The glass was in many pieces on the floor, not just a simple crack or a clean break. It looked like someone had taken the glass cover and slammed it hard against the floor. There was a sense of force behind it, not the random, passive damage you get when something topples over accidentally. It looked intentional in a way that made the back of my neck prickle. By that time, the noise and the lights being turned on had woken everyone up. One by one, people came downstairs in various stages of half-sleep and confusion, asking what had happened. We all stood there, staring at the mess, and then up at the untouched brass holder still sitting peacefully behind the plant and the trophies. No one had any idea how the glass and the candle could have reached the floor like that without knocking over anything in front of them. It was physically difficult to imagine. If the hurricane lamp had simply fallen, it would have had to somehow hop over the plant and the trophies without disturbing them, drop neatly to the floor, and shatter. That alone would have been strange enough, but even if you tried to pretend that was possible, it still didn't explain how the brass holder, the heaviest part of the lamp, was still sitting exactly where it had always been. It definitely did not fall by ordinary means. It didn't look like a fall at all. It looked like pieces that had been selected and aggressively thrown. My husband, ever the skeptic, suggested that it was probably a mouse. I stared at him, then at the brass holder, which was still in place, then at the area the glass had been thrown across. Unless this mouse is huge and on steroids, I thought. I don't see how that's possible. For a mouse to have done what we were looking at, it would have had to climb up to the back of the unit, somehow get under or around the glass cover without being crushed, lift an 8-inch glass chimney and a solid taper candle together, carry them over the plant, over the trophies, and then fling them into the air with enough force to smash the glass and break the candle, all without knocking anything else over. If that was a mouse, then yes, I needed an exterminator, and possibly a priest. His other favorite explanation, the wind, didn't work here either. We were in the downstairs family room. The windows down there were all closed. Some of the windows in the house were literally frozen shut because it was around minus 30 degrees Celsius outside. No breezes were sneaking in. Even if there had been a draft, wind does not selectively remove glass covers from lamps, melt candles in one specific place, and then put the brass holder back where it was. Everyone had heard the crash. I wasn't the only one. The kids woke up, my husband heard it, and we all came down to the evidence of it. And yet, nobody knew how it had actually happened. We hadn't heard footsteps. We hadn't heard anyone moving through the house. As for an intruder, I had been awake and reading when the sound happened. My bedroom door was open, and anyone going downstairs would have had to pass by that open door. I would have noticed someone going down. Instead, there was just that loud crash, followed by a scene that felt wrong in a way I couldn't quite explain. It didn't line up with how things behave in the normal, physical world. It made me wonder about things I'd never really given much thought before, like poltergeists. Was it one? I don't know. Poltergeist is one of those words people throw around when something moves or breaks for no reason. All I can say for sure is that something, or someone, did that. It just wasn't any of us. For a long time after that, I kept thinking about the hurricane lamp and the melted candle, but life went on. The kids grew up. The girls eventually got married and moved out. The boys stayed home, at least for a while, while they went to college. They're in their mid-20s now, old enough to be more amused by ghost stories than frightened, at least in theory. About a year ago, something happened that reminded me strongly of that night in 2005. The girls were long gone from the house by then, living their own lives. Only the boys were still at home. They were downstairs one evening in the basement, entertaining some friends. It was just a casual hangout, young men talking, joking, maybe watching something, maybe playing games. The kind of low-key gathering that's so ordinary you don't think twice about it. The soccer ball was sitting on a shelf in the basement. It's just a regular soccer ball, the kind you'd kick around outside on a decent day, resting up on a shelf among other odds and ends. Nothing special about it, nothing precarious about the way it was placed. It was secure enough that it didn't roll off on its own when you bumped the shelf lightly. It had been there for a while without incident. As they were sitting there talking, the ball moved. It didn't wobble. It didn't roll. According to them, it came floating down. All of them saw it. The ball lifted off the shelf and descended slowly through the air until it reached the floor, where it landed with a soft plop. No bounce. No rolling away. Just a gentle, almost deliberate landing, as though an invisible hand had picked it up, carried it down, and placed it on the ground. If a soccer ball falls off a shelf naturally, you know what happens. It rolls. It bounces. It might bounce more than once. It doesn't drift through the air like some zero-gravity object and then stop dead on the floor as if it has weight but no momentum. When the boys told me, their choice of words made me smile in spite of the strangeness of it all. For grown young men, they were freaked out, as they put it. It takes a lot to shake guys their age, but seeing a ball float down in front of you is apparently one of those things. They weren't alone, either. Their friends saw it too. It wasn't just one person's imagination making something out of nothing. The entire group watched it happen. We are still the second owners of this house. It's less than 30 years old. The original owners were a young couple with small children. It's not like there's some dramatic, gothic history of tragedy associated with the place. No famous deaths, no whispers about something awful that happened here. If you looked at it on paper, it would just be family home, 2 owners, no known incidents. And yet, this was the first time anyone had actually seen something move on its own, in broad view, with no one touching it. It added a new layer to everything else. My husband, bless him, remains the biggest skeptic in the family. It doesn't matter what happens, his first instinct is to explain it away. He's the kind of person who would need a ghost to sit down in front of him, shake his hand, and sign a contract in triplicate before he'd admit it was anything out of the ordinary. Even if he does see something with his own eyes, he'll try to twist it into something normal. Like playing tricks, faulty wiring, settling noise, and, of course, his favorite culprit, the wind. We've had footprints appear outside in the snow or in the yard, starting from nowhere in the middle of the yard and then stopping and disappearing as if whoever had been walking had simply lifted off the ground and flown away. The neighbor's kid was the one who noticed them once, tracing their path with wide eyes and pointing out where they began in a place with no logical starting point. There were no prints leading up to that starting point, no sign that someone had walked in from the sidewalk or the driveway. Just a sudden beginning in open space, a few steps, and then nothing. We've had banging on the bathroom door when someone is inside, enough to make you call out, "Who's there?" and open the door in annoyance, only to find no one on the other side, and to remember that you're home alone. Not a gentle knock, but a firm, solid banging, as if someone wants to get your attention or demand to be let in. There have been times when I've heard the distinctive sound of drawers opening and closing, the soft slide of wood, and the tinkling clink of the pull handles tapping back against the door fronts, all coming from a room where no one is. Dressers all have those pull-style handles, and the sound is unmistakable. You know when someone is going through drawers. And yet I've gone to check, expecting to find one of the kids rummaging for something, only to discover that the room is empty and every drawer is closed. More than once, I've been downstairs and heard voices upstairs, just faint enough that I can't make out the words, but clear enough that it sounds like people talking. I've gone up, expecting to find someone on the phone or a TV left on, only to find the floor silent, no one there, no electronics in use. I've been upstairs and heard voices downstairs, gone down with the same expectation, and discovered the same silence. It's not the creaks and groans of a settling house, it's the shape of conversation without the content. There have been strange lights too. Glows where no light source should be. Little flashes in the corner of my eye that make me turn my head, only to find nothing there. Shimmers and reflections that don't line up with any object or surface I can identify. Then there are the electrical oddities. The blender has turned on by itself in the middle of the night. Not only that, but it was unplugged. There's something especially chilling about hearing the loud roar of a blender at an hour when everyone is supposed to be asleep, marching into the kitchen ready to scold someone for a late-night snack, and then realizing the cord isn't even in the outlet. It's just sitting there on the counter, switched on, as though something had decided to toy with it. The television has a mind of its own sometimes too. It has turned on and off by itself, changed channels without anyone touching the remote. We've checked for stuck buttons, tried replacing the remote's batteries, looked for any kind of logical explanation. Sometimes, no matter what you do, the TV just decides it's going to flicker to life on its own or jump from one channel to another, as if something unseen is pressing the buttons. Taken on their own, any one of these events might be something you could shrug off or explain away, especially if you're determined not to believe in anything unusual. A skeptic can twist almost anything into something ordinary if they're stubborn enough. But after 16 years in this house, with event after event stacking up, all with that strange, not quite right feeling attached, it becomes harder and harder to pretend it's all just the wind. The hurricane lamp smashing itself without moving its own holder, the melted unburned candle, the floating soccer ball landing like it's been gently placed, the disappearing footprints, the banging on doors, the phantom drawers, the voices, the lights, the appliances that don't need electricity to misbehave, all of it adds up to a picture I can't ignore. I still don't know exactly what's here with us, or why it does what it does. I don't know if poltergeist is the right word, or if there's another label that fits better. All I know is that sometimes, in this house that looks so normal from the outside, things move, things break, things flicker and hum and talk without anyone touching them, and I'm left standing in the middle of it all, broom in hand, picking up shattered glass and wondering who, or what, threw it. That summer in 2007 still sits in the back of my mind like a dark stain I can't quite scrub out. On the surface, it was just another summer. I went to bed the same way I always did, usually sometime between midnight and 1 in the morning. I wasn't doing anything unusual. No scary movies, no big emotional drama, nothing that would make you think my sleep would be any different from any other night. I just got tired, shut things down, and climbed into bed like I always did. I fell asleep without any trouble. For a while, everything must have been normal, because I don't remember any dreams or any strange feelings at the start. Then, at some point in the middle of the night, I woke up, only it didn't feel like any ordinary waking. It felt wrong from the very first second. The first thing I noticed was how strange my body felt. I woke up with this thick, heavy sense of awkwardness, as if my body didn't quite belong to me anymore. It was like waking up inside a body made of stone. My head felt clear enough, but everything below my neck seemed distant and unresponsive. There was this pressure over me, not like a blanket or a person holding me down, but like a weight that came from nowhere and everywhere at once. When my eyes opened fully, I saw it. Hovering directly over my bed, above me, was a huge black circle. It wasn't a regular shadow. It wasn't the darkness of a ceiling in a dark room. It was a distinct shape, a perfect, solid-looking circle that swallowed up the normal darkness around it. It felt like a hole punched through the room, something that shouldn't exist in a normal bedroom at all. It just hung there, unmoving, a thick, black disk suspended above me. My first instinct was simple: get out. I wanted to jump up, run out of my room, and bolt straight for my parents' room. That's what you do when you're scared. You go to the safest place you can think of. I tried to move, to throw the blankets off, to sit up, but I couldn't. The moment I even tried to lift my arms or shoulders, I realized that I was pinned. It didn't feel like a pair of hands holding me in place. It didn't feel like a person sitting on my chest or leaning on me. It felt like a force, something invisible and heavy, pressing me into the mattress from every direction. My arms wouldn't move. My back wouldn't lift. My chest felt tight, like it took extra effort just to pull in a breath. The only parts of me that could move were my eyes and, just barely, my feet. I could wiggle my toes a little, as if they were far away at the end of some long tunnel, but that was it. I lay there, terrified, staring up at this black circle above me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My thoughts were frantic and scattered, bouncing between, "What is that?" and "Why can't I move?" and "I'm going to die." Fear does strange things to your sense of time. It might have only been seconds, but it felt like a long, stretched-out moment where every heartbeat took forever. As my eyes darted around, trying to find some explanation, I saw something else. In the room, near the edges of my vision, there was a strange black figure. It wasn't sharply defined, like a person in clear light. It was blurry, as if I were looking at someone through smoky glass or a heat haze. It had the vague shape of a person wearing a black cloak, tall and draped, but with no clear features, no face I could make out, nothing I could focus on solidly. It just stood there, dark and indistinct, a human-shaped shadow with no details. I wanted to scream. I wanted to shout for my parents. I wanted to yell and tell this thing to get away from me. But when I tried to open my mouth, nothing came out. It was as if my voice had been cut off at the source. No sound. No whisper. I couldn't even manage a hoarse croak. The silence pressed in even more heavily because of that. I was trapped inside my own body, trapped in my own room, with something that felt completely wrong. As all this was happening, my dog was in the room with me. She was lying on my bed, like she often did, somewhere near my legs. In that moment, her presence took on a whole new meaning. I turned my eyes toward her as much as I could. She wasn't sleeping. She was awake, and she was looking straight at me. Her eyes were wide and focused, like she knew something was wrong. There was no playful wagging, no sleepy blinking. She just stared at me, alert and calm in a way that didn't match how I felt inside. It was like she could see what I was going through. Maybe she saw the figures. Maybe she sensed the force. Whatever it was, she clearly knew something wasn't right. Then, slowly, she stood up. Step by step, she walked up the bed toward my face. I could feel the shift of her weight on the mattress, the sound of the covers rustling. She came close, leaned in, and licked my face. That simple, familiar gesture, her licking my cheek, was like someone breaking a spell. The moment her tongue touched my skin, it was as if some invisible tether snapped. The weight that had been crushing me lifted all at once. I could move my arms again. I could lift my head. My chest loosened, and a ragged breath tore out of me. I went from being completely locked in place to stumbling, panicked movement in a heartbeat. I didn't waste a second. I threw off the covers, practically jumped out of bed, and ran out of the room. I bolted down the hall and straight into my mother's room, my heart still pounding and my whole body shaking. I shook her awake and started talking at once, my words tumbling over each other as I told her what had happened. The black circle, the figures, the weight, my inability to move, the way my dog had licked my face and freed me. I was 19 at the time. I've never been the type to scare easily. I wasn't a little kid waking from a nightmare over a monster in the closet. I had always thought of myself as someone who could handle weird and unsettling things pretty well. But this had reduced me to a terrified child again, looking for safety in the middle of the night. My mom listened, still half asleep, and tried to calm me down. She told me it was probably just a bad dream. I wanted to accept that, but something inside me insisted it had been more than that. I eventually went back to bed, and after what felt like forever lying there, forcing myself to breathe slower, I finally drifted off again. The next day, after the sun was up and the house was full of ordinary sounds again, the fear felt more distant. Logical thoughts started creeping in. I know I'm a very vivid dreamer. I dream in full color, with detailed settings and intense storylines. A part of me decided that what had happened must have been one of those vivid dreams. I told myself that maybe I had just dreamed I was awake, dreamed my room exactly as it was, with everything in the same place. Maybe it was all my mind, playing a trick on me. That explanation got some support from my mom, who reminded me again that it was probably just a dream and that dreams can feel incredibly real. Her calmness made me want to believe that. It was easier to think of it as a nightmare than to accept the idea that something unexplainable had happened in my room while I lay there helpless. When I look back now, I can pretty much trace everything strange in my life to one decision: buying that little 1954 house. At the time, it felt like nothing but a win. I was young, excited, and honestly just proud that I'd managed to become a homeowner so early. The age of the place didn't bother me. If anything, it added a bit of charm. An older house has character, right? Scratched floors, vintage doors, squeaky steps. Those are just stories written into wood and plaster. Before moving in, I did what most people do with a new place. I started fixing it up. Nothing dramatic at first, no tearing out walls or massive renovations. Just the usual small upgrades. Fresh paint. New electrical sockets. Replacing tired old fixtures. I'd stay there late some nights, working until my eyes hurt, the smell of paint and drywall dust clinging to the air. It was on those late nights that I first started to notice the sounds. At first, I didn't even really notice them, not in the way you think of noticing something. They were more like background noise. Little creaks and thuds that old houses make. A pop in the wall. A faint shifting sound from the pipes. Sometimes a soft knocking somewhere behind the plaster, like the house was exhaling after holding its breath all day. I didn't think much of it. I'd tell myself, it's an old house. Old houses make sounds. Wood settles, things expand and contract. We've all heard that a million times. I was tired. Sometimes alone in the half-empty house with my tools, a roller dripping paint back into a tray as I paused and listened to something I couldn't quite place. I'd shrug it off, go back to painting, and let the sounds fade into the rhythm of my work. A few weeks later, after some of the worst of the dust and chaos were cleared, my friend and I moved in properly. Those first days felt normal. New routines formed. We unpacked, argued over where to put furniture, laughed about how grown-up it felt to have our own place. I was busy thinking about bills, food, work, everyday things. Nothing huge or dramatic happened. No doors flew open, no ghostly figure stood at the foot of my bed. It was just a slightly old house with slightly old noises. There's one detail about the layout that matters, though. To get to the basement, you had to open a door on the main floor. That door led to a small landing where the back door to the yard was. From that landing, you turned a corner and headed down the stairs into the basement. The basement itself was undeveloped, bare concrete, exposed beams, the kind of place that always looks a little unfinished and shadows stick around longer than they should. My friend decided that was where he wanted his bedroom. It made sense in some ways. Down there, it would be dark and quiet, cooler in the summer, away from the noise of anything I might be doing upstairs. People like that sort of cave-like feeling sometimes. He set up his bed in a corner, added a lamp, some shelves, a few posters. Tried to make a room out of a rectangle of raw concrete and dim light. Then he started hearing things. It wasn't long after he moved his bed down there that he began mentioning strange noises at night. He'd come upstairs in the morning, rub his eyes, and say things like, "Man, I heard the weirdest stuff last night." Ben tried to describe it. It wasn't the normal creaking of pipes or the thud of a furnace kicking in. He said it was more deliberate. Strange tapping, muffled sounds he couldn't quite identify. Not loud, not constant, just odd. I listened, but I didn't put much weight on it at first. I'd say, "It's an old house, remember? They just sound different." I'd smile and wave a hand like that explained everything. And part of me believed that. Part of me also knew that if you sleep in an unfinished basement, your mind is going to fill in a lot of dark corners with imagination. Shadows look like figures. Random noises turn into footsteps in your head. I've always believed in the supernatural, but I also know how the human brain can play tricks when it wants to. Still, as the days went on, he looked more and more uneasy about the basement. It wasn't just tiredness anymore. It was a tightness in his shoulders, the way he'd glance at the basement door sometimes, the way he started volunteering to stay upstairs later into the night instead of heading down to his quiet, dark room. A few weeks after he'd claimed that space, he came up one day and told me he was moving his bed upstairs. He didn't make a big, dramatic speech about it. He just took his blankets, his pillow, and started dismantling his setup downstairs. When I asked him why, he was more than a little freaked about it. He didn't want to sleep down there anymore. He didn't like the way it felt. He didn't like the noises. He didn't like waking up in the middle of the night and feeling like something else was awake with him. So he moved upstairs, and the basement went back to being just a basement. A dark, empty, unfinished space beneath our feet. That's when the things started happening upstairs. One afternoon, my friend and my dog were home alone. They were both in the kitchen. The kitchen is only about 15 feet or so from the bathroom, close enough that you can easily hear the sound of water, a toilet flushing, someone coughing in there. They were just doing their own thing when, out of nowhere, the faucet in the bathroom turned on. Not a drip. Not a tiny trickle. It came on clearly enough that there was no mistaking the sound, water gushing from the tap into the sink, echoing off the tile and porcelain. My friend did what anyone would do. He froze for a second, trying to make sense of it. Then, before he could even fully react, my dog reacted for both of them. She bolted. No hesitation, no cautious sniffing toward the sound. She tore out of the kitchen, straight through her dog door, and into the yard like she wanted to put as much distance as possible between herself and whatever had just turned that tap on. My friend didn't stick around much longer either. The combination of water running on its own and the dog losing her mind was enough. He left too. Later, when he told me about it, I tried to picture it, the faucet handle twisting by itself, the sound of water where there should have been silence, the dog's immediate instinct to get out. I tried to patch it together with something logical in my head. Maybe the faucet had been left half on and suddenly sprung open all the way. Maybe the water pressure changed. But if that had been the case, wouldn't it have happened before? Why that moment, with no one near it? I didn't have a good answer. Another time, I was the one home alone. It was just me and my dog, both upstairs. The house was quiet, not late-night quiet, but that daytime stillness you get when no one's watching TV or talking. I was sitting there, doing nothing special, just enjoying the calm, when I heard something from directly below me. It wasn't a creak, or a groan, or any kind of vague sound you could put in the old house category. It was sharp and clear, like someone had taken the end of a broom handle and smacked it hard against the underside of the floor. One single, solid thump. It came from exactly below where I was sitting, like someone in the basement had hit the ceiling to get my attention. My dog, again, did not appreciate this. Somewhere along the way, another strange little incident happened in another hotel. I was lying on my bed, watching a movie on my laptop. Nothing spooky about it, nothing intense. There was a spoon lying flat on the desk, not near the edge, not precariously balanced. Just resting there, motionless. There was no heavy bass in the movie I was watching, nothing that would make the furniture vibrate or rattle. Out of absolutely nowhere, the spoon fell off the desk. It didn't slide slowly, as if it had been creeping toward the edge over time. It just suddenly wasn't on the desk anymore and was on the floor instead. The sound of it hitting the floor made me look up sharply. It was such a simple thing, just a spoon falling, but the way it happened, with no apparent cause, made my skin ripple with that same uneasy awareness I'd felt on those nights. Maybe that by itself wouldn't mean much. Objects fall. Things slip. But when you add it to everything else, it becomes one more strange note in the same unsettling song. Then, just yesterday at work, I ended up talking to one of my coworkers, a flight attendant I've gotten to know fairly well. She's not just any coworker. She used to read tarot cards, has had her own run-ins with ghosts, and comes from a family with a kind of psychic thread running through it. Her mother is a palm reader and apparently has a lot of visions and intuitive experiences. In other words, if there's anyone at work who might take my story seriously, it's her. We were talking casually at first, and then I decided to tell her about what's been happening to me, the nights of being held down, the black figures, the feeling of being voiceless. She listened without laughing, without dismissing it. Instead, she asked me something very specific. Had I ever tried to contact spirits? Done anything with the supernatural? Messed around with anything like that? Her question made me stop and think. I went back over the last couple of years in my mind, and then it hit me. The summer of 2006, I bought a Ouija board. I didn't use it right away. It sat there for a while, just another odd thing I owned. I didn't actually try using it until the summer of 2007, with some friends. That was around the same time all of this started happening. We set the board up and did what everyone does, fingers on the planchette, questions asked out loud, waiting for something to answer. We were able to talk to a spirit, or at least that's what it seemed like. The planchette moved. Letters were spelled out. Answers came through that felt like they were from something other than us. But the whole time, I thought one of my friends was pulling a joke on me, pushing it ever so slightly. I remember accusing him of it, or at least doubting, and he swore up and down that it wasn't him, that he wasn't moving it on purpose. When I told my coworker about the Ouija board, about how I'd used it, and then started having these experiences of being held down and surrounded by black figures, she didn't hesitate. She told me I should get rid of the board as soon as possible. Her tone wasn't casual. There was an urgency there, the kind that comes from someone who genuinely believes that certain things open doors you don't necessarily want opened. Whether it's really connected or not, I can't say with complete certainty. But when I put the timeline together, the board bought in 2006, used in 2007, the first experience that same summer, then the apartment, then the hotels, it's hard not to see some sort of connection. Maybe the Ouija board did something. Maybe I invited something in without realizing it. Maybe those black, blurry figures and that crushing force aren't just random, isolated phenomena. Or maybe there's something else entirely, something with no name I know. All I know is that I've had 3 major experiences in 3 different places, all with the same terrifying pattern: waking up unable to move, a presence in the room, black shapes near or around me, my voice stolen, my body pinned, and the world looking exactly the same when I finally break free. Add to that the falling spoon, the coworker's warning, and the Ouija board sitting like a quiet question mark in my memory, and it starts to feel less like coincidence, and more like a story that isn't finished yet. This story is still the single most frightening experience I have ever had, and that is saying a lot considering how many odd things I have seen and felt over the years. What makes this one different is that it did not happen in my own house, which is usually the stage for most of my strange experiences. This happened somewhere else entirely, in a house that my friend Chris and I eventually came to know as undeniably haunted. At first it was just a place we agreed to look after, a favor for someone we knew. Over time it became the setting of one of those nights you never really get over, the kind that stays with you in the back of your mind no matter how much time passes. The whole thing began quietly enough in October of 2006. The owner of the house was someone we knew well enough for her to trust us with it. She was going down to Mexico for the fall and asked if we could take care of the place while she was away, just simple things like checking the mail, keeping an eye on things, and raking leaves in the yard so that the place did not look abandoned. It sounded like easy work. The house itself was nothing out of the ordinary at first glance, an older place, a bit worn around the edges, the kind of home that has seen a lot of winters. It sat in a fairly quiet area, surrounded by big, mature trees that dropped a ridiculous amount of leaves in the fall. When she gave us the keys and explained everything, there was no mention of ghosts or strange happenings. It was just, Please keep an eye on the house while I'm gone. And we said yes without thinking twice. That first afternoon, Chris and I showed up with rakes over our shoulders and no expectations beyond getting the job done and maybe grabbing something from the fridge if she had left anything behind. The sky was that pale autumn gray that makes the air feel thin and cool, and there was a dry rustling sound whenever the wind moved through the piles of leaves. We started raking, dragging the leaves into big mounds along the edges of the yard. It was boring but simple, and we joked around as we worked, talking about school and friends and whatever else came into our heads. Nothing felt strange at first. It was just another yard in need of attention. But as the afternoon wore on and the sun started to sink lower, the atmosphere changed in a way that was difficult to put into words. The air did not get colder in any obvious way, yet I felt this prickle across my arms and the back of my neck, the kind of feeling you get when someone is staring at you from behind. I tried to brush it off as my imagination. It was an old house, it was autumn, the wind was moving through the trees. Of course it was going to feel a bit eerie. Then I glanced at Chris and saw that he kept looking over his shoulder too. Finally he said quietly, almost casually, "Do you feel like we're being watched?" The way he said it, half as a joke, half serious, made my stomach tighten. I admitted I did. Neither of us saw anything obvious in the yard or at the windows, but that uncomfortable sensation of unseen eyes did not go away. It seemed to follow us from one side of the yard to the other. We kept going until we were hungry, then decided to take a break and grab something to eat. The owner had told us we could fix ourselves a sandwich or a snack if we needed one, so we headed inside. The house was empty and quiet, and the air felt still in the way houses do when nobody has lived in them for a while. We stepped into the kitchen and began looking through the cupboards for bread or crackers, trying to shake off that uneasy feeling by focusing on something normal. While we were there, I happened to glance toward the doorway that led out, and that was when I saw it. At first I thought my eyes were tricking me. The doorway looked wrong somehow, as if the air itself in that space was distorted. It had a wispy, shimmering kind of quality, like heat waves rising from asphalt in the summer, except there was no heat. Within that strange distortion, there was a darker shape, and the longer I stared at it, the more it became clear. It was the outline of a man. Not a reflection, not a trick of light, not a shadow cast by something outside. It was a definite, unmistakable human shape standing there in the doorway, made of that same rippling, smoky distortion, the edges never quite still. The figure seemed to be facing us, as if it knew we were there and was watching everything we did. My whole body went cold. For a moment I could not move at all. It was as if my brain could not make sense of what I was seeing, and because it could not categorize it as something normal, it just froze. I turned my head slightly to see if Chris saw it too. His eyes were fixed on the exact same spot, and his face had gone pale. That was all the confirmation I needed. If it were just me, I would have tried to tell myself I was imagining things, but we were both staring at the same impossible shape. Neither of us said a word. We backed away slowly, feeling that thing in the doorway still fixed on us. Then, as if an invisible cord snapped, we bolted. We grabbed whatever we had already taken out to eat and ran out the back door onto the deck, slamming it behind us. Outside, the air felt safer, if only because it was open and we could see in all directions. We sat there on the steps, trying to calm down, trying to breathe normally. Our hands shook as we unwrapped our food. We talked in low voices, going over what we had just seen. We agreed that there had been something there, and that it had not been human. It wasn't just a shadow or a reflection. It had shape and intent. We were both unnerved, but we tried to make light of it. We told ourselves maybe the house was just creepy because it was empty and old. Maybe we were working ourselves up. We were in the middle of trying to settle our nerves when we heard the screen door behind us. It made a very distinct sound when it opened, a metallic clack and a creak that could not be mistaken for anything else. We both froze, sandwiches halfway to our mouths. The problem was, we had locked that door from the inside before we came out. We had made absolutely sure of it, because we were cautious about leaving any door open when we were outside and the owner was away. We turned slowly, expecting to see someone standing there, maybe thinking somehow the owner had returned unexpectedly. But there was no one. The door itself was moving, though. It had opened and then closed again on its own, with no visible cause. As we stared, we heard footsteps on the deck boards, the distinct, rhythmic sound of weight moving closer to us. The boards creaked as if someone heavy was walking across them. We looked, and once again there was nothing solid there. Instead, that same distorted outline was moving toward us, faint but unmistakable, like a patch of air that was not obeying the same rules as the rest. That was all it took. We did not finish our food. We did not hang around to see what it would do next. We stood up, grabbed our things, and left in a hurry, nearly tripping over each other on the way down the steps. We went straight home and agreed that we would come back to finish the leaves another day, when it was bright and early, and when we could pretend the whole thing had been some shared hallucination brought on by hard work and an overactive imagination. We did go back the next day, because we had promised we would take care of the house, and we did not want to let the owner down. It was daylight, brighter than before, and we tried to treat it like any other job. We raked the remaining leaves in silence most of the time, the memory of the previous day hanging over us like a shadow of its own. Every so often we would glance at the windows or the deck, half expecting to see that wispy outline staring back, but nothing appeared. Even so, we could not shake the sensation of being watched. It was less dramatic than the day before, more like a nagging pressure at the back of our minds, but it was still there. We finished the raking as quickly as we could, tidied up the yard, and left. After that, we kept the house in the back of our minds as a place where something more than just old floorboards and wind lived. A year passed. Life went on. Then October came around again in 2007, and the owner once more asked if we could rake the leaves and keep an eye on the place while she was away. This time, though, things were different. We had not forgotten what we had experienced the previous fall. If anything, the memory had grown sharper as we retold the story to each other every so often, always in an attempt to see if it sounded any less strange the more times we said it. It never did. When she asked us, we said yes again, but this time we were determined not just to do the yard work. We wanted to find out more about what was in that house. We wanted proof that what we had seen and heard was real, something beyond the two of us simply agreeing that it had happened. This time, we were not alone. Our friend Dirk joined us, eager and curious. We told him the whole story ahead of time, and instead of laughing it off, he was intrigued. All three of us decided that if we were going back to that house, we were going to be prepared. We made a plan to spend the night there and turn it into a kind of amateur investigation. None of us were professionals, but we had seen enough ghost shows and read enough online to know the basics of how people tried to capture evidence of the paranormal. So we gathered an odd collection of gear, an Ouija board, which I personally hated the idea of using but agreed to bring anyway, video cameras that could record for long stretches, a simple audio recorder with brand new batteries, and blank video cassettes for the cameras. We felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness, like kids on a dare and researchers about to step into a lab all at once. We arrived in the late afternoon and did the responsible thing first. We raked the leaves, though not as meticulously as the year before. It was hard to concentrate fully on the yard when all of us were thinking about what might happen later inside the house. The air had that same autumn chill, and the trees around the property looked almost exactly as they had the previous October, which only added to the eerie feeling of returning to the scene of something unsettling. As we worked, each of us kept glancing at the house, as if expecting a face to appear at a window at any moment. By the time the light started to fade, we had done a decent job on the yard and decided it was time to move inside and set up what we were now calling our headquarters for the night. Inside, the house felt a little different from the year before. Maybe it was just our attitude, but there was a density to the air, a sense of anticipation, as if the house itself knew we were back and was watching to see what we would do next. We moved through the rooms carefully, placing video cameras at angles that would let us see as much as possible. One in the living room, one in the kitchen, another in the hallway. We checked each camera twice to make sure the tapes were recording properly. The audio recorder, which was small and easy to carry, we kept with us so we could pick up any stray sounds as we moved around. It felt strange, turning someone else's quiet home into a kind of surveillance zone, but at the same time, it made us feel slightly more in control, like we were not completely at the mercy of whatever might be lurking there. Once our little network of equipment was set up, we began to walk through the house slowly, talking in low voices, commenting on things we saw, and trying to tune ourselves to any changes in the atmosphere. The structure creaked the way old houses do. Every now and then a pipe somewhere ticked. It was easy to imagine that every sound was something more, so we tried to stay grounded. Then, without anyone touching it, the radio in the house turned on. It started up suddenly, breaking the quiet with music that blared a little too loudly for the stillness. At the same moment, the CD that was inside it began to skip. Instead of playing smoothly, it jumped backward and forward, repeating small chunks of sound in an odd rhythm. The three of us stared at it. No one had gone near it. It was one of those things that would be easy to shrug off if it happened once in your own home. You could blame a faulty CD player or a power surge, but combined with everything we already knew about this house, it felt different. It felt like someone was deliberately drawing our attention, as if to say, "I am here and I know you are here too." As the night went on, that feeling of being watched returned, stronger than before. It wasn't constant, but it came in waves. Sometimes you would be standing in the kitchen feeling relatively normal, and then suddenly feel eyes on the back of your neck so strongly that you had to turn around. Whenever that happened, you could see the same reaction in the others, a slight stiffening of posture, a pause in conversation, eyes flicking toward the empty doorway or the darkened hall. The house never felt truly empty, even when no one but us was in it. At one point, while we were exploring one of the rooms, we found something that seemed to belong to a different time. It was an old music box, small and ornate, with a kind of delicate metal crank on the side. It looked like it had been sitting untouched for years. We exchanged a look and decided to wind it up. We placed the audio recorder nearby on a flat surface, turned it on, and then slowly wound the music box. The little tune began to play, soft and tinkling, echoing faintly through the room. There was something inherently eerie about the sound of such a delicate, cheerful melody playing in an empty, possibly haunted house late at night. We let it run while we stood listening, saying very little. When the song finished and the music box wound down, we replayed the audio on the recorder. At first we heard exactly what we expected, the faint mechanical whining sound, the little melody playing through, the occasional creak of someone shifting their weight. Then, underneath the music, another sound emerged. It was a woman's voice. She was rambling in a language none of us recognized. It was not English, and it did not sound like any of the common languages we were familiar with. The tone was uneven, a stream of words that sounded almost like someone muttering to themselves, half chanting, half speaking. None of us had spoken while the music box was playing. We were sure of that. The three of us looked at each other with wide eyes as we listened to that strange, disembodied voice on the recording. The hair on my arms stood up. It felt like we had accidentally eavesdropped on someone or something that did not know we were listening, or maybe it did. Despite how unnerved I already was, we decided to pull out the Ouija board. I wanted to skip it entirely, because I have always felt uneasy about them, like they open doors you cannot easily close again. But part of me also wanted answers, and the other two were determined. So we set it down on a table, lit a couple of candles for light, and placed the audio recorder nearby to capture anything we might not notice in the moment. Then we all put our fingers lightly on the planchette and began the session, asking the usual questions. Is anyone here? Do you want to communicate? Who are you? At first nothing happened. The planchette sat still beneath our fingertips. We waited, breathing a bit more quietly than usual, listening to the creaks of the house and the soft hum of our own nervousness. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the planchette began to move. It slid across the board, stopping on letters without any of us consciously guiding it. We asked questions and it spelled out disjointed fragments that did not immediately make sense, but all of us felt that same heavy presence around us grow thicker. The sensation of being watched turned into something more intimate, as if whatever was in the house had come closer, surrounding us at the table. The room felt heavy and close, the shadows in the corners seemed darker. As the session went on, that feeling intensified, and a different kind of awareness crept in. It was not just that we were being watched. It felt like we were being measured, weighed, and that the thing doing it did not like us being there. The air seemed to carry a wordless warning, leave. A chill slid down my spine. We kept going though, asking more questions, half hoping to be ignored and half desperate for clear answers. Then, without warning, both Dirk and Chris lifted their hands off the planchette. They did not decide together. They just seemed to have the same impulse at the same time to see what would happen if they let go and left only my fingers touching it. I was about to tell them to put their hands back, a frustrated, scared protest on the tip of my tongue, when the planchette moved again. It glided across the board all on its own, smooth and purposeful. My fingers rested on top of it, barely touching, and yet it slid beneath them without any help from me. It was the strangest feeling, like holding on to something that was being dragged by invisible hands. There was no mistaking it. I was not moving it, and neither were they. The three of us stared at it in shock, our hearts pounding, as it traced another meaningless pattern across the letters. That was the moment when my unease turned into outright fear. Whatever we were communicating with, it had enough strength to move the planchette with no physical help from any of us. I pulled my hand away then, unable to keep it there any longer. As soon as I broke contact, the planchette went still. I reached over to stop the audio recorder and decided I needed to hear what, if anything, it had picked up during the session. My hands shook a little as I rewound the tape and pressed play. At first, the recording sounded exactly like what we had just experienced. Our own voices asking questions, the faint sound of the planchette sliding across the board, the creaks of the house settling. Then new sounds emerged from the background. We heard laughing. It was not any of us. The laughter had a mocking, distant quality, as though someone was quietly amused at our attempts to reach out. It did not sound joyful. It sounded more like someone snickering at a private joke we were not in on. Along with the laughter, there were random knocking sounds, like someone rapping on a table or a wall in no particular pattern, answering questions we had not asked. Listening to that tape, hearing those sounds that we had not heard in the moment, made my skin crawl. It confirmed what all three of us already felt, deep down. We were not alone in that house. Something there had noticed us from the very beginning, had watched us the first time we came to rake leaves in 2006, had stepped through doorways and across decks to get close to us, and now, a year later, it had revealed itself a little bit more. It could show itself as a distorted outline, it could turn things on and off, it could speak in a voice caught on tape, and it could move objects without our help. It did not want us there, that much was clear. It was frightening, and yet there was also a strange kind of wonder in knowing for sure that we were dealing with something genuinely beyond the ordinary. That night remains the most terrifying experience of my life. Even now, whenever I think of that house, I can still picture that wispy figure standing in the doorway, feel the weight of the planchette sliding under my fingers with its own will, and hear that strange, unseen laughter echoing faintly in my memory. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. This story has nothing to do with the other things I have already shared. It almost feels like a different branch of the same dark tree. It started when I was talking with a friend I had not spoken to in a long time. We were catching up on life the way people do when they finally reconnect after months or years. At first we were talking about normal things, like work, family, and who moved where. Then, slowly, the conversation drifted to spirits and all the strange things that still seemed to cling to the reserve at Tobik. I do not even remember exactly who brought it up first, but once the topic was on the table, it felt like something old and familiar had stepped into the room with us and wanted to be heard. My friend told me there was something she had not shared with many people. It was just one night, one walk, one strange meeting under a street light, but it had stayed with her ever since. She said this happened when she was still with her ex-boyfriend. They had gotten into an argument, one of those stupid but painful fights where you are angry, hurt, and confused all at once. She said she felt so upset that she could not stay in the house or around him anymore. The air felt too heavy, her eyes were burning, and the walls felt like they were pressing in on her. So she did what a lot of us do when we need to cool down and think. She walked out, shut the door behind her, and headed out into the night for a walk to clear her head. The streets were quiet, and the sky above Tobique was heavy and dark. The kind of darkness that is its own presence, where the stars look far away and the street lamps glow in small circles that never quite reach each other. She made her way down to the youth center, which is where a lot of people hang out. It has its own memories and stories, like almost every building on the reserve. She said she went there just to be somewhere other than her ex's house, somewhere she could calm down and maybe feel normal again. She walked around inside and outside for a while, trying to settle the storm inside her. After some time, though, she realized she did not want to be there either. The air felt wrong somehow. Maybe it was just her mood, maybe it was something else, but she felt restless and uneasy instead of calm. So she pulled out her phone and called her ex-boyfriend. Even though they had just fought, she still wanted to talk things out. She asked him to meet her so they could try to work through what had happened. He agreed, and they met up on one of the streets not too far from the youth center. The fight had cooled down into that heavy silence that hangs between two people who are not sure what to say next. They started walking together, side by side, moving slowly along the road, their steps echoing in the quiet night. They walked about 3 streets away from the youth center, moving deeper into that part of the community where the houses are more spread out and the light from the youth center does not reach. As they walked, my friend suddenly noticed something that made her stomach twist. Under one of the street lights ahead, standing perfectly still in the pale circle of yellow light, there was a tall, dark figure. It was a man, or at least it looked like a man. He was just standing there, not moving, not leaning on anything, not smoking, not talking on a phone. Just standing and facing in their direction, half in the shadows, half in the light. She could not make out his face, or his clothes, or any clear details. What she could feel, though, was the weight of him. She told me that the second she saw him her body reacted before her thoughts could catch up. A wave of fear rolled over her, and all the little hairs on her arms stood up. It felt wrong, like he did not belong there, like he was not just some random person waiting for someone or taking a late walk. She said that deep inside, without needing to think too hard about it, she already had an idea of what she might be looking at. We have all heard stories on the reserve about a certain tall dark figure. Some call him the tall man. Others call him the hooded person. Some use the Maliseet word wahant, which means devil. As soon as she saw that dark shape just standing under the street light, not moving, it was like those stories rose up inside her and whispered in her ear. She got a cold feeling in her chest and in her stomach. She knew she did not want to stare at him. She did not want to make eye contact, if he even had eyes. She did not want to draw any attention from whatever that thing was. So she did the one thing that felt safe in that moment. She dropped her gaze to the ground, looked down at her feet, and kept walking. She said they kept moving forward, her ex on one side of her, that street light with the tall figure drawing closer, and all the while she was trying to pretend she had not seen anything. Her heart was beating faster. She focused on the sound of their footsteps and her own breathing. She did not want to say anything in case speaking it out loud would make it more real or draw it closer. Then, just a couple of seconds later, her ex-boyfriend suddenly spoke in a strange, almost casual voice that did not quite match the moment. He said, "Watch out, that dog will get you." She froze for a second and looked up, confused and already on edge. "What dog? Where?" she asked him. At first she thought he was just making a bad joke, trying to scare her. She felt angry and nervous at the same time, and she told him it was not funny. She thought he must be lying or trying to tease her because of the way she had been acting since she saw that tall figure. But he did not laugh. He did not smile. He just pointed with his chin and repeated himself, more serious this time. "That dog. Right there. Under the street light." She forced herself to look properly at the street light again, expecting to see nothing or maybe some stray dog way off in the distance. Instead, what she saw made her blood run cold. There, directly under the street light, in the exact same spot where the tall dark man had been standing only moments ago, there was now a dog. It was not a normal-looking dog either. It was black, completely black, and it had a very long, sharp, pointy nose. It was not moving toward them, but it was standing like it had been placed there on purpose, as if it were replacing the figure she had seen before. The tall man was gone. There was no trace of him anywhere. There was only this strange black dog standing calmly in the same place, staring in their direction. When my friend realized that the figure she had seen and the dog her ex was seeing seemed to be one and the same, just in different shapes, she said her fear went from a low, quiet panic to full-on terror. This was not a normal person. This was not a normal dog. Something had changed shape right in front of them, and not in the way animals normally move or appear from behind cars or bushes. She grabbed her ex-boyfriend's arm and told him, "Come on, let's go. Let's just go." Her voice was shaking and she could not stop looking at that black dog for a second, afraid that if she looked away it might suddenly be right beside her. They both sped up, walking faster than before. It was not quite a run yet, but it was that fast, tight walk you do when you are trying to get away from something without making it obvious that you are running from it. They headed toward his place, and neither of them talked much on the way. My friend just kept feeling that cold feeling on her back, like eyes were following them. She did not look back again until she absolutely had to, and when she finally did glance over her shoulder, the street was once again empty. No tall man. No black dog. Just a circle of light under the lamp and the dark road stretching away in both directions. When she finished telling me this part, I was already feeling that familiar tension in my chest. As soon as she mentioned the tall man under the street light, my mind started going through all the other stories I have heard over the years about the tall man, the hooded person, Wahunt. Almost everyone on the reserve has at least heard about him, and many people swear they have seen him. Some people say they saw him once and never again. Some people say he has appeared more than once, always in different places, usually at night, usually when something is wrong, or someone is upset, or something bad is coming. I thought about the long dark stretch of road I used to walk to get to my own house, sometimes late at night, sometimes alone. That road has always felt like its own presence. No matter how many times I walked it, no matter how many times I told myself it was just a road like any other, I could not shake the feeling that something was watching me from the shadows. The trees on either side lean in, and the street lamps are few and far between. Your footsteps echo. Your breath sounds too loud. It is the kind of place where you walk a little faster without meaning to, and you do not look too long at the shadows between the houses and the trees. My friend must have known I was thinking about that road, because she started telling me another story, this one something her ex-boyfriend had told her about that very same stretch. Not that long stretch near my house exactly, but the same road, the same area. He had been walking home alone one night, late enough that most of the windows were dark and there were not many cars on the road. The air was cold and still, and all he wanted to do was get home, get inside, and shut the door behind him. As he walked, he passed a house with a big yard and a tree near the front. The light from a street lamp and a bit of light from the house fell across the lawn just enough that he could see the shape of something sitting under the tree. At first he thought it was just someone sitting outside, maybe smoking, or maybe a kid from the house who had stayed out too late. But as he got closer, he realized that the shape was wrong somehow. It was a tall figure, sitting down in the grass, back against the tree, head slightly bent forward like someone resting. The whole figure was dark, too dark to make out any details. All he could really see was that the person looked like they were wearing a hood over their head. The hood seemed to swallow the light. He could not see a face, just a dark area where the face should be. He stopped walking for a moment, rooted to the spot by that strange mix of fear and curiosity. He told my friend that he just stood there on the sidewalk, staring at whatever it was under the tree, trying to decide if he should ignore it and keep walking or turn around and go a different way. He said his body felt tight, like every muscle was tense, waiting for something to happen. For a few seconds the hooded figure did not move at all. It just sat there, as still as a rock, as if it had been carved into the tree itself. Then, slowly, the hooded man stood up. He rose to his full height, which was very tall, much taller than most people he knew. He turned his head and looked in my friend's ex-boyfriend's direction. Even then, he still could not see a face, just darkness inside the hood, but he could feel that this thing was looking right at him. His heart started pounding, and every instinct in his body screamed at him to run. Before he could move, the hooded man suddenly darted off, running at an unbelievable speed toward the line of trees at the side of the yard and into the woods beyond. He told her he had never seen a person move that fast in his life. It did not look like a normal human run. He said it was more like the way an animal runs when it bolts, low and fast and almost gliding, except this was a tall figure in a hood, and that made it even worse. In a few seconds the hooded man had crossed the yard, gone through the tall grass at the edge, and disappeared into the shadows of the trees. The only thing left behind was the sound of the tall grass swaying violently as it settled and the sound of branches snapping and breaking deeper into the woods. He stood there on the street, in shock, listening to the sounds in the darkness, trying to understand what he had just seen. Was it some prank? Was it a real person trying to scare him? Was it something else entirely? He said he knew it was not normal. The speed, the darkness around the figure, the feeling he had when it looked at him, all of it told him this was not just some random guy in a hoodie. After a long moment of just standing there, staring at the spot where the hooded man had vanished, he finally forced himself to start walking again, this time as fast as he could without breaking into a full run, his heart racing the whole way home. When my friend told me this story, I felt that strange, cold recognition. It matched so many other things people had said. A tall, dark figure in a hood. Moving too fast. Appearing on lonely stretches of road. Vanishing into woods, fields, or shadows. Always alone, always silent, always leaving behind this heavy feeling of fear and something else, something like sadness. I told her that I had always felt like I was being watched whenever I walked that same road alone, especially at night. I would tell myself I was being silly, that I was letting stories get into my head, but that feeling never fully left me. Sometimes I would feel it even in daylight when the wind was still and the road was empty. It felt like eyes on my back. It felt like someone was matching my steps from the shadows just off to the side, always a few feet behind, never fully catching up. I would try to ignore it, but my footsteps would always get a little quicker until I finally reached my house and shut the door. There are so many other stories about this figure, this person, this spirit, whatever he really is. Some people talk about seeing him by the woods, some near the water, some in yards, some in the middle of the road, sometimes as a man, sometimes as something that is not quite human. People give him different names, but the feeling is always the same. It is not the feeling you get from a friendly spirit or an ancestor watching over you. It is heavier, darker, as if he brings with him a warning or a shadow of something bad. I have not seen him myself yet. I have only had the feeling, the sense that something is watching. But I trust my friends. I know them. I know the sound of their voices when they are joking and when they are dead serious. The ones who say they have seen him do not talk about it like they are telling some made-up ghost story for attention. They talk about it quietly, with a sort of shaken honesty that is hard to fake. Their faces change when they remember it. Their eyes go distant for a moment, like they are seeing it all over again. I believe them when they say they saw him. I believe something is out there. The elders on Tobique have their own way of explaining it. They say that this is a bad spirit. They say he does not just wander around for no reason. They say he shows up when something bad has happened or is about to happen, like a death, a serious accident, or a sudden illness. Some describe him as a kind of sign, a dark shadow that walks ahead of misfortune or stands just behind it. Others say he is more than a sign, that he brings the bad things with him or feeds on them. Either way, his presence is not a blessing. It is not a neutral thing. It is something to be taken seriously, something to be avoided and respected. They call him Wahunt, which in Maliseet means devil. That word alone tells you how they feel about him. He is not seen as a good spirit. He is not an ancestor or a guide. He is tied to fear, sickness, death, and accidents. When someone says Wahant has been around, people listen. They watch their children more closely. They pay attention to their elders. They drive more carefully. They start to think about the things that are wrong in the community at that moment. The people who are struggling, the ones who are sick, the ones who are angry or lost. It is like his presence is a dark mirror reflecting all the pain and danger already there. As I listened to my friend and remembered all the other stories I had heard, I started to feel more and more sure that this is not just one person's imagination or a few kids telling lies to scare each other. There is a pattern in all these stories. Different people, different years, different places on the reserve, but so many of the details match across them all. The tall dark man under a street light. The hooded figure sitting or standing alone. The way he moves, too fast and too smooth. The times he appears, usually late at night, or when someone is upset or when something bad is happening or about to happen. The way people feel when they see him, like their bodies are screaming to get away. The elders' warnings. The old word, Wahant devil. Now, when I hear about him, or when I walk that long dark stretch of road and feel that old fear rise up, I find myself wondering if he really is the devil in the way we usually think of that word, or if he is something quieter but just as dangerous. Maybe he is an evil spirit who likes to show himself when people are weak, scared, or angry. Maybe he is drawn to those feelings. Maybe he is something older than the word devil, something the people here have seen for a long, long time and gave a name to so they could talk about him. Or maybe he is exactly what the elders say he is, a bad spirit who only comes when bad things are around him, like smoke around a fire. Whatever he is, my friend's stories and all the others have made me think about him more seriously. I used to hear the word Wahant and think of it as just a story or a way to scare kids into coming home on time. Now, after hearing so many people I trust describe him and after thinking of all the times I have felt watched on that road, I am starting to believe that he might be real, in some way. Whether he is the devil, an evil demon, or some kind of dark spirit that lives in the places between one bad event and the next, I am not sure. But I do believe that he is connected to bad happenings, that he seems to be around when something is wrong. My hometown was built on old grudges. The streets and houses look quiet enough now, but underneath everything there is a history that never really went away. Back in the 1840s, when the first Irish immigrants came and settled here, they did not arrive empty. They brought their faith, their language, their songs, their hopes for a new life in Canada. But they also brought their old fights. The tension between Irish Catholics and Protestants was already deep back in Ireland, and when those people crossed the ocean, their anger and suspicion crossed with them. They settled here and tried to start again, but the same differences were still there, just waiting for a spark. A lot of people in town today don't like to admit it, but the old stories are still told quietly in kitchens and at family gatherings. People remember which families used to sit on which side of the church, who wouldn't marry into whose family, who stopped talking to whom. Out of all those quiet arguments and hard looks, one feud grew until it turned into something much darker. It did not stay as harsh words or cold shoulders. It ended in blood. That feud finally exploded in a way that nobody could ignore. One night, long ago, 5 members of a well-known family were murdered. It was a brutal crime, and it shocked everyone. The people involved, the victims and the ones accused, were real, familiar faces. They were not strangers in some far-off city. They were neighbors, people others had grown up with. For a long time, the whole town tried to bury what had happened. People whispered, they blamed each other in private, but in public they stayed quiet. No one wanted to talk about how religious hatred and old grudges had led to a mass killing in their own backyard. As the years passed, people who had known the victims personally grew older and died. The sharpness of the pain dulled a little, and the story started to change. Instead of a shameful tragedy, it turned into something else, a legend. People who didn't have to live through the shock turned it into a story that belonged to the town's history, like an old scar. Eventually, That scar became something that drew people here. Tourists love dark stories, and once someone realized that this murder story could bring visitors to town, the silence that had covered it for years began to lift. Now the story of that family, their feud, and their murder has become one of the main attractions. The museum in town started offering tours that follow the old paths, talk about the first settlers, and end at the land where the killings took place. The building where the family had lived is gone, but another house stands on part of the same land now. It is a private residence, a neat little place, with flower beds and a fresh coat of paint. People live there, cook meals, watch TV, and sleep in their beds just like anyone else. But the ground underneath has a different memory, one that goes back more than 100 years. The owner of the house works with the museum now. When the tour groups arrive, he comes out to greet them. He stands them roughly where the old house of the murdered family once stood. He tells the story, carefully but clearly, and then takes people around the property. Whenever someone mentions that the place is haunted, he does not exactly nod or deny it. He just smiles a little, the kind of smile that says he has heard and seen more than he wants to talk about every single day. People say the place is, well and truly haunted. And they say it with that mix of fear and excitement that always comes with ghost stories. I started working at the museum not too long ago. I love history, so getting a job there felt like a small dream coming true. On my second day, I was told that I would have to take a group of grade 10 students on the murder tour. It was not just any group, there were almost 60 of them. Teenagers in a big group can be loud, easily distracted, and sometimes very hard to impress. I was new, nervous, and trying to remember every detail of my training, every date, every name, every turn of the tour route. On top of all that, this would be my first time visiting the murder site myself. I had grown up in this town, so I knew the basic story. I had heard plenty of ghost tales about the house and the land. People said they had seen lights in the windows when no one was home, shadows passing even when the curtains were still, strange sounds in the barn, cold spots in the house, and voices that did not belong to any living person. As a kid, I would hear these stories and picture the place in my mind, but I had never actually gone there. It was one of those places you always meant to see, someday, but never quite did. Now, someday, had arrived, and I had to go there with almost 60 teenagers trailing behind me. The night before the tour, I was sitting at home, going over my notes, and trying not to think too hard about the ghost stories. My mother was in the kitchen. I remember telling her, half joking and half serious, "If I see a ghost on that property, I'm quitting this job." She looked at me, raised her eyebrows, and laughed. She knew I believed that strange things could happen, but she also knew I loved my new job. She probably thought I was just letting my imagination get the better of me. I laughed a little too, but inside I wondered. I didn't really want to quit, but the idea of meeting something I couldn't explain on only my second day was more than a little terrifying. The next day, things started off smoothly. The grade 10s arrived in a noisy wave of backpacks, phones, chatter, and half-hidden eye rolls. I introduced myself, went through the usual safety talk, and then we all climbed into the bus. As we drove through town, I stood at the front and did my best to sound confident and knowledgeable. I told them about the Irish immigrants, the religious divide, the growth of the town, and then slowly, carefully, began to tell them the story that would bring us to the murder site. The bus hummed along, the students listened in turns, losing focus and then coming back when something caught their interest. When we finally arrived at the homestead, everyone climbed down from the bus. The land was beautiful in a quiet way. There were flower gardens, green grass, and the house itself stood solid and calm. You would never know just by looking that such a terrible thing had once happened near where we stood. The owner came out to meet us, cheerful and friendly. He gathered the students in a rough circle near where the old house once stood. From where I stood, near the back of the group, I was only about 10 feet away from the spot where one of the sons, a young man not much older than me, had been stabbed and beaten to death. The owner began to tell the story. He spoke clearly and carefully, taking the group through the events that had led up to the killings, the anger between families, the days of tension, the night when everything came to a head. I listened, even though I already knew some of it, because the way he told it made it easy to imagine the past layered over the present. At first I was just following along quietly. Then he reached the part where he described the actual murder of that young man. As he went into detail about the attack, something changed. The air around me seemed to shift. One moment it was a mild spring day, the kind where you can stand comfortably in a light jacket, or even just a sweater. The next moment, it was like I had stepped into midwinter. A coldness wrapped itself around me from head to toe. It was not just a light shiver. It felt as if the temperature dropped sharply and suddenly, like opening a door straight into a freezer. Goosebumps rose on my arms and raced up my legs. My teeth almost wanted to chatter. I began to shiver even though the sun was still shining, and the breeze was not any stronger than before. I looked around, wondering if a cloud had suddenly covered the sun, if a wind had picked up, if anyone else was reacting the same way. The students were standing where they had been, some listening, some whispering to each other, some staring at their phones. No one was hugging themselves or stamping their feet. No one seemed to notice any change at all. The owner's voice did not falter. The other guide stood calmly to one side, looking at the group. I felt completely alone in that cold. Then, just as quickly as it had come, the cold vanished. It was as if someone had flicked a switch back. The warmth of the day returned, the goosebumps faded, and my body relaxed a little. I stayed where I was, trying to make sense of it. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe talking about blood and violence had made me feel sick and lightheaded. Maybe my mind had turned that into a feeling of cold. I kept telling myself these things, trying to push away the idea that something else had just moved through the space where I stood. Nothing else strange happened on that first visit. The students went around the property, listened to the rest of the story, took their pictures, and then we all climbed back onto the bus and returned to the museum. I told myself that the cold spot was just my nerves catching up with me. It was only my second day. I was tired, tense, and full of all the stories I had been reading about the place. I decided to ignore it and carry on. Some weeks later, I was scheduled to do the same tour again, this time with another large group of grade 10s, 57 of them this time. By then I felt a little more confident with my job. I knew the route, I knew when to pause and when to keep talking, and I knew roughly which parts of the story made the students perk up. I also knew the homeowner a little better. I felt less shy around him and more like a proper coworker in this strange job where history and ghost stories run side by side. We went through the same routine. The bus ride, the background story, the arrival at the homestead. The students, these 57 little darlings, as I sometimes called them in my head, shuffled into place around the owner as he began his talk. I stood again at the back of the group. Being short, I could not see over the heads of the students in front of me, so I was in what I call my usual invisible spot. From where I stood, anyone on the far side of the group, like the owner's wife or neighbor, would not have been able to see me at all. I was tucked behind a wall of teenagers. Because I had already heard this man tell the story several times, I did not focus on every word this time. Instead, my mind wandered a little. I started to look around more, noticing small things I had not paid attention to before. The shape of the flower beds, some old trees in the yard, the way the grass sloped slightly in one corner, as if something heavy had once stood there. I let his familiar words wash over me like background music while my eyes moved. After a while, my attention drifted toward the house itself. Part of the house, the older section, had been built about a year after the murders, by some of the surviving sons of the killed family. Other parts had been added on over time, but this old section still had a different feel to it. I found myself staring at one of its ground floor windows. The curtain there was partly open. The glass reflected a bit of the sky and yard. And then, suddenly, there was a face in the window, looking straight at me. It was a man. I could see him clearly enough to know that. He was young, not middle-aged, not old. His hair was fair, light enough to stand out even in the dim reflection. His features were not fuzzy or twisted like you might see if you caught your own reflection in passing. He looked real and solid and, for a few seconds, completely present. The look in his eyes was not especially angry or sad. He just seemed to be watching me. He was there long enough for my brain to register. There is a man in the window, and he is staring at me. Long enough for me to feel my breath catch and my heart speed up. Long enough for the tiny voice inside me to say, clearly, that is not the lady of the house. And then, just as simply, he was gone. One moment there. The next, the window was empty again, just glass and sky and the faint blur of curtains. I must have made some kind of sound, because inside my head I was trying to talk, but what came out of my mouth was more like broken bits of words. G-H-B-A-G-A. I stood there at the back of the group, feeling like a fish out of water, my mouth opening and closing, my lungs trying to pull in air properly. But the students were busy watching the owner or each other. No one turned around to stare at me. No one seemed to hear my shaky attempts to speak. When the group started walking toward the barn, I quickly moved over to the other tour guide, the one who helped with bigger groups. I told her, quietly but urgently, what I had seen, that there had been a man in the window, watching me, and then he had vanished. She looked calm and told me that it was probably just the lady who lived there. She said it in a kind, reassuring tone, as if to soothe my nerves. But I knew what I had seen. Even if he had only been there for a few seconds, I had seen him clearly enough to know that he was not a woman. The shape of his shoulders, the cut of his jaw, the way he held himself, it was male, definitely. As we continued walking toward the barn, I tried to explain it away to myself. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe one of the students had moved in a certain way and their reflection had bounced into the glass. Maybe my mind had, once again, filled in something that was not really there. I thought about all the times I had looked at a cloud and seen shapes that were not really in it, all the times my eyes had turned shadows into faces. I repeated these thoughts in my head like a little prayer, hoping they would make the tight feeling in my chest loosen. But the truth was, the more I thought about it, the more one detail bothered me. The man I had seen, the one with the fair hair, did not just look like any young man. His pale hair, his age, something about his features made him look an awful lot like the descriptions and old pictures I had seen of the son who had been killed on this land over 120 years earlier. The same kind of youth, the same light hair. I told myself I was making that connection because I already knew the story. Still, it stayed with me. While I was turning this over in my mind, the group had reached the barn. Part of the barn is older than even the newer section of the house, older than the murder itself. It is built from thick, rough timbers, and it smells like dust, hay, and old wood. People say that if you want to catch strange things on camera, this barn is the place. Over the years, visitors have claimed to photograph misty shapes, odd balls of light, and strange shadows in its corners. The kids were eager to test this, of course. As soon as the owner opened the barn doors, they poured inside like water flowing into an empty basin. They spread out quickly, lifting their phones and cameras, calling to each other to stand in particular spots, pointing up at the rafters, the old tools, the stall walls. Flashes popped everywhere. Some of them tried to spook each other, telling their own ghost stories, daring friends to stand alone in the darker corners. The other guide and I stayed mostly near the doors, answering questions and making sure no one climbed onto anything dangerous or touched something they should not. After a few minutes, the owner called time and told everyone we should head back out so the group could move on to the next stop. One by one, the kids filed out, still talking, still looking at the photos they had just taken. I watched them go, waited to see the other guide step out too, and then finally turned to leave myself. I was the last one left inside. As I walked toward the doorway, I felt a touch on my back. It was clear, solid, and unmistakable. Not like a cobweb, not like a draft, not like my shirt brushing against something. It felt like a hand. A flat palm, pressed gently but firmly between my shoulder blades, right in the middle of my back. The kind of touch someone might give you when they are guiding you out of a room or hurrying you along. For an instant, I did not think anything of it. I know that sounds strange, but in that first second, my mind took the easiest path. I assumed it was the owner or the other guide, reaching out to steer me forward. I kept walking, and as I stepped out through the barn door, I automatically looked back over my shoulder to say something like, "Thanks," or to smile at whoever had touched me. There was no one else inside. The barn behind me was empty. I could see the length of it clearly from where I stood, the beams, the stalls, the packed dirt floor. There was no one near me, no hand still half raised, no person turning away as if embarrassed. I was the last one to leave, just as I had thought a moment before the touch. Now I knew it for sure. I stepped fully out into the daylight, my heart pounding. The students were already making their way back toward the bus. The other guide was outside, talking to a pair of girls about something they had seen on their camera screen. The owner was standing near the gate. No one was close enough to have touched me, and no one was looking at me like they had just played a prank. I did not make a scene. I did not scream or call everyone back into the barn. I just stood there a moment, feeling the ghost of that handprint in the middle of my back, and wondered who, or what, had decided to give me that gentle push. That day stayed with me for a long time. The cold on my first visit, the man in the window on my second, the invisible hand in the barn, each of these things could be brushed aside if I wanted to. I could blame nerves, imagination, light, shadows, anything. But deep down, I do not think that is all they were. In a place built on old anger, soaked in a story of blood and grief, it does not feel impossible that something of those events still remains. Maybe it is just the weight of memory, pressing down so hard that people like me feel it as cold, as shapes in the window, as a hand on the back. Or maybe, as the tour groups come and go and the story is told again and again, the dead sometimes come to the surface to listen, to watch, or simply to remind us that what happened there was real, and that they were, once, real too. A few weeks before I finally moved out of that duplex, life felt heavy in a way I couldn't quite shake off. I've mentioned that place before, the one where all the weird things were happening, the shadowy figures, the bad energy, and especially the girl in the photograph flipping off the camera. After I kicked that roommate out, all the strange activity just stopped, almost like she'd carried some darkness in with her and took it away when she left. The house was quieter after that, but I still wasn't doing great. I was sinking into this slow, sticky kind of sadness. Nothing dramatic from the outside, just that tired kind of depression where you keep waking up late, hitting snooze over and over, and feeling like gravity weighs twice as much as it should. Every morning felt harder than the last. I'd lie there, staring at the ceiling, knowing I should get up, knowing I was going to be late again, and still not quite able to make myself move. One morning in particular stands out more than all the others. I had to be up by 7 a.m. sharp because I'd booked an appointment at the vet. My poor cat was going in to get neutered, and they wanted him dropped off by 8. I had told myself the night before, very seriously, that I would be responsible, go to sleep early, wake up when the alarm rang, no excuses this time. Of course, that's not how it went. My alarm started going off at 7, loud and annoying, and I just kept smacking the snooze button. That soft beep 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 felt like it was echoing inside my skull. I'd open my eyes for a second, see the time, and then drift back down into that half-sleep fog where you know you're making bad choices and don't care enough to stop. The room was dim, warm, and quiet in that way that makes it too easy to go back to sleep. One detail is really important. I never, ever sleep with my bedroom door open. Even in that duplex, where the activity had calmed down, I still had this rule. If the door was open at night, I felt exposed, like the whole world could just step into my room uninvited. An open door meant intruders, or even just the feeling of someone standing there while I slept. So I always closed it. It made me feel like I had a tiny bit of control over my space, like I could relax once the door clicked shut. That morning, when I rolled over and glanced at the door between snoozes, I remember clearly, it was closed. Not halfway shut, not pulled mostly in, fully closed. It comforted me even in my half-asleep state, like, okay, the world is out there and I'm safely in here. At some point between one snooze and the next, when I was drifting in that blurry in-between space, I heard a knock on my bedroom door. It wasn't just any knock. It was a very specific knock. A familiar rhythm, just a few quick taps, with a tiny pause in the middle. A knock I had heard most of my life. A knock I could recognize even if you woke me from the deepest sleep. It was my mother's knock. And the strangest thing is, in that moment, my brain did not question it at all. It did not stop and say, "Wait, that doesn't make sense." It didn't remind me that my mother had already passed away. It didn't warn me that this was wrong or impossible. I was so tired that I reacted on pure habit, the way I had since I was a kid. I just answered, "Yeah?" I mumbled, half into my pillow, eyes still closed. I heard the door open with the soft creak it always made when it moved. I didn't see it, but I felt the change in the air and heard the sound of it. I could sense someone standing in the doorway, the way you can tell when there's another presence in a room even without looking. And then I heard her voice. "Come on, Heather, let's get up now. You're going to be late for kitten. Come on." Her voice. That exact tone. She was British originally, and even though her accent had faded a lot over the years, there was still a particular way she said certain words. "Come on" was one of them. The way it came out of her mouth had this slightly stretched sound, this mix of nagging and affection that used to drive me crazy when I was tired. It annoyed me back then. It worked now. The second she said it, I felt that familiar flash of frustration that always woke me up when she used that tone. It was like muscle memory. I groaned, rolled onto my back, and forced myself to sit up in bed. My body felt heavy, my eyes were still closed, but I pushed myself upright like I had done so many times before when she woke me like that. I blinked slowly and finally opened my eyes. The room came into focus. I turned my head and looked at the door. It was open. Not wide open, just cracked enough that someone could lean in, poke their head around the corner, and call my name. The way she always used to do. Only this time, there was no one standing there. The hallway beyond was empty and quiet. That was the moment when my brain finally caught up. My mother was gone. She had been gone for some time. She couldn't have walked down that hallway. She couldn't have knocked on that door. She couldn't have opened it. She couldn't have stood there and scolded me about being late for the cat's appointment. But the door was open, and I remembered it being closed. I had heard the knock. I had heard her voice. And the words she used were exactly what she would have said, in exactly the same way. I looked at the clock and realized that if she hadn't woken me up, I probably would have slept right through and missed the vet completely. I sat there in bed for a moment, my heart thumping, not out of fear but out of something else, surprise, sadness, and this weird kind of comfort all mixed together. I started laughing under my breath, shaking my head. It was the kind of laugh that comes when you're not sure whether to cry or smile. "Thanks, Mom," I said quietly, into the empty room. It felt like she just slipped back into my life for a moment, not to say something grand or dramatic, but to do what she always did, nag me until I did what I needed to do. I got up, got dressed in a hurry, grabbed the cat, and rushed out the door. The whole time, it felt like I just stepped out of a dream that had somehow left fingerprints on the real world. My door being open was the part that wouldn't leave my mind. I knew what I remembered. I knew my habits. I didn't leave it open when I slept. And yet it had been open from the outside, just enough for a familiar face to peek in. Life moved on after that. I eventually left the duplex and recently moved back in with my father. That move was about more than convenience. It was about healing. For him and for me. We live on a golf course now, in a place my mother absolutely adored. She was obsessed with her garden. It wasn't just a hobby for her, it was her little world. She worked on it constantly, planning which flowers would bloom in which season, fussing over colors and shapes, clipping things just so. If there was a spot of bare dirt, she saw a future plant there. The patio looked out over the green of the course and her flowers, and she treated it like her personal kingdom. Even in the years when I wasn't living there full time, I would still stay over sometimes. On those nights, Especially when my head and heart felt full, I would sneak out onto the patio late at night. The golf course would stretch out in front of me, dark and mostly silent, with just a few faint lights far off in the distance. The air would feel different out there, calmer somehow. I'd stand or sit on the patio and talk quietly into the darkness. Not to myself, really. To her. Sometimes I'd cry. Sometimes I'd just let my thoughts spill out. Sometimes I'd just say a simple hello. Those talks became my way of checking in with her, even though she wasn't physically there anymore. The garden felt like the place she belonged, and it also felt like the place I could feel her the most. One night, not long after I'd moved back in with my dad, I went out there again. The house was quiet. My father was inside, either watching TV or sleeping. The world felt softer in that late hour. I stepped out onto the patio and looked at the flowers, some of which she had planted herself, others that had been added since. I started talking to her the way I always did. No big speech, just honest words. I told her how grateful I was for where I was now. I told her I was thankful that my relationship with my father was so much better than it used to be. She used to worry about that a lot. She would look at him, look at me, and I could see that concern in her eyes. She knew he had a temper. She knew I was stubborn. She had seen the worst of both of us. She used to beg him not to become that angry man. Again, the one we both knew too well from years of arguments, slammed doors, and hurt feelings. She was afraid that after she was gone, he and I would drift apart or explode apart, that we wouldn't manage to build something healthy between us. To be fair, I had given him plenty of reasons to be frustrated. I'd put him through a lot. We had both hurt each other in different ways. For a long time, he was that angry man, and I was the angry girl fighting back. It took years and a lot of growing up before something shifted. Over the last year and a half or so, I started proving, slowly, that I was changing. That I was becoming a more sensible, grounded person. That I wasn't just that kid who always clashed with him. So standing there on the patio, I told her all of that. I told her how relieved I was that she didn't have to worry about it anymore, wherever she was. I said that my dad and I were doing well now, really well, in a way that would have made her proud and probably a bit emotional. I told her I was living with him again not because I had to, but because I wanted to. That I wanted to help him move forward, and I wanted to move forward myself. I told her that despite all the chaos, coming back home had been one of the best decisions I made in a long time. It felt peaceful instead of tense. It felt like I was finally allowed to breathe. I told her I loved her. I told her I appreciated everything she had done for me when she was alive, and all the ways I still felt her helping me, even after she passed. I poured my heart out a little. Not in a big dramatic way, just honest, raw, quiet words in the dark. Then something caught my eye. Out on the golf course, near a cluster of trees maybe 100 feet away, I saw a tiny light flicker. Just a single little glow, floating in midair. At first, my body reacted before my mind did. My heart jumped into my throat, and for a second I was scared. In a place that dark, any sudden light looked strange. My brain scrambled to figure out what I was seeing. The light flickered again, soft and warm, hovering low to the ground. It didn't look like a flashlight, or a phone screen, or a house light. It was small and gentle, too alive looking for something mechanical. It blinked on, then off, then on again, like it was breathing. That was the moment I realized what it probably was. A firefly. It sounds like nothing if you've seen them all your life, but I never had. I had never in my entire life seen a firefly before that night. They were something from movies and books to me, not from my actual world. So for a moment, my mind didn't even go there. Once it clicked, that fear melted into something else, wonder. Still, even knowing that, the timing felt strange. The little light didn't stay where it first appeared. It started moving. It flitted around near the trees for a second, then almost seemed to travel toward me, like it had made up its mind. It crossed that distance so quickly, in less than 20 seconds. It zigzagged gently through the air until it was right in front of me, close enough that I could have cupped it in my hands if I'd wanted to. It hovered there for what felt like a long time in firefly terms, maybe 10 to 15 seconds. Its tiny body glowed, faded, glowed again. Each flash felt like a tiny hello. I stood perfectly still, barely breathing, just watching it. My fear had vanished completely. Instead, I felt this quiet happiness spreading through my chest. The moment felt so personal, like the world had shrunk down to me, the garden, the night, and this tiny glowing creature floating inches away. I had just finished telling my mother how much I loved her, how grateful I was, how much better things were. And suddenly, here was this little light, like an answer. I know, logically, it was just a firefly. But the timing, the fact that I had never seen one before, the way it appeared at that exact moment, and came straight toward me, it didn't feel random. It felt like her. It felt like she had heard everything I said, and instead of answering with a voice this time, she sent this harmless, magical-looking little messenger right up to my face to say, "I'm here. I hear you. I'm listening." After a while, the firefly's light flashed for the last time and then faded. It drifted away into the darkness and disappeared completely. I stayed there, looking at the space where it had been, and I realized I was smiling so hard my cheeks hurt. The heaviness that had been sitting on my chest all day felt lighter. My shoulders dropped in a way they hadn't in a long time. I shook my head and laughed softly. "Nice one, Mom," I said into the night. "You scared me for a second. Jerk." I didn't mean it in a cruel way, obviously. It was the kind of thing I used to say to her when she did something playful that startled me. In that moment, I could almost feel her laughing too, the way she used to, amused and a little smug when she knew she'd gotten a reaction out of me. I went back inside after that, feeling strangely refreshed for such a small incident. I crawled into bed, still thinking about the knock on the door in the duplex, the voice that sounded exactly like hers, and now this tiny flying light outside the home she loved so much. I don't pretend to have all the answers about what happens after we die. I don't know exactly what those moments were or how they work. But I do know this: sometimes, when I need it the most, it feels like she finds a way to reach me. Sometimes it's a voice that gets me out of bed when I'm sinking into old habits. Sometimes it's a little glowing bug on a dark golf course that shows up right when I'm saying thank you. And whether it's coincidence or something more, I choose to take it as love. My parents have always had a strange kind of history with hauntings, so in a way I grew up thinking ghosts and spirits were just another part of life. My dad especially had a lot of stories. The house he grew up in had a few spirits in it, according to him and his brothers and sisters. They didn't attack anyone or act like something out of a horror movie. They just seemed to move through the house like any other member of the family. He said you would hear footsteps going up and down the stairs when everyone was in bed. Sometimes you'd be sitting in the living room and see a figure walk past the doorway like they were heading for the kitchen, but there would be no sound of the door opening, and when you got up to check, there was nobody there. The porch door would open and close by itself once in a while. Doors inside the house would slowly swing in or click shut when nobody was near them. It was almost like invisible housemates going about their business. My mom told me the same stories, so it wasn't just my dad exaggerating. She said there were certain times of day when the hallway felt crowded, like people you couldn't see were walking past you. In the evenings, they would hear something move on the stairs as if someone was going up or down, but when they looked, nothing was there. None of it sounded violent, just strange and constant. Then there was the Ouija board story from my aunt's place. My parents, being young and curious at the time, decided it would be fun to try a Ouija session with my aunt and a couple of friends. They weren't very careful. They didn't open with any kind of prayer or protection, and they didn't close the session properly from what I've been told. For a while, nothing much happened. Then things escalated fast. Not long after they packed the board away, glasses in the kitchen started moving by themselves. At first it was just small nudges, like something was bumping them lightly. Then one evening, they had a full-out incident. Glasses and dishes flew off shelves and counters, smashing into the walls and the floor. My dad said one glass slid across the table, lifted up, and then sailed into the wall like someone had thrown it as hard as they could. It shattered into pieces. This was in front of several people who all saw it happen. They stopped using the Ouija after that, and my parents always told me very firmly never to mess with it. Growing up with these stories, I kind of accepted the idea of spirits, but I didn't have many strong experiences of my own, at least nothing like what my parents had. I always felt somewhere in the middle. I wasn't a total believer, but I wasn't a skeptic either. I was like a neutral observer. I would listen to the stories, feel a little uneasy, maybe get chills, but I never fully threw myself into either side. Even so, I noticed that when I really focused, I could sometimes feel something that wasn't exactly normal. It's hard to explain. If I concentrated on a room or a place, I could sense different kinds of weight in the air. Some rooms felt heavy and thick, others felt clear and light. Sometimes I would get little tingles on my arms or the back of my neck for no reason. Once in a while, I thought I could see faint shapes or movement at the edge of my vision. But it was never very sharp or clear, and it was easy to brush it off as imagination if I wanted to. Still, there was one being that kept appearing in my life from the time I was a kid, and that one felt different from everything else. It wasn't just a random shadow. It had a clear shape and a strong feeling that came with it. It showed up enough times that I started to recognize it. In the house where I grew up, there was a hallway that led to my bedroom. At night, all the lights would be off except maybe a faint glow from the bathroom, or a lamp somewhere. When I walked down that hallway to and from my room, especially late at night, I would sometimes catch sight of something in one of the dark rooms off the hall. It was never right in front of me. It was always in the corner of my eye, off to the side in the doorway of a room or just inside it. The room would be mostly dark, and I'd be walking past, already feeling a little creeped out because of the hour and the darkness, and then I would sense it. The shape was strange. It was black, not like a solid object colored black, but like a hole in the dark. The body shape and size reminded me of a bear, broad and low, thick through the chest and shoulders. But the head and face didn't look like a bear at all. The face looked more like a baboon or some kind of primate, long and strong, with a heavy jaw and a forward stance. The whole thing was covered in lines. They weren't for lines. They looked more like markings, almost like tattoos or carved patterns. The lines flowed around its body and face in a way that made me think of old stone carvings, like something you'd see in a museum from an ancient civilization. For some reason, every time I looked at it, the first thing that came to mind was Incan or Mayan artwork, or something from an old South American tribe. It had that feeling, stylized and symbolic, not just natural. The strangest part was the way it looked. Negative. The areas that should have been darker or in deeper shadow didn't get blacker. Instead, they turned a kind of dull gray, like a photo negative. The places that should have caught light or been a little brighter stayed black or almost see-through. It was like it reversed the rules of light. Sometimes I could see the outline clearly, and the inside of the shape looked half-transparent, like if you stared hard enough, you might see the room behind it. It was, by any normal standard, a scary-looking creature. If I described it to someone who had never seen it and didn't know how it felt, they'd probably think it sounded like a nightmare monster. Big black bear-like body, baboon-like face, strange tattoo lines, negative shadow effect. It should have terrified me. But it didn't. Every time I saw it, I did feel nervous, of course. I mean, when you see something standing in the dark that you know shouldn't be there, you don't feel relaxed. My heart rate would go up. My skin would prickle. But at the same time, underneath the nervousness, there was this weird calm. It was like the creature itself was quiet inside, and that quiet spread to me. Whenever I noticed it, whatever fear I had of other things, the dark, the idea of something else lurking around, the leftover anxiety from scary thoughts, would ease up. Instead of feeling like a threat, it felt more like a solid presence watching over things. I never felt like it was going to lunge at me, hurt me, or chase me. I felt like it was standing guard. It wasn't limited just to the hallway either. As I grew up, I started seeing it in other places too. It was always in the dark, always out of the corner of my eye. I would be out in the woods at night, maybe with friends or sometimes alone in the backyard, and I'd get that same sense. I'd turn my head slightly and see that big shape standing a little distance away, half hidden between trees, or near the edge of the yard. Sometimes at other people's houses, in dim rooms or dark stairwells, I would feel watched but not in a creepy way. I'd glance toward the feeling and there it would be, just barely visible, like it was making sure I knew it was still around. Every time, the reaction was the same, nervous at first, but then that wave of calm. I never saw it run. I never saw it move quickly. It seemed to just appear and stand there. There are a few things about my life that I think might be connected to this being, and they've always stood out to me. The first big one is my dreams. For as long as I can remember, I have never once had a nightmare that I can recall. I'm not saying I've never had a bad dream at all in my entire life, because maybe I have and just forgot. But I have never woken up scared from a dream. I've never woken up screaming, never covered in sweat, never in a panic over something I saw in my sleep. Not when I was a kid, not as a teenager, not as an adult. Most people I know can remember at least one nightmare from childhood that stuck with them. Monsters, falling, being chased, losing someone, that kind of thing. I don't have that. When I look back, my dreams have either been neutral, confusing, or sometimes pleasant, but never truly frightening. It's like my mind is protected when I sleep. The second thing is how I feel in places that are supposed to have very strong, negative energy. I've been in buildings that people swear are haunted. I've walked through old places that feel heavy and sad. I've visited sites where bad things have happened. Other people around me will say they feel sick, dizzy, or scared. They talk about feeling their chest tighten or their heart race. They might feel drained or overwhelmed. I don't feel those things in the same way. When I walk into those places, I can tell something is off. I can sense the weight in the air, almost like walking into a room filled with thick smoke, but invisible. But I don't absorb it. It doesn't sink into me. I feel oddly safe, like whatever negativity is there can't get past some invisible line around me. I might feel serious or sad in those places, but not threatened. Thinking back to when I was a small child, that sense of protection continues to stand out. When I was little, I was definitely afraid of the dark. I was especially scared of my closet and the rooms down the hall. At night, when the lights went out, my imagination would come to life. I was sure monsters would come out of the closet, step out of the hallway, and attack me if I wasn't careful. My best defense was my blanket. I truly believed that if I pulled the blanket over my head, nothing could get me. I remember lying there, heart pounding, feeling like something was prowling around my room. Sometimes I thought I could see shadows crossing the wall, moving back and forth. I would stare at them and feel sure they were real creatures walking around while I tried to sleep. Now, as an adult, I can accept that some of that might have been dreams or just my imagination running wild. Kids see things and fill in the blanks with fear. But even then, when I thought about something really evil being in the room, the fear always seemed to stop right at the edge of that invisible line. It never quite reached the point of total terror. Another strange thing that has followed me through my life is how my body reacts when people talk about the occult, spirits, or things like aliens. Anytime I get into a serious conversation about this kind of topic, my eyes start to fill with tears. Not because I am feeling sad or scared. Emotionally, I can feel totally calm or even curious. But physically, my eyes get wet and my throat tightens up like I might start crying. It isn't like when someone is talking about something emotionally painful or deeply personal. It's not that kind of reaction. It feels more like my body is reacting on its own, separate from my thoughts. It happens often enough that I've noticed the pattern. If the conversation turns towards spirits, energy, unseen things, or anything beyond, my eyes will start to sting a little, and I'll have to blink more. My voice gets a little shaky if I talk for too long about it. I have no real explanation for it. It just happens. Putting all of this together, the creature I kept seeing, the lack of nightmares, the protection from heavy energies, the physical reaction to spiritual topics. It started to paint a picture in my mind. Over time, I came to the conclusion that the creature was some kind of guardian spirit assigned to me, or drawn to me for some reason. I began to think that maybe it was the one stopping the frightening dreams from reaching me. Maybe it somehow stood between me and anything that would harm or scare me while I slept. I thought that perhaps it was responsible for the feeling of safety I had in dark or negative places, like it was absorbing the bad energy before it could touch me. Even its shape started to make sense to me. As a child, I was terrified of monsters, especially anything that might come out of dark doorways or closets. But this being, which looked like a monster at first glance, never acted like one. Instead, it felt peaceful, almost comforting deep down. So I wondered if that was part of the point. Maybe it took on that big, strange form to show me that not everything that looks scary actually is. Maybe it was helping me get over that fear of monsters in the dark, by being one that I didn't have to fear. And maybe my strange reaction when talking about the occult was some sign of a connection between me and that spirit, or maybe between me and something bigger related to it. I don't know for sure, but the thought has always stayed with me. There's another part to this story that makes me feel even more sure that it was a guardian, and not just my imagination. A friend of mine, someone who had his own fears and worries, once saw it too, but it did not appear the same way to him. This friend had always been afraid that someone would break into his house. That was his big fear. When he was staying over at my place once, we were walking down the same hallway where I usually saw the creature. It was late at night, and the lights were off. The rooms off the hallway were dark, and there was that usual small edge of unease in the air. I felt that familiar sense, like it was watching. Later, my friend mentioned that he had seen something in the hallway. He said he saw a man standing there in black clothes with a black hat, almost like an old-fashioned shadowy figure you might picture in a story about burglars or intruders. It was in the same spot and at the same time when I had felt the creature nearby, but I hadn't looked directly at it that time. I knew it was there, but I didn't turn to see it. For my friend, whose biggest fear was someone breaking into his house and hurting him or his family, the guardian spirit appeared in the shape of a man dressed like that. That was the form his guardian always took, according to him. It's like the spirit shown to him matched his personal fear and then stood there without attacking, just watching over him. The same way the bear baboon creature matched my childhood fear of monsters and then removed the threat from it. Hearing that from him made me even more certain that this being wasn't random. It wasn't just an odd hallucination or a wandering ghost. It felt purposeful. It showed itself differently depending on who was looking at it, taking on shapes that connected to the fears or experiences of the person seeing it, then somehow calming those fears. I should also say that I haven't seen the creature in years now. It's like once I accepted the idea that it was a guardian and not a threat, it stepped back from my sight. I don't walk down hallways and see it in doorways anymore. I don't catch glimpses of it in the woods or other people's houses. Not visually, anyway. But even though I don't see it, I still feel like it's around. I still haven't had a dream I would call a nightmare. I still walk calmly through places that are supposed to be filled with dark energy, and come out feeling fine. I still get that same teary reaction when certain topics come up. The effects that I always connected to its presence are still happening. Maybe it doesn't need to show itself to me anymore because I finally understood what it was. Maybe it's moved on. Maybe it's still there, just out of sight, keeping an eye on things from a distance. I can't say for sure. All I know is that for a long time in my life, there was this strange black creature with a bear-like body and a baboon-like face that would stand in the dark and make me feel safe instead of terrified. And even now, when I think back on it, I don't feel fear. I feel a strange, deep gratitude for something I still don't fully understand. This happened about 3 or 4 years ago. At that time in my life, I was completely hooked on horror. I was in one of those phases where everything I watched, played, or read had to be scary. I spent nights watching horror movies, the kind with slow tension and strange sound effects. I played creepy games, especially the Silent Hill series, with their distorted monsters and eerie music. I loved putting myself in that feeling of being unsettled, that tight knot in your stomach when you know something is wrong but you don't know what. I even liked going to eerie locations just to see if I could spook myself more. Abandoned places, empty streets at night, quiet parks after dark. If it gave me chills, I wanted to be there. At the same time, I was also going through my first serious spiritual phase. It was like these two sides of me were running in parallel, one side obsessed with horror and fear, the other curious about the unseen and spiritual side of life. I started reading about meditation, astral projection, and out-of-body experiences. I wanted to know if there was more to reality than what we see with our eyes. I tried to meditate at night in my room, lying on my back with the lights off, focusing on my breathing and letting my thoughts go. Sometimes I would listen to calm music. Sometimes I would just lie there in silence. I was trying to reach that state people talked about, where your body is relaxed and your mind feels like it is floating. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I was very curious and very determined. Then there was this one week where something strange started happening. For about 7 nights in a row, I found that if I lay in bed in the dark and really focused my mind, especially if I thought about spirits, demons, and all those evil things, I could shift my awareness somehow. It was like pushing my mind sideways. My body stayed still, and I didn't fall asleep, but my sense of reality changed. I was still awake. I knew I was in my room. I could hear normal sounds like the faint hum of the house and my own breathing. But everything looked and felt different, like I had stepped halfway into another layer of the same place. Some things were always the same every time I did this. First, the shape of my room seemed wrong. The walls and ceiling still made a box around me, but the angles looked off. Corners didn't look like clean 90-degree corners anymore. Lines that I knew were straight looked slightly bent or tilted. It was still clearly my room, but it felt twisted and unfamiliar, like seeing it in a funhouse mirror that wasn't completely obvious, just slightly wrong. Second, the shadows changed. Normal darkness is just dark. But in this state, the shadows had much stronger contrast. The dark parts looked very black, and the lighter parts almost seemed to glow faintly. The shadows moved in a way they shouldn't. They didn't just sit there. They shifted and pulsed, like they were breathing. It really did look as if the darkness itself had turned into some kind of liquid spread across the walls and ceiling, slowly flowing, stretching, and pulling back again. The first time I did this, it was just me, the warped geometry, and the liquid shadows for a while. I lay there watching the walls. I felt nervous but also curious, because this was exactly the kind of thing I had been wanting, to see if there was more behind what we usually see. Then I heard a sound above my head. It was right behind the headboard of my bed, just above my pillow. The sound was very clear and very strange. It wasn't footsteps or breathing. It sounded exactly like that crinkly plastic, hey, people stuff into Easter baskets, the fake grass. That sharp, rustling sound, like lots of thin plastic pieces rubbing together. It rustled for a few seconds, and I just lay there listening, confused. I didn't have anything that sounded like that near my bed. Nothing should have been making that noise. Before I had much time to think, whatever it was fell off the headboard and landed on my face. I felt it land across my nose and mouth, this light, crinkly, tangled mass. When it hit my face, it felt exactly like that plastic Easter hay, thin, sharp little strands sticking and sliding across my skin. I could feel it pressing against my eyes and cheeks. Instinct took over. I grabbed it with both hands, quickly pulled it off my face, and tossed it over the side of my bed. I lay there breathing hard, staring up at the ceiling where the shadows were still sliding around in that slow, liquid way. I could feel my heart pounding. I tried to calm down, telling myself that maybe I was imagining it, or maybe a piece of plastic or paper had somehow blown onto the bed. But I knew there wasn't anything like that on my headboard. A few seconds later, I heard the same crinkling sound again, this time from the side of the bed where I had thrown it. The sound grew louder, and before I could react, I felt that same plastic-like mass bounce onto my face again. That was enough for me. I grabbed it off my face and just hurled it away in a panic. This time, instead of waiting, I pulled my pillow over my face like a shield. I closed my eyes under the pillow and started counting slowly in my head, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, focusing on returning to normal awareness. It felt like pushing myself upward through thick water. Then suddenly, everything snapped back. The strange angles in the room were gone. The shadows looked normal again. I pulled the pillow away, turned on the light, and leaned over the edge of the bed to see what I'd thrown. There was nothing on the floor. No plastic hay, no paper, nothing. The floor looked exactly the same as it had before I went to bed. It bothered me, but at the same time, I was more fascinated than scared. I had asked for something weird, and it looked like I got it. Over the next few nights, I tried to go back into that state again and again. Each time I did it, the same basic things happened. The room tilted and stretched in that subtle but wrong way. The shadows went dark and deep, then pulsed and slid over one another like ink poured into water. The air felt heavier, like it had weight. Sometimes there was a faint buzzing in my ears, like a faraway electric hum. On the second and third nights, I didn't feel anything land on my face again, but I started seeing shapes in the darkness. At first, they were just slightly deeper patches of black near the floor or standing beside the bed. Then they became clearer. One shape looked like something leaning over the side of my bed. It didn't have a clear outline like a normal person. It was more like a thick, upright shadow, darker than the rest, and just tall enough that I could see the top part of it against the faint light coming in from my window. It didn't move much, just a slow sway, almost like breathing. Another shape seemed to stand against the wall near the door, watching. I lay there, eyes open, staring right at these things. The logical part of my mind kept saying, "It's just your imagination. You're overloading your brain with horror and weird spiritual ideas." But another part of me felt very strongly that I was looking at something real, just in a different way than usual. Even then, I didn't feel like they were going to attack me. I felt watched, but not hunted. It was an intense feeling, but not full panic. After a few minutes of studying them, I would decide I'd had enough for one night. I would pull the pillow over my face, count slowly to 5, and feel myself slide back into normal space. Every time, when I turned on the light, everything looked regular again. No strange shapes, no plastic hay, no signs of anything unusual. The fourth time I tried, things went a little further. I lay on my back in the same way, focusing my mind until I felt that strange shift again. The dark deepened. The corners of my room bent in that slightly off way. The shadows flowed across the walls. I was already used to this part. I watched the shapes in the darkness for a while, then started to relax a little, telling myself I could always pull myself out if I needed to. Then I felt something step onto my bed. The mattress dipped down near my feet in a solid, heavy way, like a large animal had just put one paw on the bed. Then another step, closer to my legs. The whole mattress shifted and creaked faintly with the weight. Whatever it was not small. I could feel the bed moving under me as it walked on all fours toward my chest, each step slow and deliberate. I froze, staring up at the ceiling, trying not to breathe too fast. I could hear it too. There was the soft sound of heavy breathing, not human. It sounded low and deep, like air moving in and out of a big chest. The creature's weight moved closer and closer until it was right above me. Then I felt it lean down near my face. I couldn't see its features clearly because of the darkness and the angle, but I could feel its presence hovering just a few inches away. I felt a warm, damp breath against my skin as it sniffed around my nose and cheeks, like a dog might do when it leans close to smell you. The sound of its breathing filled my ears. It felt like time slowed down, and for a moment, it was just me and this unseen animal sharing the same air. Even then, I didn't feel like it was about to bite me or tear me apart. I felt like it was trying to figure out what I was doing there, almost the way you might inspect a strange object that suddenly appeared in your house. But I also knew I was reaching the limit of what I was comfortable with. I pulled the pillow up over my face as quickly as I could, shut my eyes tight, and started counting again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. While I counted, I could feel the weight slowly fading away. The dip in the mattress smoothed out. The warmth near my face disappeared. By the time I reached 5, everything felt normal again. I turned on the light. My bed looked exactly the same as always. The 5th time I went into that state was the last. By then, I already knew how to get there. I was getting better at triggering it. I lay back, focused on that sliding feeling in my awareness, and watched the room warp and darken. The shadows started their slow liquid dance along the walls. This time, though, there was something very clear at the foot of my bed. Standing there, in darker shadow against the faint light from the window, was a humanoid figure. It wasn't fuzzy or vague like some of the other shapes. It had a clear outline. It looked like a person standing upright, watching me. What stood out the most was the wide-brimmed hat it wore. The hat's brim spread out around its head, like the kind you'd see in old movies, almost like a fedora or some old-fashioned hat. I stared at it, my heart beating fast but not out of control. I had seen drawings and read stories about Hat Man, tight figures before, dark human shapes with hats that appear during sleep paralysis or in hauntings. Seeing one at the foot of my bed was unsettling, but at first, I just felt the same weird mix as before, nervous, but also very curious. Then it started to move. Slowly it leaned forward, like it was about to climb onto the bed. I could feel the mattress dip just slightly near my feet. The figure shifted its weight, and the sense of it got closer. It felt like it was about to crawl on top of me, the same way the animal had, but in a more human way. That was the moment things crossed a line for me. The curiosity that had kept me steady before suddenly wasn't enough to keep me calm. I didn't wait for it to get closer. I grabbed the pillow, pulled it over my face, and counted myself back out again, more urgently than any other time. When I reached 5, the strange tension in the room broke. The warped corners snapped back to normal. The shadows went quiet. I turned on the light and saw only the end of my bed, empty and harmless. After that, I decided I was done trying this. It wasn't because I felt like they were going to kill me or drag me anywhere. The strange thing is that, at no point during any of those nights, even with something standing at the foot of my bed or sniffing my face, did I feel real, deep terror. I never felt real malice coming from them. It was intense and uncomfortable, yes. It was strange and unnatural, yes. But inside, I mostly felt curiosity and a kind of uneasy respect. It even felt like the beings, whatever they were also curious about me. It was as if they were thinking, "How is this person seeing us? Why is he here like this?" Their energy didn't feel friendly exactly, but it didn't feel purely evil either. It felt more like being in the presence of something wild, something that doesn't follow our rules and doesn't really care about them, but isn't automatically out to hurt you. To this day, I still don't know for sure what was happening during that week. Maybe in those moments, I really was forcing my consciousness into another layer of reality, another plane, while still being awake in my own body. Maybe I slipped halfway into the spiritual world, where spirits and other beings move around in their own way, and I just happened to notice them. Maybe those shadows, the plastic hay feeling, the animal, and the hat-wearing figure were actual inhabitants of that place, surprised that a living human suddenly started paying attention to them. Another possibility is that they were darker beings, demons, or something like them, trying to get me used to their presence, slowly making me feel safe with them nearby, so I would lower my guard. Sometimes I wonder if they were testing me, seeing how far they could push before I broke. Or maybe none of that is true, and it was all in my head. Maybe I had pushed my mind into a kind of waking dream, where my imagination layered itself on top of what I was actually seeing. Maybe my love of horror, my spiritual experiments, and my expectations worked together to create these experiences, nothing more than a vivid blend of suggestion and semi-sleep. But there is one detail that makes me doubt it was only imagination. The heavy animal I felt stepping onto the bed and sniffing my face that 4th night felt very similar, in size and shape, to the creature I've always thought of as my guardian spirit, the one with the bear-like body and the strange face. The weight on the mattress, the warmth of its breath, The way it moved, it all matched that presence, just in a different form. Because of that, it's hard for me to completely dismiss the whole thing as just my mind playing tricks. Deep down, I still feel like, for that 1 week, I managed to tune into a place I normally wasn't supposed to access. I pushed my awareness a little too far into a space where things watched us from the edges, and for a short time, they noticed that I was watching back. My name is Brita, and I'm 15. What I'm going to tell you happened last year, when I was 14, and it has stayed in my mind ever since. It's about my little sister, my mom, and something that came into our house that night and, in a way, never fully left. I grew up in a house where talk about ghosts and spirits wasn't strange at all. My mom believes very strongly in ghosts and demons, and she also practices witchcraft. For most people, that might sound scary or weird, but for me it was just normal life. We had candles everywhere, jars of herbs on shelves, strange smelling oils, and books stacked up in corners that weren't the usual school kind of books. Mom would sometimes sit at the kitchen table late at night with her tarot cards spread out, or she would be in the living room muttering little chants under her breath while she burned sage or incense. One of the things my mom owned was a book that she always called The Dangerous One. I never knew its real title, just that it was about raising demons and darker spirits. She kept it hidden most of the time, but in a house like ours, nothing stays hidden forever. I knew about it because sometimes I'd see her slip it out, use it for a few minutes, and then tuck it away again like she was ashamed or afraid of it. She was very clear about that book. "You do not touch this one," she told us more than once. "Don't open it, don't read from it, don't even play with it. It's not a game. It's not for kids. I mean it." I said okay, and nodded like a good daughter, but of course I was curious. I was already different from most people my age. Over the years I had realized that I can see things and feel things other people can't. My mom told me more than once that I have a lot of power, and that spirits seemed to notice me. I had already seen ghosts around our house and in other places. I could sometimes feel them brushing past me or standing in doorways. I even had one spirit I thought of as mine, like a quiet presence that hung around me to watch over me. That's a whole other story by itself, but because of all this, that book called to me even more. Sometimes, when Mom was out or busy and I knew I wouldn't get caught, I would sneak to the place where she hid the book. I would take it out carefully and put it down on the floor or the bed. I'd feel this strange heavy feeling in my chest as soon as I opened it, like the air around me got thicker. The pages were filled with symbols, drawings, and words I didn't really understand. The writing wasn't simple. It had strange phrases and languages I couldn't pronounce properly. I would trace the symbols with my finger and whisper the words under my breath, but I never went beyond that. I didn't light candles or draw circles or do any of the things the book said you had to do. A part of me knew it was too much, even for me. So I only looked, curious but cautious. At that time, my little sister Anna was 7. She was small and skinny, with big eyes and messy hair that never seemed to stay brushed. She was the kind of kid who followed people around, asked a million questions, and liked to copy what everyone else was doing. She watched Mom do her rituals sometimes and would ask, "What's that for? Who are you talking to? Can I help?" Mom would usually smile and tell her that she could help with harmless things, like passing a candle or holding a crystal, but she never let Anna near the serious stuff. Then, one day, everything shifted. I didn't know it at the time, but Anna had found the demon book. Maybe she saw me sneaking it. Maybe she had just been curious on her own. However it happened, she got it. I came into her room one afternoon and found her sitting on the floor with papers scattered around her and a black marker in her hand. At first, I thought she was just drawing the way she always did, but then I looked closer. She wasn't drawing flowers or little houses or her usual animals. She was carefully copying a symbol from the demon book. It was one single design, a strange shape made of curved lines and sharp edges, like a twisted star or a knot. She had drawn it over and over again on her paper, filling up the entire sheet. Then, she had moved on to the wall. There was that same symbol drawn on the wall beside her bed, again and again in rows. It was on the back of her door too. And then I saw it on her skin, on her arm and on the back of her hand. The marker lines were bold and dark, standing out against her pale skin. "Anna, what are you doing?" I asked, my voice louder than I meant it to be. She looked up at me with big, innocent eyes. "I like this picture," she said. "It feels nice. Where did you get it?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. She pointed to the bed. The demon book lay open there, heavy and wrong, like it was waiting and watching. My stomach dropped. I rushed over and slammed it shut. "What did Mom say about this book?" I snapped. Anna's face fell and she bit her lip. "She said not to touch it," she mumbled, looking down. "But I just wanted to draw." I didn't even get the chance to say more. At that moment, Mom came up the hallway. Maybe she felt something, or maybe she had just come to check on us, but she reached the doorway and froze when she saw what was happening. Her eyes went straight to the book, then to the symbols on the wall, the door, and finally to the marks on Anna's skin. The color drained from her face. For the first time in a long time, my mom looked honestly scared. "Anna," she said, her voice tight. "Put the marker down. Right now." Anna did as she was told, confusion and a bit of fear in her eyes. Mom came in, grabbed the book off the bed like it was a live bomb, and held it close to her chest. She stared at the symbols for a second and then closed her eyes, whispering something under her breath. It sounded like a prayer or a spell. Then she opened her eyes and gave me a sharp look. "Did you let her touch this?" she asked. "No," I said quickly. "I just walked in. I swear, Mom. I only looked at it before, sometimes I didn't." She cut me off with a wave of her hand. "We'll talk about that later." She walked out of the room with the book, and that was the last time I saw it. I don't know if she burned it, buried it, locked it away, or threw it into a river, but from that day on, it was gone. Part of me was relieved. Part of me was worried that it was already too late. That night is the one I will never forget. It was late, sometime after everyone had finished dinner, and the house was quiet. Anna had fallen asleep on the couch in the living room. She did that a lot. She would start out watching TV with us, and then slowly slide down into the pillows and drift off. She looked so small that night, curled up with a blanket half over her face, her hair spread out on the cushion. My dad and I were downstairs too. He was sitting in his usual spot in front of the TV, half watching some show and half dozing. The glow from the screen lit his face, and his cigarette smoke curled up in the air, even though he wasn't supposed to smoke inside. I was standing in the kitchen area, which was open to the living room, pouring myself a drink and just thinking about the day, about Anna and that book, and about the nervous look on Mom's face. The room felt heavy and still. There wasn't any noise except for the TV and the faint hum of the fridge. Then, without any warning, I saw it. There was something sitting on the couch right next to Anna. At first, my brain almost refused to understand what I was seeing. It looked like a black mass, darker than any shadow in the room. It had the shape of a man, and not just any man, a tall figure wearing what looked like a long trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat. The kind of hat that hides your face. Only in this case, it wasn't just the hat. The whole figure was pure black, no features, no eyes, no skin, no shine. Just a solid, dense darkness that sat there like it had weight. It was leaning slightly toward my sister, and one of its hands, or what I thought was a hand, rested on her arm. It was rubbing her arm slowly, back and forth, almost like a parent comforting a child. That movement made everything 100 times more real and more frightening. This wasn't just a shape or a trick of the light. It was acting. It was interacting with her. I stared at it, my heart pounding in my chest. I remember thinking, this can't be right. This can't be happening. But it was. And I wasn't the only one seeing it. My dad's eyes were fixed on the couch too. He wasn't saying anything, but his mouth was slightly open and his face looked pale even in the flickering light from the TV. He saw it. He saw the same thing I did. "Dad," I whispered. I don't even know if the word really came out loud, but he glanced at me for a second and then back at the thing. His expression said everything. He was shocked and had no idea what to do. I don't know what came over me then. Maybe it was the power my mom always talked about. Maybe it was just that part of me that refuses to freeze when something scary happens. Instead of backing away, I took a small step forward and then another one. My feet felt heavy, but I made myself move closer to the couch. As I stepped forward, the black figure reacted. It turned its head toward me, like it had been waiting to see what I would do. Then it slowly stood up. When it rose from the couch, it seemed to stretch higher than I expected, taller than my dad, tall enough to make me feel small. It started walking toward me. Every step it took was silent, but I could feel it moving through the room. The air seemed to shift around it. I didn't move. Part of me wanted to run, but another part wanted to know what it was going to do. I stood there, my hands clenched at my sides, my eyes locked on this tall, black shape. It reached me and stopped right in front of me, so close I might have reached out and touched it if I had dared. Then it lifted its hand. I felt a gentle touch on my shoulder. Not a shove, not a grab, just a light, careful touch, like the way you would touch someone if you didn't want to startle them. The strange thing is, I could feel it. Even though it was made of darkness, it had weight, temperature, pressure. That touch sent a shiver down my spine, but it didn't hurt me. For a brief moment, it felt like it was studying me. Not with eyes, because I couldn't see any, but with its presence. It was like it was saying, I see you. I know you see me. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, it dissolved. It didn't walk away. It didn't fade slowly. It simply broke apart, like smoke in a strong wind. 1 second it was there, close enough to touch, and the next it was gone, leaving only the dim light of the room and the sound of the TV behind. I glanced at the couch. Anna was still sleeping peacefully, not even shifting in her sleep. That was weird in itself because she usually wakes up at the smallest sound or movement. But she hadn't moved at all, not when it was touching her or when it stood up, not when it crossed the room, not when it touched me. My dad and I looked at each other. His face was stiff, and his eyes were wide. For a few seconds we didn't say anything. Then he cleared his throat, like he was forcing himself to come back to normal. "You saw that, right?" I asked finally, my voice shaky. He nodded slowly. "Yeah," he said. "I saw it." We talked about it quietly while my dad carefully picked up Anna and carried her to my parents' room. We told my mom as soon as she came upstairs. At first, she tried to stay calm, but when she realized that both Dad and I had seen the same thing, her whole attitude changed. She rushed around the house grabbing things, candles, bowls of salt, sage, some herbs from her jars. She lit candles in almost every room and started doing what she called cleansing spells and protections. She sprinkled salt in doorways and windows, said prayers, and spoke in that other language she sometimes used during rituals. The whole house smelled like smoke and herbs by the time she was done, and she was sweating and out of breath. She put Anna in her bed that night, between her and my dad, saying she wanted to keep her close. I went to my own room and shut the door behind me. I sat on my bed for a long time, thinking about what had happened. I could still feel the touch of that black hand on my shoulder, like a phantom weight. My room felt different, heavier, like something was in there with me, just out of sight. I didn't feel like it wanted to hurt me, but I could tell it was there. Watching. Waiting. For what, I had no idea. Still, I wasn't exactly scared in the way you might think. I didn't feel like I was in danger. I just felt like my life had crossed a line that night, and now there was no going back to how things used to be. A couple of nights later, my friend came over to sleep at our place. She didn't know all the details of what had happened. I hadn't told her everything because I didn't want to freak her out. We stayed up late talking in my room like teenage girls do, lying on our backs, staring at the ceiling, sharing secrets. We were in the middle of some random conversation when suddenly she stopped talking. Her eyes shifted from my face to the space above my head. Her skin went pale, and her mouth dropped open. For a second, she just stared, and then she started shaking. "Hey, what's wrong?" I asked, sitting up a little. She didn't answer. Her eyes filled with tears, and then she started crying, real tears, her shoulders shaking. She was so frightened she couldn't even speak properly. I followed her gaze and looked up at the ceiling above where I'd been lying. All I saw was a dark shadow there, darker than the rest of the room, but that wasn't anything new for me. Shadows like that felt normal with the way my life was going. Still, the way she was reacting scared me more than the shadow itself. "What do you see?" I asked her gently. "Tell me." She swallowed and took a shaky breath. It looks like you," she finally managed to say. "But dead." "Dead?" I repeated, my heart thudding. She nodded quickly. "Your face, but your skin is all pale and greenish. Your eyes, it looks like you're dead, just hanging there above yourself." Her words left a cold feeling in my chest. I had never heard of someone seeing me like that before. I slid off the bed and helped her stand up. She was still shaking, so I led her out of the room and into the hallway. After a few minutes in the brighter light of the hall, she calmed down. Her color started to come back, and she wiped her eyes. "I'm sorry," she whispered. I don't know what that was. It scared me so much." "It's okay," I told her. "You're safe now, okay? Whatever it was, it can't hurt you out here." I stayed with her in the living room for a bit until she seemed better. Then, when she finally stopped trembling, I went back to my room alone to see if the shadow was still there. The room felt thick with energy when I stepped inside. The air seemed heavier than in the hallway. The shadow that had been above my bed had faded back into the usual darkness in the corners. But I wasn't alone. He was there again. The same black figure, the tall one with the trench coat and the hat, was sitting on the edge of my bed like someone waiting patiently for an appointment. His form was still solid darkness, no face, no details, just that same deep black. He sat there for a moment, and then, as I stood in the doorway watching, he slowly stood up. He took a step toward me. Just like before, his movements were smooth and completely silent. I didn't back up this time. I stayed where I was and looked right at him. It felt almost like we knew each other now, like we had some kind of silent agreement. He walked toward me, and when he was close enough that I should have felt his breath, if he had any, he vanished again. One instant he was there, and the next, there was nothing but empty air in front of me. That wasn't the last time I saw him. Even now, I still catch sight of him sometimes. I'll be walking down the street alone, and out of the corner of my eye, I'll notice a tall, black figure keeping pace with me just at the edge of my vision. When I turn my head to look straight at him, he fades into the shadows. Sometimes, when I'm in my room, I'll feel like someone is sitting in the corner or on the bed. I'll glance over, and there he is, just for a second, then gone again. The strange thing is, he has never tried to hurt me. He never did anything to Anna after that first night either. He doesn't push things over or slam doors. He just appears, watches, sometimes gets close enough to touch, and then disappears. It feels like he's tied to me somehow, maybe because of that book, maybe because of my own connection to spirits, or maybe both. I don't know exactly what he is or what he wants. I only know that my sister drew one symbol from a book she never should have touched, and something answered. It came into our house, touched us, and then stayed behind in some way. And now, whether I want it or not, I live my life with the knowledge that somewhere just a step away from where everyone else sees, there is a tall, dark man in a coat and hat who walks beside me and sits quietly in my room, watching. I bought a little 1947 farmhouse a while ago. From the outside it didn't look special. It was plain, a bit old-fashioned, just another small country house sitting on a piece of land at the end of a quiet road. But the first time I walked through the door with the realtor, something strange happened to me. I felt this wave of relief wash over me, like I had been carrying a weight on my shoulders for years and suddenly someone lifted it off. It felt like walking into a place I had been looking for my whole life without even knowing it. The only way I can describe it is that I felt like I had finally come home. The energy in that house felt warm and bright, almost like sunshine, even on cloudy days. There was a sense of calm in the air that is hard to explain in ordinary words. It was the kind of feeling where you breathe in and your chest relaxes without you trying. I thought maybe I was just happy to finally be buying my own home, but I wasn't the only one who felt it. After I moved in, I had a lot of visitors, friends, family, coworkers, and so many of them said almost the same thing without me prompting them. They would step inside, take a breath, and say something like, "Wow, it feels so peaceful in here." Or, "This house has such nice energy." Or, "I don't know why, but I feel really good in this place." Some people even joked that it was like the house was hugging them. I never told them what I had felt that first day, but every time someone said something similar, I would think quietly to myself, yes, it's not just me. Before this house, I was very much a skeptic. I'm a scientist by nature and by training. I like things I can measure, touch, or test. I never made fun of people who believed in ghosts or spirits, but I didn't accept it either. My mind always went to the logical explanation first: faulty wiring, wind in the chimney, bad dreams, old plumbing, and so on. Up until I moved into the farmhouse, I had never experienced anything seriously strange myself, so I saw no reason to believe in the supernatural. That changed more quickly than I ever would have expected. The first real incident in that house shook me badly. It was late, just after 11 p.m. I had gone to bed not long before and was already asleep. The house was dark and still. Then, out of nowhere, I was jolted awake by a noise so loud and sharp that it felt like someone had fired a gun beside my head. It sounded like a smoke detector, but not quite. It was that same piercing, high-pitched beep. 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 But even more intense. It was so loud that my ears hurt. For a few seconds, I just lay there in bed, confused and half asleep, thinking, maybe it's just a smoke alarm. Maybe it will stop in a second. I covered my ears with my hands and waited, hoping it would cut out on its own. It didn't. The beeping went on, steady and relentless. It echoed through the house. After a few minutes of lying there, my heart racing, I realized it wasn't going to stop unless I did something. At the same time, I was honestly scared. I had just moved in and didn't know every corner of the place yet. The idea of walking around in the dark with that horrible noise shrieking in my ears was not appealing. But it was either that or try to sleep through it, which was impossible. Terrified but determined, I got out of bed and followed the sound. It was so loud that it was actually hard to tell exactly where it was coming from at first. I went down the stairs into the hallway and then into the kitchen. The noise seemed to be loudest in there. The problem was, there was no smoke detector in the kitchen. I stood in the middle of the room, half squinting, half wincing. Every beep seemed to bounce off the walls and cabinets, and slam straight into my skull. I finally found the kitchen light switch and flipped it on. The instant the light came on, the beeping stopped. Not a gradual fade. Not a glitchy, almost there, sound. It just cut off as cleanly as if someone had pressed a mute button at the exact same second I turned on the light. For a moment I just stood there, breathing hard, feeling my heart pound in my chest. The silence was almost as loud as the noise had been. My first thought was that there must be some electronic device hidden somewhere. A toy, some forgotten alarm clock, a timer, anything that could explain what I had just heard. I walked around the kitchen checking everything I could think of. I opened cupboards, peered behind appliances, and looked in drawers. There were no toys, no old alarm clocks, no strange gadgets. The only electronic thing in that room was my microwave, and it has never made that kind of sound in its life. It beeps gently when food is done, like every normal microwave, not like it's trying to burst an eardrum. I kept searching, desperate for a rational explanation, but found nothing. No burnt smell. No smoke. No sign of anything wrong. Eventually, still shaken but exhausted, I gave up and went back upstairs. The very second, and I mean the exact second, my body settled back down onto my mattress, there were 3 more huge, horrible beeps. Just 3. Then silence again. I lay there frozen, staring into the darkness. The timing was too perfect. It felt like a response. Almost like something was saying, "Yes, I'm still here." You didn't imagine that. Of course, the rational part of my brain tried to argue. Maybe there's a faulty wire. Maybe it's some weird electrical surge. Maybe. But even as I tried to reason with myself, a part of me felt like something else was going on. I didn't sleep well that night. I left the light on in my room. In fact, I slept with the light on for the next 2 nights after that too. The house still felt warm and safe in the daytime, but I couldn't shake the memory of that noise and the odd, almost deliberate timing of those last 3 beeps. The next big experience came a few weeks later, and this one was not loud or sharp. It was gentle, soft, and, in a way, much more unsettling. It was about 4 in the morning when I woke up. Not suddenly and violently like with the beeping, but slowly, rising up out of sleep on a sound. I lay still for a moment, not opening my eyes right away, listening. A child was singing. The voice was very small, like that of a young child, perhaps 3 or 4 years old. There were no words, just a tune, simple, lilting, very sweet. It sounded almost like humming, but clearer. It wasn't off-key or eerie like in a horror movie. It was actually pretty, like a child happily singing to themselves while playing. I have 3 children, all of whom also slept upstairs in that house. So my first thought was simple and calm: one of them must be awake and singing. I didn't feel afraid. I just lay there under my covers, listening to the little voice, and for a moment I even smiled. There was something strangely peaceful about it. But after a while, I started to notice something strange. The direction of the sound was wrong. Our bedrooms were all in known places upstairs. I knew how voices sounded when my kids talked or sang in their rooms. I knew how sound traveled through those walls. This wasn't like that. This singing did not sound like it was coming from a room down the hall or next door. It sounded like it was coming from above me. The more I listened, the more clear it became. The sound was overhead, as if the child was sitting in the attic right above my bed, or on the roof itself. The tune carried softly, but the source felt high and centered, not off to one side like my children's rooms. As a logical person, I started trying to explain this away. Maybe sound travels strangely in this house, I thought. Maybe one of my kids is awake and singing and the acoustics are bouncing the noise up and over my head. I turned my head slightly, testing if the volume changed in different directions. It didn't. It still seemed to be coming from above. Then another idea crossed my mind, ridiculous but impossible not to consider. Could there be some child outside? But that was nonsense. The property was remote. There were no neighbors close by. And what kind of young child would be walking around outside at 4 in the morning, in the dark, far from home, just to stand near my house and sing? Even if there was a child outside, the sound would have come from the side, not from the ceiling. I lay there for a long time, listening to that song, my mind switching back and forth between logic and a growing unease. The singing went on, steady and unhurried. At some level, I knew that as soon as I moved, as soon as I got out of bed, it would stop. Part of me didn't want that. I wanted more time to figure it out. Another part of me wanted to check on my kids, just to be sure they were okay. Finally, worry won. I got out of bed. The moment my feet touched the floor, the singing stopped. It wasn't a gradual fade. It didn't trail off like a sleepy child giving up and sighing. It just cut off, mid-tune, as if someone had pressed a button or clapped a hand over a mouth. I walked down the hallway to my children's rooms, opening each door quietly. All 3 of them were fast asleep, breathing deeply, covers pulled up around them. None of them looked like they had been up singing. There were no music players on, no toys making noise, nothing. I went back to my room that night with my heart beating a little faster. Again, I had no answers. I was awake for a long time after that, watching the ceiling, trying to reason my way through something that didn't want to fit into reason. As the months went by, more strange events began to happen, and a pattern started to appear. Almost everything happened just after 11 p.m., or around 4 in the morning. It was like the house had its own active hours, when something unseen decided it was time to play. Once I started paying attention, I noticed a lot of things that probably would have gone unnoticed in another house. Many nights, right after I turned off the lights and went to bed, I would lie in the dark and hear voices downstairs. They weren't clear enough for me to make out sentences or specific words, but they sounded exactly like human conversations. The tone, the rhythm, the pauses, the way one voice seemed to answer another, it all sounded real. The strange thing was, they also sounded a bit mechanical. Almost like I was listening to a recording of people talking, rather than actual live conversation. Do you know that feeling when you hear voices through a wall or a radio that's a little out of tune? It was like that. Echoing but flat. If I stayed in bed and didn't move, the voices would go on, sometimes for what felt like half an hour or more. But if I decided I'd had enough and swung my legs out of bed, the moment my feet touched the floor, the voices would stop. Every single time. I would walk downstairs, heart pounding, expecting to catch someone in the middle of a phone call or a TV show, but the downstairs would be empty and quiet. The lights would be off. There was no television running, no radio, no computer, nothing that could have made the sounds. One night in particular stands out. I was lying in bed and I heard the clearest voice I had ever heard in that house. It was an older woman's voice, coming from downstairs, right at the bottom of the stairs. She sounded like she was on the phone, chatting away. I could hear her tone rise and fall. It sounded so real that I nearly called out, "Hello?" before I remembered that I lived alone with my children and no one should be down there. In that exact spot where I heard her, there was no phone. But there was a phone jack in the wall, as if a phone had once been there. The thought that someone might be standing there, in that exact place where a phone used to be, using it again, sent chills down my spine. Again, as soon as I got out of bed, the voice stopped. When I went downstairs to check, there was only silence and darkness, and the feeling of a presence, like the air itself had thickened just a bit. The electrical disturbances were another part of life in that farmhouse, and they almost always happened after 11 p.m. It was as if something woke up around that time and got bored. Sometimes toys would turn on by themselves. I'd be in bed, drifting towards sleep, when suddenly a toy would start playing a tune or talking in that cheerful, electronic voice they all have. I would force myself to get up, go downstairs, and turn it off or remove the batteries. I checked for faulty switches and stuck buttons, but the toys never misbehaved in the daytime. Only at night. My computer did something even stranger. More than once, long after I had shut it down for the night, I would be in bed and suddenly hear a faint rhythmic sound coming from downstairs, like a beat or the murmur of something playing. It sounded almost like people talking far away or music being played quietly. When I went down to check, the computer screen would be dark, the power light off, nothing visible running. In the morning, I would turn it on and look for any trace of a program or media player that might have been left open by mistake. Nothing. No logs, no videos, no audio files open. It was like something had used the computer speakers without actually turning the computer on. One night, shortly after 11 again, I was lying in bed reading when the TV in the living room turned on by itself. The sound came on too, a sudden burst of noise from downstairs. I froze, then laughed nervously, thinking maybe I had sat on the remote earlier or left it in a weird position. But the remote was on the coffee table, untouched. As usual, as soon as my feet hit the floor to go down and investigate, the TV turned off on its own. When I reached the living room, the screen was black, the room was quiet, and there were no timers or anything set on the television. The 4 a.m. dog was another mystery. Several times, I woke up around 4 in the morning to the sound of a small dog whining right at my bedroom window. It was that same sad, urgent sound dogs make when they want to be let inside, soft, high, pleading. The sound felt close, like the animal was just inches away on the other side of the glass. The problem was, my bedroom was on the second floor. There was no balcony, No ledge big enough for a dog to stand on, nothing that would allow a real dog to sit underneath my window. Even if a dog somehow got into the yard, it couldn't have reached my window like that. Every time I heard it, I lay there fighting the urge to get out of bed and look, and every time I told myself the same thing: there is no dog out there. There can't be. But the whining sounded so real that my heart ached a little, as if some lonely little creature was begging me to help it. Over time, these events became part of the fabric of living in that house. At first, they scared me badly, mostly because I didn't understand them and I had no control over them. When something that doesn't fit with your view of reality keeps happening, your brain scrambles to make sense of it, and that feeling is very uncomfortable. But something important never changed. I never once felt that whatever was in that house wanted to hurt me or my children. I never felt hatred or anger in the air. The feelings were strange, sometimes startling or eerie, but not violent. The best way I can describe it is that it was like living with an invisible, overly active pet. It would knock things on, play with electronics, talk to itself, and make strange noises at odd hours, but it never did anything that felt truly evil. Eventually, I accepted that there was something there, some kind of leftover energy, or spirit, or whatever word you want to use. As a scientist, that was hard for me to admit even to myself, but my own eyes and ears kept pushing me in that direction. I couldn't deny what I had experienced. I also couldn't explain it in the ways I was used to. The house stayed, at its core, a place of comfort and peace. During the day, I felt more relaxed there than anywhere else I had ever lived. Even at night, once I got used to the odd happenings, I often felt like I wasn't truly alone, but in a way that was more companionable than frightening. The energy in the farmhouse never turned sharp or cold. It was as if whoever, or whatever, shared that space with us was content to live alongside us, to remind us once in a while that they were there, and then retreat back into their own corner of time. I don't live in that house anymore. Life changed, and I had to move on. I've lived in other places since then, some newer, some older, some bigger, some smaller. None of them have felt quite the same. None of them have greeted me with that deep sense of relief the second I walked in the door. None of them have had that strange combination of comfort and mystery. Sometimes I think back to the beeping in the night, the soft singing above my head, the old woman's voice at the bottom of the stairs, the television flicking on at 11 p.m., the little dog that cried at the second-floor window, and I get a strange feeling in my chest. I miss that farmhouse. I miss the feeling of being held by it. And yes, in a strange way, I miss the ghost too, or whatever it was that shared that house with me. I still remember that trip like it was yesterday. It was July 4th, 2008, a warm summer day, and everything started out completely normal. I live in Windsor, Ontario, and that afternoon I set out with my cousin David to visit his new home in Toronto. It wasn't a long-planned vacation or anything like that. In fact, the whole thing was kind of last minute. He was back in Windsor visiting family, telling us about his new place and how his mother was now living with him and his wife in Toronto, and he got it into his head that I should come up with him for a few days. At first I hesitated. It felt sudden, and I'm not really the sort of person who just packs up and goes without thinking. But he kept talking about how it would be a nice change, how his wife would be happy to see me, and how his mom would be thrilled if I came for a visit. I do love them all a lot, and the thought of seeing their new house and spending some time together started to sound nicer and nicer. Eventually, I let him talk me into it. I threw a few clothes into a bag, made sure everything at home was in order, and off we went. We left Windsor in the late afternoon. The drive to Toronto is a few hours, and most of it passed quietly. We chatted on and off about family, about work, about his life in Toronto. The sky slowly darkened, and the highway lights stretched out ahead of us in long yellow lines. There was nothing strange, nothing that made me think this trip would be any different from any other visit with family. I remember feeling a bit tired from the drive but also looking forward to arriving, meeting everyone, and seeing the house I'd heard so much about. By the time we got into Toronto, it was late, close to midnight. The city lights were bright, but I was sleepy and my back ached a little. When we finally pulled into their subdivision and parked in front of his house, I felt relieved to have reached our destination. The house looked nice from the outside. It was a Tudor-style place, with big stone and brick, the kind of home that looks solid and proper, almost like it has been there for a long time even though the area was new. There were other houses around it, all neatly lined in rows, the streets quiet at that hour, just a few lights glowing in windows here and there. David got out first, grabbed his things, and walked up to the door. I followed, feeling that usual mix of tiredness and curiosity you get when you arrive somewhere late at night after traveling. He opened the front door, stepped aside, and waved me in with a small smile. The moment I stepped over the threshold into that house, something hit me. It was not the smell of the place or the temperature from the air conditioning. It was a feeling. A heavy, cold sensation washed over me, almost like walking into a room where someone has just had a huge argument, and all the anger still hangs in the air. It went right through me. My stomach tightened, and the hairs on my arms stood up for a second. It wasn't the normal kind of, "Oh, this place is a bit chilly." It was something else, something that made me think, I don't like this. But I said nothing. I didn't want to be rude. I had just arrived, after all, and I told myself I was probably just tired from the trip, overthinking it. Maybe it was nerves or the sudden change from the night air outside to the cool, closed-in feeling inside. I forced a smile and walked further in. Right away, I saw familiar faces waiting for me. My cousin's wife, Donna, greeted me at the door with a hug and a warm smile. Behind her was David's mother, who I was very happy to see. She looked a little smaller than I remembered, but her eyes were bright and kind, just the same as always. We hugged and talked for a few minutes right there in the entrance, and the normal, cozy feeling of seeing family helped push that strange cold sensation to the back of my mind. After a bit of catching up, Donna said she would show me around the house so I could get familiar with it. We started with the main level. The interior was actually very nice. The floors on the main level were a mix of blonde hardwood and blue ceramic tile, especially in the kitchen area. The bathrooms had white ceramic tiles that made them look clean and bright. The walls were mostly painted in natural, light shades that reminded me a little of my own home's colors. The dining and kitchen area had Roman-style columns inside, white and smooth, stretching up to the high cathedral ceilings. They gave the room a fancy, almost elegant look. The living room was slightly sunken, with a stone fireplace that made the space feel warm and inviting. If someone had shown me photos of the house during the daytime, I probably would have just said, "Wow, what a beautiful place." Donna took me through room by room. The family room downstairs was carpeted, a softer, more relaxed area for watching TV or spending time together. The basement side was plain cement, more like a storage or utility area. The stairs going up to the second floor were hardwood, and the upper level was mostly carpeted, except for the bathrooms which had ceramic floors like downstairs. As she walked me through each room, explaining what they used each space for, that heavy cold feeling I had when I first came in seemed to fade a bit. I tried to focus on the practical, normal details, the arrangement of the furniture, where the kitchen was, the way the light fell into the rooms. Everything looked neat and well cared for. Nothing seemed out of place or strange. Finally, she showed me the room where I would be sleeping. It was on the second floor, a comfortable, simple bedroom with enough space for my things. The bed was already made up with fresh sheets and blankets, and the window looked out over the quiet street and the neighboring houses. I put my bag down and felt relieved to know I had a place to rest after the long drive. We all went back downstairs and sat chatting for a while. By this time it had to be about 2:30 in the morning. Everyone was tired, but we were also glad to be together and catching up. Still, travel exhaustion was starting to catch up with me, and my eyes were getting heavy. I knew that morning would come quickly, and I needed some sleep if I wanted to enjoy the next day. Eventually we said our goodnights. I went upstairs, unpacked a few clothes into the closet, washed up in the bathroom, and then finally climbed into bed. The house was quiet, and I could hear only the small, distant sounds of a typical sleeping home, Maybe a faint hum of something electrical, a creak now and then. I lay down, pulled the covers up, and told myself that tomorrow would be a nice day with family. I closed my eyes and tried to fall asleep. I don't know exactly how much time passed, but it couldn't have been more than half an hour. It was a little after 3 a.m. when it happened. Out of nowhere, there was a loud, sharp bang. It sounded like someone had slammed something very hard against a wall or a door. It wasn't a soft noise. It was strong and sudden, like a heavy fist or solid object smashing into solid wood or plaster. I jumped up in bed, my heart racing. For a moment I sat there in the darkness, listening. I looked toward the hallway. From where I was, I could see that everyone else's bedroom doors were closed. Mine was open, and so was the bathroom door, its faint night light glowing softly in the dark. Everything was still. There were no footsteps, no voices, no sign that someone had gotten up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom or get a drink of water. I kept thinking, what was that? It didn't sound like something small falling or settling. It sounded intentional. But after a few minutes of silence, I tried to convince myself it might have been the house adjusting, or maybe the pipes. Old houses make noises, I thought, and even though this one wasn't very old, houses do creak and settle. I lay back down, though my body stayed tense, and pulled the covers over me again. I really wanted to sleep. Not long after I closed my eyes, I heard something else. There was knocking on the staircase wall, like someone was tapping with their knuckles as they went up or down the stairs. It wasn't a random noise. It was a clear, deliberate knock, then a pause, then another knock. It would grow louder for a little while, then softer, then louder again. It sounded exactly like the kind of knocking you make when you're playing around, dragging your hand along the wall and rapping your knuckles against it as you move. My heart started pounding harder. I knew what knocking sounds like, and this was it. There was no mistaking it for pipes or wind. This was knuckles on wood or drywall. It scared me badly. I didn't dare get up and look, and I didn't want to call out and wake anyone. Instead, I did what a lot of people do when they are scared in bed. I pulled the covers over my head and tried to hide beneath them as if they could protect me. Under the sheets, I started to sweat. The air felt hot and sticky, but I didn't dare uncover my face. I lay stiff and still, listening. The knocking continued on and off, and then, as if that wasn't enough, I heard something even stranger. It sounded like water. Not a small drip, not a little leak, but a lot of water, like someone had dumped a bucket down the wall. It seemed to be coming from the staircase area. I could hear the sound of water rushing or pouring down the inside of the wall, like a waterfall trapped behind the paint and plaster. It didn't make sense at all. Why would there suddenly be that much water pouring down from somewhere? There had been no storm, no broken pipe, and nothing was wet in my room. I lay there, my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. I felt frozen, unable to move, terrified that if I even shifted, whatever was making those sounds would notice me. The water noise went on for a bit, then faded. I stayed under the covers, too afraid to check anything. Just when I thought I couldn't get any more frightened, something else started. Heavy footsteps began to move up the stairs. They were slow at first, one step at a time, sounding like a large person or something very solid walking carefully. The weight of each step seemed to press into the house. They sounded real, not like creaks or illusions. I knew what footsteps on wood sounded like, and these were exactly that. The steps came up a little way, then paused. I held my breath. Then suddenly they sped up, climbing the stairs faster, as if whoever it was had decided to rush to the top. The sound reached the upper floor and then stopped. Silence settled again, but it was not a peaceful silence. It was thick and tense, full of the feeling that something was right there, just out of sight. I stayed under the covers, sweaty and shaking, for what felt like hours. I had never in my life experienced anything like that. The house felt alive with some presence that did not want me to rest. It felt like someone, or something, was watching me, standing in the room, studying me as I tried to hide. I cannot describe how strong that feeling was. It wasn't just imagination or nerves. It felt real and heavy, like eyes on the back of my neck. This went on in different ways for almost 3 hours. Knocking, strange water sounds, footsteps. Every time things quieted down, my body would start to relax just a little, and then another noise would start up again, jerking me back into fear. I kept glancing toward the clock when I dared and saw time crawling slowly forward. Around 5 in the morning, my exhaustion finally overcame my fear, and I drifted off into a restless sleep. I woke up around 9. The sunlight coming through the window was the most welcome sight I'd seen in a long time. Daylight felt safe. It felt like whatever had bothered me in the night had gone dormant for the time being. I climbed out of bed, still tired and unsteady, and headed toward the stairs. As I walked down, I ran my hand along the walls, knocking lightly with my knuckles here and there, trying to compare the sounds to what I'd heard during the night. The knocks I made seemed ordinary, dull, nothing like the sharp, deliberate knocking I heard at 3 in the morning. I still wanted answers, though. When I reached the main level, I went over to one of the Roman columns and tapped on it. The sound that came back was loud, hollow, and sharp. It startled me a bit. That was it. That was exactly like the loud bang I had heard right after I went to bed. The first huge sound of the night had matched that echoing knock when I hit the column. There was no denying it. As I was doing all of this, I heard someone behind me. David was standing in the kitchen, watching me with a confused look on his face. He must have been there for a minute, wondering what I was up to. When I saw him, I felt a little embarrassed. I hadn't realized anyone was there. He started to laugh a little, surprised to see me going around tapping on walls and columns like a detective in a movie. He asked me what I was doing, and I had to decide how much to tell him. Part of me felt stupid and nervous. How do you tell someone that on your very first night in their new home, you heard banging, knocking, water pouring down walls, and heavy footsteps? But I also didn't want to lie. So I sat down at the kitchen table with him while he made coffee, and I said, "Listen, I heard some really loud noises last night. About half an hour after I went to bed, there was this huge bang. Then I heard knocking, and what sounded like water pouring down your staircase walls. It went on for a while." He stared at me and said, "What? When? Last night?" I nodded and felt my face grow warm. I tried to soften it by suggesting maybe the neighbors were making noise. I said, "Maybe your neighbors were up late being loud? Maybe they were washing dishes or doing something in their kitchen, banging pots and running water. I really don't know, but it was loud enough to scare me." He frowned and shook his head. "No," he said. "They're on vacation. They're in Europe right now." He paused, then asked, "What exactly did you hear?" So I told him properly. I explained the bang, the knocking, the water, the footsteps, and the feeling that someone was there. I told him I wasn't just being dramatic. It had genuinely frightened me. Then I said quietly, "It feels like somebody else is in this house." He looked at me and asked, "Who?" I hesitated and then said, half joking but half serious, "The others." We both laughed for a moment, just to break the tension, but inside I was serious. I could tell from his face that he knew I wasn't just making up a story for fun. He could see how tired I looked, and how shaken I still was. He tried to reason it out at first, suggesting maybe it was the pipes. I told him honestly that pipes don't knock with knuckles or stomp up the stairs. He nodded slowly, then opened the door that led down to the family room. He knocked on the wall there and said, "Did it sound like this?" The sound his hand made on that wall was familiar, exactly like the knocking I had heard in the night. "Yes," I said. "That's it." He sighed and said quietly, "I know. That's where it usually comes from." That answer made my skin prickle. So he did know about it. He had heard the knocking before too. I wasn't the first person to notice it. Then, almost as if he wanted to protect me, he added, "Okay, tonight I'll stay up with you. I'll sit up until late. But I'm telling you, when I'm awake and around, nothing will happen." I believed him in a way. These things often seem to start when people are alone or everyone else is asleep. I nodded and felt a small bit of comfort. At least I wouldn't be facing the night completely alone. A little while later, Donna came downstairs and joined us, then his mother came too. They noticed the serious look on our faces and the way we were talking quietly, and his mom asked what was going on. We told her the story. She listened, but she didn't react very strongly. She didn't seem surprised, but she also didn't say much. Her calmness puzzled me. Later, when David went upstairs to shower and get dressed, Donna and I remained at the table. She looked at me and asked gently, "Did you hear someone calling your name last night?" That question froze me for a second. "No," I said. "Thank God, no." In my mind I thought, I hope I never do, because that would be too much. She nodded and told me that she had heard her name being called in the house before, when no one had actually spoken. Then she shared that a lot of the strange activity they had noticed seemed to come from the family room and basement area. She told me that once, the stereo down there had turned on by itself and started playing music. Another time, when they first moved in, both she and David had been at work. When they came home, they found the microwave on the kitchen counter melted, with signs that there had been a small fire. A little bit of flame had still been burning. No one had been home to turn it on. They had no explanation for it. I listened with wide eyes. So they had experienced things long before I ever slept there. This wasn't just my imagination or a one-time event. There was some kind of pattern. Later, David came downstairs, dressed and ready for the day, and sat down at the table. He looked at me seriously and said, "We want to tell you something." My stomach tightened a bit. "Okay," I said. "What?" He explained that when they first moved into the house and these things started happening, they were very disturbed and didn't know what to do. Eventually, they decided to contact Sylvia Brown by email and describe what was going on. According to him, she replied and told them what to say and do. She had told them to speak out loud in the house and tell the spirits, or whatever was there, that this was their home now, and that the spirits should leave them alone and go to the light. She gave them a few other suggestions too about claiming their space. He said they followed her advice, and for a while it seemed to help, because the activity would calm down, then start again slowly. Hearing all of that did make me feel a little better, knowing I wasn't the first, and that they had at least tried something. But at the same time, my heart sank a bit. I still had 4 more nights to stay there. The idea of going through what I had the previous night, over and over, was not something I looked forward to. I told them honestly that I wanted to leave earlier than planned. I said I was exhausted and that the whole thing had scared me. But both David and Donna insisted I stay and enjoy my visit. They said, "We've gotten used to it. You will too." I wasn't so sure, but I agreed to stay and tried to push my fear down. That night, as promised, David stayed up with me and his mom until around 3 in the morning. We talked, watched TV, and drank coffee. The house felt normal while we were all awake. There were no knocks, no footsteps, no strange sounds. Everything seemed calm. Finally, around 3 o'clock, everyone was too tired to keep their eyes open. We all decided to go to bed. I didn't want to. I wanted to stay downstairs in the light. But my body was exhausted. I dragged myself up to my room, turned on the ceiling fan at low speed, left the bathroom nightlight on with the door slightly open, and then lay down. I thought maybe I was overreacting and that nothing would happen this time. About half an hour later, the knocking started again. This time, I had the bedroom door just slightly open, hoping that seeing the faint light from the bathroom would make me feel less trapped and scared. But as soon as that knocking on the wall started, sharp, rhythmic, going up and down the staircase again, the fear came back full force. Then the footsteps followed, heavy and deliberate. They moved up the stairs, slower this time, and stopped before reaching the top. I knew exactly how many steps there were now because earlier that day I had walked up and down counting them, trying to match the sounds to reality. The footsteps stopped a few steps from the top, like whoever it was standing halfway up, undecided whether to come closer. The air in my room felt thick, and my heart slammed in my chest. I once again pulled the covers over my head, even though I knew it didn't truly protect me. I felt watched again, the same feeling of being studied, like a stranger was standing in the room, leaning closer, trying to see my face. Then came whispering in the hallway. It was low and muffled, like two or more people talking quietly right outside my door. I could not make out words, just the soft sound of breath and syllables blending together. On top of that, there were rustling sounds, like fabric brushing against walls, or someone slowly moving their hands over surfaces. It went on and on. Later in the night, I heard scratching inside the walls of my bedroom. It wasn't like the noise of a mouse or small animal. It sounded like fingernails dragging over the inside of the wall, slow and deliberate. It made my skin crawl. I lay there in the dark, sweating under the covers, thinking this is unbelievable. I knew then that whatever was in that house was not just a few creaky boards or noisy pipes. This was something else entirely. Again, morning came, and with it a small sense of relief. The pattern repeated itself over the next few nights. Each evening, the house would feel normal. We would eat, talk, and laugh. But once everyone went to bed, once the lights were off and the house had settled into darkness, the other side of it would wake up. Knocking, footsteps, whispering, scratching. The sense of someone, or several someones, moving through the hallways and up and down the stairs. The last night I slept there was the worst of all. It was as if whoever was haunting that place knew I would be leaving soon, and wanted to make sure I didn't forget them. That night, all the usual sounds came back, the knocking on the staircase walls, the heavy footsteps, the whispering and rustling. I had the covers pulled over my head again, my heart racing, sweat running down my forehead. And then, in the middle of all that, I heard something new. A door in the hallway clicked open. It was a very clear sound, the sharp mechanical click of a door handle being pressed down and the latch releasing. The kind of door handle they had in that house was not the old round knob type. They were the more modern lever handles that make a very distinct clicking sound when you push them down to open the door. I heard that exact sound, then the soft movement of a door shifting open. I froze. My first thought was, no. Not this. Not a door opening by itself in the dark hallway. I knew I should get up and look, but I was terrified. At the same time, I needed to use the bathroom and couldn't avoid it much longer. So after a few minutes of gathering my courage, I slowly pulled the covers back, sat up, and listened. The hallway was quiet. The faint bathroom nightlight still shone. I opened my bedroom door and looked at all the other bedroom doors in the hallway. They were all closed. The bathroom door was open, as it always was at night, and the hallway closet door was shut. None of the doors were swinging or moving. Everything looked normal and still. I knew what I had heard, though. That sharp click and soft open. The only door it could have been was likely the closet door, even though it now appeared closed. The handle style made that exact sound. It made me uneasy to think that something could have opened it and closed it again so quickly and quietly. I went into the bathroom, did what I had to do, and went back to bed. As soon as I lay down, everything started again, knocking, footsteps, whispering, scratching, as if nothing had changed. I waited for the daylight like someone drowning waits for air. At some point during my stay, David told me that their house was only about 5 years old. The first person who had bought it stayed only 9 months and then left. After that, the house sat empty for almost 2 years before David and Donna bought it. The land it stood on had been farmland before the subdivision was built. I thought about all of that, and told him that maybe the house itself was new, but the land might not be so simple. Maybe something had happened there long before. Maybe it was built over some kind of burial ground, or maybe someone had been killed nearby and never found peace. I was half guessing, half speaking from instinct, but he looked at me thoughtfully and said, "You know what? I think you're right. I think someone was killed or murdered here." By the end of my visit, I was exhausted. I had barely slept 5 nights in a row. Every morning when I woke up, I was relieved the night was over. Every evening, as the sun went down, a small knot of dread formed in my stomach. I loved seeing my cousins and his mom. I was happy to spend time with them, to share meals and talk and laugh. But the house itself, the house at night, felt cold and frightening to me. There was something there that did not want me to rest. When my husband came to pick me up at the train station back home, the first thing he said when he saw me was, "Wow, you look tired." I laughed and said, "I can't wait to get some sleep. Their house is haunted." He looked at me with wide eyes and said, "What?" Later at home, I told him everything in detail. I tried to imitate the knocking and the clicking, told him about the footsteps and the water, the whispers and the scratching. I told him about the melted microwave, the stereo turning on by itself, the email to Sylvia Brown, and the strange history of the house. I also told him that David and Donna wanted both of us to come up someday so he could see their new home too. I shook my head and said, "I don't want to go back there." I meant it. I love my family. I was truly glad to see them and spend time with them. But that house, with its nighttime activity and that heavy, watching presence, is not a place I ever want to sleep in again. Something else lives there, something restless and strong, and it does not feel kind. I live in a small town in northwestern Ontario, the kind of place where everybody knows everybody, and where there isn't a lot to do except make up stories to entertain yourself. This story really started about 6 years ago, when I was around 9 years old. Right next to my house there was an old, abandoned 3-floor apartment building. It had been empty for as long as I could remember. The windows were dusty, some of the paint was peeling, and the whole place had that quiet, forgotten look that makes you feel like you shouldn't stare too long. All through my childhood, my friends and I told stories about that building. We'd sit around after school or in someone's backyard and talk about how it was haunted, how people had heard voices or seen faces in the windows. Each kid tried to top the last one with an even scarier story. I laughed along and pretended I wasn't scared, because nobody wants to be the one who admits they're afraid. But the truth was, their stories got to me. I always felt a little nervous when I had to walk past that building alone, and I usually avoided getting too close to it. Then one summer day everything changed. I was outside and I happened to look up at the apartment building. On the 3rd floor, behind one of the dirty windows, I saw something move. It was just a quick shadow, like someone passing in front of the glass from the inside. It was too fast to make out clearly, but it was enough to make my heart jump. I stared at the window, waiting to see if it would happen again, but nothing moved. For a while I stood there arguing with myself. Part of me wanted to run inside my own house and forget I'd seen anything. Another part of me was curious, wondering if maybe there really was someone in there, or if it was just my imagination. In the end, curiosity won. I decided I was going to go inside that building, just once, to see what was really in there. Before I went in, I mentally went over what I knew about the place. From what I'd seen and been told, the layout was something like this. On the 1st floor there was a reception area at the front, like it had once been some kind of small office or boarding house. Behind that there was at least one bedroom. Near the back, a set of stairs went both up to the 2nd floor and down to the basement. On the 2nd floor there was a hallway with 3 or maybe 4 bedrooms. Another staircase that led up to the top floor. The 3rd floor, as far as I knew, only had 2 bedrooms. There was also another staircase on the outside of the building, enclosed in its own little structure, that led straight up to a door on the 2nd floor. That outside stairway was the easiest way to get in, since the front door on the main floor was always locked or boarded up. I walked over to that outside staircase. The door at the bottom of it was unlocked, and the wood creaked under my feet as I went up. The air inside the stairwell smelled old and stale, like dust and dry wood. When I reached the 2nd floor door, I turned the knob. It opened easily. The first thing I noticed when I stepped inside was the temperature. It was summer outside, warm and bright, but in that hallway it was strangely cold. Not freezing, but cool enough to make me pause. I stood just inside the doorway, looking down the hall. The lights didn't work, but there was enough daylight coming in through the windows to see. The bedroom doors along the hall were all closed. At the far end of the hallway I could see the door that led to the stairs up to the top floor. Even though the shadow I'd seen had been in a 3rd floor window, I decided to check out the lower floors first. I told myself it would be better to know the whole layout, and I was also stalling a little. I went down to the first floor using the inside stairs. The wooden steps groaned softly with each step, but the sound echoed in a way that made it seem louder. On the main floor, I saw the old reception area. There was still a front desk, covered in a thin layer of dust, and an empty waiting area with no furniture. The walls were plain. There weren't any pictures, no decorations, nothing to make it feel like a home. It felt more like an empty clinic or office. I walked behind the desk and instantly felt colder, for no clear reason. Something about being back there made me nervous, like I shouldn't be standing in that spot. I noticed little details, like how the air felt heavier and there was a faint musty smell. I was about to head back upstairs when something caught my eye. Behind the main staircase, tucked into a darker corner, there was another set of stairs leading down. I hadn't noticed it at first. These were the basement stairs. As I turned my head, for a second I saw a dark shape, a shadow, at the top of those stairs. It was there and then gone in the same instant. I moved closer and peered down into the basement, but it was just darkness. I didn't go down. The feeling of being watched washed over me all at once, stronger than before. It felt like something down there was aware of me, and I suddenly wanted nothing to do with the basement. I remembered why I'd come, to check upstairs where I'd seen the shadow in the window. That was all I needed to do. So I turned away from the basement stairs and went back up. On the second floor again, I walked slowly down the hallway toward the stairs that led to the top floor. The building was very quiet, but not the peaceful kind of quiet. It was the kind that makes you extra aware of every little sound, like your own breathing and footsteps. As I moved along the hall, I heard something that made me stop. It was giggling. It sounded like a child's giggle, light and playful, coming from one of the rooms. It wasn't loud, but it was clear. The sound didn't match the empty, dusty hallway at all. Every hair on my arm stood up. I'd never felt a chill like that before. I swallowed and tried to tell myself that maybe some other kid had sneaked in here, like I had, and was hiding in one of the rooms just to scare me. I forced myself to move. One by one, I opened the bedroom doors along the hall. Each time I pushed a door open, part of me expected someone to jump out at me. But all the rooms were empty. No furniture, no people, nothing but bare floors and blank walls. The windows were dirty, and the air was cold and still. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. Nothing that could have made that giggle. By the time I checked the last room, I was extremely scared. All my bravery and curiosity were slipping away. I suddenly remembered that I had come in through the outside door and left it open. All I wanted now was to get out of there and be back in the sunlight. I hurried back toward the outside door. As I reached the end of the hallway, the door to the outside slammed shut right in front of me. It was violent and loud, the sound echoing through the empty floor. I jumped back, my heart pounding. I grabbed the doorknob and tried to open it, but it wouldn't move. It felt stuck, as if someone on the other side was holding it closed. That was when the doors in the hallway started opening and closing on their own. One bedroom door swung open, then slammed shut. Then another. Then another. The doors were opening and shutting quickly, one after another, sometimes several at once, banging and crashing. The sounds filled the hallway, made it feel like the whole building was shaking. There was no one there. No wind, no people. Just the doors moving as if invisible hands were playing with them or trying to scare me on purpose. I did what a lot of 9-year-olds would do in that moment. I cried. I screamed. I was trapped inside a building that felt suddenly very alive and very wrong. I pounded on the outside door, pulling at the handle, begging it to open. I called out for help even though I knew no one could hear me. The more the doors banged open and shut, the more I started to feel like I might be stuck in there forever. Finally, the bedroom doors stopped moving. The hallway went still again, and every door stayed shut. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. I stood there shaking, wiping my eyes with the back of my hand, trying to calm down enough to think. I told myself to just try the outside door one more time. I reached out slowly, turned the knob, and this time it turned easily. The door opened as if it had never been stuck at all. I didn't stop to think about it. I rushed out, ran down the outside stairs, and didn't look back until I was safely away from the building. When I finally did turn around, the place just looked like it always had, old, quiet, and empty. You would never guess what had just happened inside. I never told anyone about that day. Not my family, not my friends. I was afraid they'd say I was making it up, or that I was crazy, or that I just imagined everything because of the stories we used to tell. So I kept it all to myself. But from that day on, I always avoided going too close to that building. Even writing this now, I can feel shivers in my back, because as I remember it, I can almost see it again in my mind, and in real life I can still look out and see the building itself standing there. You would think that would be the end of the story, but it wasn't. A few years later, things changed again. A family moved into the building. I saw them moving stuff in one day and couldn't believe anyone actually wanted to live there. They had 4 kids. At the time, the oldest was about 7, then a 5-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a newborn baby. The place didn't look abandoned anymore. Lights came on in the evenings. Toys sometimes lay on the lawn. It looked more like a regular home and less like the haunted building of my childhood. One day I got invited to the 5-year-old's 4th birthday party. One of the parents came over and asked if I'd like to come since I lived next door and was a bit older. It was a friendly gesture, and I hesitated. The invitation itself was innocent, but everything in me remembered what had happened inside that building years before. Still, I didn't want to seem rude or strange, so I forced a smile and said I'd be there. When the day of the party came, I walked over to their place. The front door opened, and I was welcomed in warmly. There were balloons, the smell of food, the sound of kids laughing and adults talking. It felt so normal that part of me started to wonder if what I'd experienced before had just been my imagination. The layout had changed a bit since it was now a proper house instead of an empty building. The old reception area on the main floor had been turned into the kitchen. The waiting area was now the living room, with couches, a TV, and toys scattered around. Upstairs, each of the kids had their own bedroom, and I was told the parents' room was up on the top floor. The house looked lived in. There were family photos on the walls, drawings taped to doors, and little shoes by the entrance. I sat down on the couch in the living room and tried to relax, but as I looked around, I couldn't help remembering everything that had happened when I was younger. The cold air, the giggling, the slamming doors, that trapped feeling by the outside door. Those memories mixed with what I saw now, and the building felt like 2 different places layered on top of each other. The happy home it was trying to be and the empty, eerie place it had been. After about half an hour, I decided to wander upstairs. I didn't even really know why I did it. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that nothing strange was there anymore. Maybe I just needed to see the upstairs in daylight, full of furniture and kids' stuff. I went up the stairs and looked down the hallway. It was different from before, with doors decorated for each child, but the shape of it was the same. As I stood there, one of the doors suddenly swung open on its own. There was nobody near it. At the same moment, I heard a faint giggle coming from that room. The sound was light, playful, and far too familiar. My chest tightened. It felt just like it had that day years ago, a door moving when no one touched it, that soft giggle echoing from an empty space. I didn't wait to check the room. I turned around and went straight back downstairs, trying not to show how shaken I was. I stayed with the other guests after that, sticking to the living room and kitchen, chatting and eating cake, pretending everything was normal. But inside I knew I had just had another reminder that something in that building wasn't right. These days, that family isn't around much. I've heard that the father got a job somewhere else, so they spend a lot of time away from the town, but I was told they still own the house. The place doesn't look completely abandoned like it used to, but it's often quiet and dark again. Every now and then, when I walk past the building on my way to school, I glance up at the windows. Most of the time I see nothing. But once in a while, just for a second, I see a shadow move past the window on one of the upper floors. It's always quick, just a shape slipping by, but it's enough to remind me of that first summer day and everything that came after. And every time it happens I keep walking, but a part of me feels exactly the same way I did when I was 9 years old, standing at the top of those stairs, knowing I wasn't alone. We moved into that house in November of 1984. I remember the date so clearly because it was a big deal for us. I was 9 years old, and this was our new, larger home. It felt like a fresh start. The first time I walked through the front door, I was excited and curious, looking around at all the rooms and imagining where my things would go. None of us had any idea that this house would come with another someone living there with us. From the very first day, small strange things began to happen. My grandfather's old rocking chair, which we had brought with us and placed in the living room, would sometimes start rocking on its own. There was no one near it, no breeze that could have moved it, but it would slowly creak back and forth, as if someone invisible had just sat down for a rest. Doors would slam shut when no one was in the hallway. The house was well built and not especially drafty, but my parents always blamed a mysterious breeze. The TV would turn itself off and on, or change channels without anyone touching the remote. There were times when we were all in the room, and we would look at each other in the middle of a show as the channel suddenly flipped. For the first 15 years or so, my parents always had an explanation ready. If the rocking chair moved, they said it must be the floorboards or the furnace coming on. If a door slammed, there was a draft somewhere. If the TV acted up, the batteries must be going in the remote. Or, it's just a glitch. I listened to all of those excuses and smiled, but deep down I knew there was something else in that house with us. I could never prove it, and it didn't really scare me, but I felt it. It was like knowing you're not alone even when you can't see anyone. Then one night, something happened that changed everything. My parents stopped brushing things off and started to believe that we really did have another resident. My dad had just bought a new horse. She had been shipped from Texas all the way up to our barn in Canada. We were all excited. That evening, the whole family went out to the barn to meet her. We petted her, talked to her, and admired her. We all agreed she was beautiful, but when it came to naming her, we couldn't agree on anything. Every family member had a different suggestion, and nothing seemed to fit. We stayed up late in the living room, talking and throwing ideas around. The clock creeped past midnight, and then past 1 in the morning. Finally, exhausted, we decided to sleep on it and choose a name the next day. Not even 30 minutes after we had all gone to bed, there was a loud crash from the living room. It was the kind of sound that makes everyone jump. All of us bolted out of our bedrooms at almost the exact same time and rushed down the stairs. When we got to the living room, we stopped in shock. Our big family portrait, which had always hung above the fireplace mantel, was lying face down on the floor. The frame was heavy, and it had been firmly anchored on a nail hammered into the brick. The nail was still in place, straight and solid. There was no sign that it had worked itself loose. There was no way that picture could have just fallen off the wall without someone actually lifting it. We all stood there staring at it, confused and a little shaken. No windows were open. There had been no thunder or vibrations. Nothing that could explain that crash. We were all looking at the fallen portrait when my mom suddenly broke the silence. She looked up, glanced around at us, and said very clearly, "Lexi. We need to name her Lexi." The moment she said it, something about that name felt right. We all realized that this was the first name that had come to any of us with that kind of certainty. Later, my mom admitted she had no idea where the name, Lexi, had come from. It had just popped into her head as if someone had whispered it into her ear. I truly believe that whatever was in that house wanted to be part of the conversation, wanted to be heard, and maybe even wanted a say in naming the new horse. After that night, the way my parents looked at things began to change. The rational explanations did not come as quickly, and they listened more carefully when we described something unusual. Not long after, something happened that made my dad, who had always been a huge skeptic, start to believe for himself. My grandfather on my dad's side had passed away, and one day he appeared to both my father and my little sister. It wasn't just a feeling or a shadow, he actually saw him. For my dad, who never believed in ghosts or spirits before, this was life-changing. After that, he could no longer shrug everything off. Once he became a believer, the activity in the house seemed to pick up, like whoever was there now knew somebody was paying attention. At night, especially in the middle of the night, I would hear what sounded like someone running up and down the stairs over and over. It wasn't just 1 or 2 steps, it was full on running back and forth, sometimes for hours. I would lie in bed listening to it, and when I got brave enough, I would open my bedroom door quietly and peek out. The sound would continue even while I was looking at the stairway, but there was never anyone there. No person, no pet, nothing visible making that noise. Things also began disappearing and reappearing in strange ways. One day, I took 3 hangers out of my closet to hang up some clothes. I laid them on my bed. I used one, hung that piece of clothing up, then took another and put it back in the closet. When I turned around to pick up the 3rd hanger, it was gone. It had been there only seconds before. I searched the bed, the floor, under the bed, in the hallway, everywhere it could possibly have fallen. It was nowhere. Finally, frustrated and feeling a bit silly, I stood in the middle of the room and said out loud, "That's not funny. Please put it back." I left the room for about 10 minutes to calm down, and when I returned, the missing hanger was sitting right in the middle of my bed, as if it had never been gone. I just stared at it. This kind of thing didn't just happen to me. All 5 of us in the family had similar experiences. Objects vanishing for no reason and then turning up in strange places, or suddenly reappearing after we asked out loud for them back. Over the years, we collected many stories like that. Around that time, we also took a picture of our Christmas tree one year. It was a normal family photo, just the tree and part of the living room, nothing special. When the film was developed, we noticed something strange in one of the pictures, a bright red orb floating near the tree. It wasn't a reflection from ornaments, and it didn't look like glare from the lights. My mom worked at a photo lab, so she knew all the usual problems that could happen when film was processed. She checked everything, chemicals, equipment, light leaks, and came to the conclusion that nothing in the lab or camera could have caused that red orb. It just didn't fit any technical explanation. I took that photo to a friend of mine who was psychic. I wanted to see what she felt or saw when she looked at it. She spent some time with the picture and then came back to me with what she had sensed. She said she saw not 1, but 2 spirits connected to that image. One was a man wearing a fedora hat. That description matched my grandfather on my dad's side very well. The other was a little boy. She told us his name was Harold. She described him as about 5 or 6 years old, wearing overalls, with curly blonde hair and big blue eyes. She also said that he had died somewhere near our area in the early 1800s, and that he drowned in a well. Hearing this, something clicked into place for me. I felt like I finally had a name and a face for this someone I had always sensed in the house. I started to talk to Harold. I didn't do anything fancy, just casual conversations when I was alone, or when something strange happened. I would say things like, "Good morning, Harold," or, "Please don't make so much noise tonight, Harold, I need to sleep." Once I began acknowledging him more openly, the activity in the house increased again, almost like he was happy to be noticed. Many nights I was away from home, but my bedroom was right over the living room, so what happened there was easy to hear from downstairs. My mom always got up very early, around 5 in the morning, to drink her coffee and read quietly in the living room. She told me that at about that time, when the house was still and quiet, she would often hear someone walking around my bedroom as if they were getting ready for the day. Footsteps would cross the floor, pause, move again. The first couple of times it happened, she went upstairs to check, wondering if I had come home early or gotten up without her noticing. Every time, she found my room empty. I wasn't there. but the sounds kept happening even when she knew I was out of town. It made sense to us to think that Harold had decided my room was his favorite place to play. My niece had one of those toy stick horses, the kind you press on the ear and it makes neighing and galloping sounds. It was cute and loud and definitely only went off when you pressed it. Or at least, that's how it was supposed to work. One day my mom was home alone, and the house was quiet. Suddenly, the stick horse started to neigh and play its little gallop noises all by itself. There was no one in the room with it, no one pressing its ear. It would go off randomly, as if someone unseen was riding it around the living room. It seemed that Harold really liked anything to do with horses and playing. For a long time, I only heard and felt him, but eventually I got to see him. By then I was older and had developed insomnia, so I stayed awake late into the night. While I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I would talk to Harold quietly. We had that kind of one-sided nighttime conversation for a while. One night, something beautiful and strange happened. In one corner of my room, I suddenly saw what looked like tiny falling stars. They sparkled and drifted down for about 5 minutes, like a little silent shower of glowing dust. I watched, fascinated and strangely calm. Another night, I saw a shadowy shape standing on top of my cedar chest. It looked like a small figure playing with a marionette that I had hanging from the ceiling. The puppet was moving slightly, but there was no breeze. The shadow was just there, focused on its play, and then gone. One night, as I lay there talking to him, I finally said out loud, "I wish you would show yourself to me." I didn't shout it or demand anything. It was more like a quiet wish. When nothing happened right away, I gave up and closed my eyes, trying to sleep again. 2 minutes later, I heard one of the floorboards squeak near the foot of my bed. My eyes opened, and I saw him. I watched Harold walk around from the bottom of my bed to the side where my face was. He looked exactly as he had been described to me, a small boy, about 5 or 6, with curly blonde hair and big blue eyes, wearing overalls. There was something shy and sweet about the way he moved. He climbed up on the bed on his stomach, like a little kid would, and came almost nose to nose with me. We just stared at each other for a moment. I wasn't afraid. I felt surprised, emotional, and oddly peaceful. After a few seconds, he gave me a small smile, backed off the bed the way he had climbed up, walked to the bottom of it, and then simply disappeared from view. Not long after that, I moved out of my parents' house. Life took me in other directions, but I never forgot Harold. My parents stayed there for many more years, and the noises, footsteps, and small tricks continued right up until the day they moved out, about 6 months ago. Even on their very last night, my mom said she heard little footsteps and movement, as if Harold was still doing his usual rounds. I often think about him now, and wonder what happened after we left. I hope the new family that moved in is kind to him. I hope they don't just feel afraid, but maybe come to see him the way we did, as a lonely, playful little boy spirit who just wanted company. He became part of our family's story, and in a strange way, we loved him. Wherever he is, I hope he isn't so lost and lonely anymore. My aunt was a beautiful woman, inside and out. In our family, she and my Uncle Pete were not just relatives we saw once in a while, they were part of our everyday life. If they were not at our house, we were usually at theirs. Holidays, birthdays, casual visits on weekdays, Sunday dinners, our families grew up side by side. She was one of those aunts who treated you like her own child, someone whose presence always felt warm and safe. As a kid, I remember how she would laugh loudly at jokes, how she always wore a bit of lipstick even when she was just at home in her slippers, how she hugged you with both arms and squeezed tight. She loved to cook, loved to talk, and she was always busy doing something for someone. To me, she was one of the constants in my life, a person I thought would always be there, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea, telling a story. Then, around 12 years ago, everything changed. She became very sick. The word cancer suddenly appeared in our family conversations, whispered at first and then spoken more openly as her illness grew worse. She began going in and out of the hospital until finally she stayed there. The doctors had done what they could, and everyone knew, though some of us tried to deny it, that she was dying. One day, all the women in the family decided to go to the hospital together to see her. There were a lot of us, about 12 in total, including cousins, my mother, and other aunts. It felt like half the family walking down that hospital hallway. We moved together, but there was a quietness in us that was very different from our usual loud visits. We all knew this might be one of the last times we would see her alive. It was afternoon when we arrived. The hospital had that familiar clean smell, mixed with something metallic and something tired. We took turns going into her room, a few people at a time, so it wouldn't be too crowded or tiring for her. When it was my turn, I stepped in and saw her lying in the hospital bed. Even though she was very sick, she could still talk. Her voice was softer and slower than before, but it was still her voice. We spoke for a while. I don't even remember every word we said, but I remember the feeling. I remember looking at her and thinking how strange it was to see someone who had always seemed strong now looking so thin and weak. But she still had that same gentle look in her eyes. She still tried to comfort us, even though she was the one who was dying. We talked about family, small things, memories. I tried not to cry in front of her. We stayed at the hospital for most of the evening. After everyone had had their turn alone with her, we gathered in the sitting area just outside her room. It was one of those little waiting areas with some chairs, maybe a table with old magazines, and big windows showing the dark sky outside. We sat there in a loose circle, talking quietly, sometimes going silent together. Time passed slowly. Nurses walked by now and then, pushing carts, checking on patients, the usual hospital rhythm. A few hours after my last visit with her, I stood up and said I was going to check on her again. I don't know why I felt I needed to at that moment. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe it was just worry. I walked down the short distance to her room. The hallway felt strangely long and quiet. I reached the doorway, and instead of walking in right away, I stopped in the doorway and looked toward her bed. What I saw froze me in place. There, sitting on the edge of her hospital bed, was my aunt. But it was not her physical body lying weak and still. It was her spirit, her ghost, or whatever word you want to use. She was sitting up, right at the edge of the mattress, facing me. Her hands were folded neatly in her lap. Her posture was calm. She looked directly at me with her big familiar eyes. I could see her whole shape, her head, her shoulders, her arms, her hands, her body, but I could also see through her. She was not solid like a living person. She was there and not there at the same time. There was a soft, almost glowing quality to her, but it was gentle, not bright or harsh. She still looked pretty, even as a spirit. Her face looked relaxed, more peaceful than it had earlier in the day when she was struggling with pain and weakness. For a few moments, I could not move. My mouth dropped open. It felt like my feet were glued to the floor. All I could do was stare at her, and she stared back at me. There was no anger or fear in her face. It was more like she was waiting, or just quietly observing me. Those few minutes felt stretched out and strange, like time had slowed down inside that room. I was scared, but not in the way you might be scared by a horror movie. It was more like a deep shock, a sense that I was seeing something I wasn't supposed to see. My brain was trying to understand what my eyes were looking at. I had never seen anything like this before in my life. I had heard stories, of course, but seeing your aunt's ghost sitting on the edge of her own hospital bed is not something you're ever really ready for. While I stood there watching her, I noticed one more small but important detail. Earlier, the curtain by her bed had been drawn closed for privacy. Now, as I looked, I realized that when I saw her sitting there, the curtain next to her had been open. But a moment before, it had been closed. That didn't make sense. No nurse had gone in or out. No one had passed me in the hallway. It was as if the curtain had opened just for her spirit to sit there. After what felt like about 5 minutes of this silent, strange staring, something in me finally broke through the shock. I turned my head to call for my mother, who was still in the sitting area with the others. I shouted, my voice shaky but loud. Mom, come here, right away! Aunt Du just passed, Aunt Du just passed! I only turned my head for a split second to call for my mother. When I looked back toward the bed, my aunt's spirit was gone. The spot on the edge of the bed where she had been sitting was empty. Her physical body was lying there, but the ghost I had just seen was no longer there. The curtain was closed again, just like it had been before. My mom hurried down the hall into the room. She looked worried, almost afraid of what she might find. What? She asked me, almost breathless. I told her again. Aunt Du just passed. I saw her. I saw her spirit, her ghost, sitting at the edge of the bed. My mom went over to the bed to check on her. She leaned in close, looked at her face, listened for breathing, maybe checked for a pulse. After a moment, she turned around and looked at me in a way I will never forget. It was not just a look of sadness. It was also a look of surprise and something else, like she knew exactly what I had just experienced. She's gone, my mom said quietly. My aunt had died. My mother stepped back out into the hallway and told the rest of the family the sad news. People cried, hugged each other, sat down heavily in the chairs. I stayed there, partly in shock, thinking about what I had seen just moments before. I still do not know if my mother told the others exactly what I had seen. Maybe she kept that part to herself. Maybe she shared it only with a few. I never asked. It always felt like something private between me, my aunt, and my mother. Later on, when things had calmed down a bit, my mom pulled me aside. Her voice was serious but gentle. She told me something she had never really explained so openly before. She said that she, her mother, and her sisters had always had a kind of ASP, a kind of spiritual sensitivity. They sometimes sensed things before they happened, dreamed about things that later came true, or felt the presence of loved ones who had passed on. She told me that I probably had the same ability. After that day in the hospital, people in the family started to treat me a little differently in certain situations. Whenever someone had a terminal illness or was very sick, some relatives would quietly ask me questions that made it clear what they believed. They wanted to know if I felt anything, if I had had any dreams, if I knew when the person might die. It was like they thought I was a kind of bridge between this world and whatever comes after. It was a strange feeling. I am not a fortune teller. I am just someone who saw something I still cannot fully explain. I don't like to talk about these experiences very much. They are personal, and I worry that people will think I am making them up or that I am strange. Most of the time, when I do talk about them, I tell my younger brother. He listens without judging. I usually don't tell my mother unless it involves one of her relatives and I feel like it might somehow help her or prepare her for something. I try not to scare anyone, and I try not to scare myself. To this day, my aunt is the only spirit or ghost I have seen so clearly with my own eyes. I have sometimes felt presences, had dreams, or felt strange things, but she is the only one I have seen in a full, clear form. Sometimes I ask myself how to describe what I saw. Was it a full body apparition? I believe it was. I saw her whole figure, sitting upright, with her hands in her lap, looking at me. I could see her face, her body, even the expression in her eyes, even though she was transparent. I also keep wondering why I saw her like that when nobody else did. Why me, standing in that doorway at that exact moment? Was she waiting for me? Was she watching over the room as she left her body? Was she saying goodbye to me in her own quiet way? Was it a sign that I do have some kind of sensitivity that others in my family have always talked about? I may never really know the answers. But I know what I saw. My aunt's body died in that bed, but for a brief moment, her spirit sat up, looked right at me, and showed me that there is more to us than just flesh and bones. And that moment has stayed with me ever since.